This young man suddenly woke up in panic. Clearly just moments ago, he was stabbed through the heart by an enemy. But now there are completely unfamiliar voices beside your ear. Ha ha ha, our son is so well behaved he didn't cry at all. Laughter of pure happiness echoes in the ear as the scene before him gradually comes into focus. You can see the young couple happily holding hands. Why do these eyes look so pure and beautiful? This child truly is a gift from God to us. What? Rick still thought he must have misheard. Did they just call him a child? But clearly you're already a young man. In his confusion, Rick started to struggle instinctively. But then you realize you can't even turn someone over. The young man in front of you suddenly lifts Rick up and looks at him with a proud expression. He said you must become a great child and follow in his footsteps in the mercantile career so that you can become a talented trader like him. It's your father. Father? Rick didn't even have time to remember the face of the person holding him before he was pulled into the arms of the woman beside him. Isn't that right? You will become a great assassin someday. Come on, Lily, how could you let the youngest become an assassin? It's terrible that as a man you should use a spear. Rick felt dizzy and deafened as the couple started arguing. Come on, I'm the one who should be saying that in this situation. Although it was a bit hard to accept, after some time he realized that he had been reborn in the body of the child named Den of the Stress's family, and the key point was that he was reborn in the Anthian Empire. The country was once an enemy of mine in a past life. Your father in this life is a Srez, a wealthy count and a talented mercenary. Mother is Lily Srez, a beautiful and strong woman. From the moment she opened her eyes in this new form, Ain and Lily began arguing over whether their son would become a mercenary or an assassin in the future. That argument seems to happen every day. Rick doesn't find it too hard to understand. It seems like you're the youngest child born later, so they want you to carry on their legacy even more. Today, the Count and Countess are returning to the castle with their youngest son after some postpartum care at the hospital. Looking at the magnificent estate in front of him, even in his child's form, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wow, it seems he's really happy to be home. Look at that boy smiling happily. Lily sighed in admiration. It really is very joyful because this time it seems you were reborn in the right place. If this is your home, then it's even easier for the hidden military talent within you to have a chance to emerge. 2 months later, as you gradually get used to your dark identity, you also start to babble and learn to speak. You are also gradually getting used to your new name. This is truly an interesting and strange experience. Because of the time spent wandering far from school in my previous life, I rarely interacted with children. The few children I did meet were badly injured, bandaged up and crying because they had nowhere to go. Some of them also cry out for their parents. Then they gradually grow weak from hunger and pass away, leaving no trace in this world. Compared to that fierce battlefield, it has now truly become a peaceful place, and the Shrest family is once again a wealthy and warm home. Even after 2 months, every time I think about not having to worry about food and clothing in this family, I feel incredibly lucky. While Lily is happily watching her son start to babble and learn to speak, En suddenly bursts into the room with a spear in hand. It seems he still hasn't given up on raising his son to become a lancer, which makes sense since Aken Srez is the 6th strongest lancer in the Empire. Although he looks crazy and is often scolded by his wife, Asen is a true hero of and known as the Green Tornado. Lily put her son back in the crib and continued to scold her husband as usual. Hey, how can you bring something sharp into the child's room? I just wanted to show the spear. I told you it's not allowed, and it's not allowed. A has a noble status but still fears his wife. Because Lily's background is not to be underestimated. When she was young, she was the kingdom's top assassin. Both are the best in their fields, so everyone wants the youngest son to carry on their legacy. Arguments like this happen almost every day, so Den is used to this peaceful family life. You also understand why your parents are so concerned about your future. It's because So's 2 older sisters chose paths unrelated to commerce or assassination. Now you are the only hope to carry on your parents' legacy. Also, Den's 2 older sisters really like this little brother, especially Arabella Srez, who has had magical talent since childhood and chose to become a mage when she grew up. At 12 years old, she was already a 3rd level mage. Since the highest rank for a mage is level 9, Arabella became a genius by surpassing the beginner level at this age. The second sister, Grey, also chose the path of Unsummoner. She has also excelled in her field, having learned summoning magic since she was 7 years old. Now Grey can control 2 summoned beasts at the same time. At first I thought Clay didn't like me, but in the end, she's still young, and that feeling was probably just a bit of jealousy because I'm no longer the youngest in the family. Since returning to the castle from the hospital 2 months ago, G has become less shy around him, and even wants to teach him her summoning technique. This family is truly enthusiastic. Everyone wants to teach me their talents. From my father, a 6th-tier warrior, to my mother, a former assassin who once tried to kill the king, to my eldest sister, a genius archmage, and my second sister, also a talented summoner. The family of the Count is truly a perfect, noble family, the ideal family I longed for when I was still a child. Now that I have what I desired in my previous life, it ironically makes me question whether revenge still holds any meaning in this life. Although your death in the previous life was tragic, it was a battlefield, and claiming you would seek revenge on those who defeated you 10 times is just ridiculous. Now that you have become Den, every day feels truly happy. And saying you will avenge yourself on those who defeated you before also sounds utterly absurd. Whether it's an assassin, a mage, or an summoner, they are so loud that chickens fly and dogs bark. But that makes Den trust even more that he truly has a real home. Den quietly enjoyed those peaceful days, noisy but truly happy. Not long after, Denzo's first mark in life appeared. The Stress family has a special ritual called the selection ceremony. When a child in the household turns 1 year old, they become the main character in this ritual. Many objects will be placed in front of the child. Everyone will predict the child's future based on the object they choose during the ritual. Din is also 1 year old, and today is his birthday. The townspeople are all curious to see what their young master will choose, while the two young ladies are both succeeding in the fields of wizardry and summoning. The lively discussion echoed through every corner of the city, and everyone was looking forward to the selection ceremony. In the Sogress Count's castle, a large table draped with white silk was set up in the main hall. On it are items symbolizing various professions such as mage, assassin, swordsman, and so on. Nobles and aristocrats gather here in large numbers, all eager to witness the youngest son of the Stress clan choose his future. If it were an ordinary child, they might only see the lively and cheerful atmosphere in this situation. But he is different. Even though his body is that of a child, his soul is that of a warrior who has been through many battles, and even lost one. So in front of everyone's expectant gazes, he only felt pressured. His father gave him a spear called Long Vai. It is made from a rare material that, when infused with mana, becomes heavier and sharper. That is also the spear that has followed Aeon his entire life, and he hopes his son will choose it to carry on his legacy. Meanwhile, Lily's mother brings a Neon dagger. The forging material gathers all the elements in the world, and can contain and combine with various poisons to enhance power. The two daughters of the So's family have already joined the recruitment race and returned to their respective professions. So this time, Arabella brought a subspace bag that only mages or those with magical talent can use. CL also brings a summoning seal used by summoners to call forth their summoned beasts, and their darting eyes around become even more tense. I feel like I can hear my family's thoughts. This really is troublesome, but as the young master, so he couldn't avoid it. Black started crawling forward under everyone's eager gaze. He was very conflicted, unsure which to choose, so he had to rely on his family's expressions to decide. But strangely, when he got close to the four objects, they all sensed his presence and emitted a blinding yellow light. The noble princes and aristocrats in the hall started whispering, all believing that young Master So must be a prodigy to sense all these objects, and they were delighted by this unexpected phenomenon. In the previous life, you were already very talented on the battlefield, but it seems that in this life, that talent has been elevated to a whole new level. Dad, what should we do? Has this ever happened before? Ale asked nervously. He shook his head, as he himself had never seen anything like this before. A looked at his wife, and Lily looked at him. In that moment, the two of them rarely agreed on a decision. Then we will teach the boy all 4 of these skills. Arabella and Claire both let out a loud cheer. Meanwhile, the 1-year-old baby is smiling brightly, as if this is the answer he wanted most from his parents. And so he grew up surrounded by the full hope of the Sess family, just as promised on his first birthday, with all 4 of them teaching him the best skills in their respective fields. Just like today, Ayan and his son are busy practicing with spears in the training yard. Den's talent remains the same as in the previous life, even flourishing more than before, as after only a few years he mastered all the spear techniques that he had once taught himself. Countess Sess also seems very pleased with her son. The talent Den possesses far surpasses that of other children his age, even those older than him. After finishing their sparring, Aiken and Haman's subordinates arrived, carrying a strange spear in their hands. This is the 7th birthday gift for the son, carefully prepared by Count Ayan 2 years ago, crafted personally by a famous artisan from the capital. He originally wanted to give it during the official birthday party, but because of his rivalry with his wife, A deliberately gave it to his son first. Before Lily, happy early birthday. My son has arrived. Akan's smile is full of pride and affection. Even after 5 years in this new identity, every time like this, Black secretly thanks heaven for giving him an incredibly fortunate life. He immediately releases the spear training stick from his hand and accepts the gift. Thank you, Dad, I will use it well. The quality of the new spear is obvious just by looking at it. The black body is definitely combined with the sharp silver tip, creating a very striking look. The weight of the spear is also very light, making it easier to control. It seems he specifically had this weapon forged based on his son's physique. Den was so excited he swung his spear wildly, his eyes crinkling with joy, no longer seeing the sun. Dien, do you remember the difference between a spear and a sword? A suddenly asked, then went to take his long spear from the rack. Then pretends to think for a few seconds, but in fact remembers everything his father taught him. The length of the spear helps the user keep opponents at bay. Its contact area is also small, which helps improve attack efficiency. Countess Aiken nodded along with her son's words. But earlier he only taught you about the advantages of the spear. And once you reach a certain level, this weapon becomes more difficult to use than a sword. This is the fundamental issue with a spear. To attack an opponent, you must keep a minimum distance. But don't worry, every weapon has its own strengths and weaknesses. Even swords, considered perfect weapons, can be at a disadvantage in some situations. Yes, I understand. Den is very excited. Over the years, my parents have taught me many things. Compared to struggling to learn on my own in the past life, trading blood and wounds for experience, I still prefer this feeling of being cared for and guided by someone ahead. Aeon powerfully spins the spear in his hand. He always allows his son to learn theory alongside practice, so right after giving him the new spear, Aiken wanted to demonstrate something very interesting. With each spin of Aiken's staff, the long Vi radiates with demonic energy as it moves. Den knows this isn't Aiken's full power yet, but it's enough to overpower his opponent. After accumulating enough mana, he stepped forward forcefully and thrust his spear ahead. It was just a strike into the air, but Aiken was able to create a shockwave explosion. He was stunned with his mouth open in amazement. Wow, is this the true strength of a level 6 spear master? The reason the space here is distorted is because I released my mana and struck simultaneously. This is a specialized technique that concentrates mana core power at a single point. Din also heard his two older sisters talk about this, that humans can surpass their physical limits. As the number of cores increases, those limits are also expanded. In my previous life, when I was still a boy, I also had 4 mana cores and was already very strong. Now, I am someone with 6 cores, secretly lamenting my low status. If you hadn't been pierced by that crooked pen, you would probably have already reached Akan's level by now. While Den was lost in thought, remembering his past life, Akan suddenly approached and grabbed his shoulder. Why don't you try using the new spear in your hand? Relax your mind, forget what's bothering you, and just thrust the spear forward. Akan in front of you looks like a strong fortress of darkness. Encouraged by his father, he began to grip the spear tightly. In his previous life, Akan also used a spear, but after discovering his talent for swordsmanship, he lost interest in this weapon. It was only used as a spare tire, but after reincarnation, it was Aeon who rekindled my passion for using the spear once again. Black took a deep breath and grabbed the spear with both hands. He closed his eyes, spread his legs, adopting a stance that was quite precise and very satisfying. Actually, he didn't really expect his son to succeed on the first try. Even with high talent, a genius like A would have needed 7 years to master that technique. And yet, the miracle truly happened. The technique that A had spent 7 years honing was successfully performed on the first try. Father was so amazed he was left open-mouthed, both surprised and delighted. How did you do that? I'm very amazed. Father, when I stabbed the spear, I focused my magic into one point and then transferred it into the spear's tip. When the mana touched the tip of the spear, I cut off the flow. A listens more and more excited. Wait, you channeled magic into the spear and cut off the flow? You already created a mana core? Dine has already created a mana core long ago, but he can't tell his father that he knows how to make one because he died and came back to life once. Den can only say that he tried practicing by reading the book on how to open a mana core and was lucky enough to succeed on his first try. I must believe him, and of course, be very happy. Just reading a book was enough to create a mana core. Looks like he really has a genius in him. Since he was young, Aeon had high hopes for this youngest son, but now he is certain that in the future he will definitely become an outstanding warrior. On Dean's official birthday, Sogress Castle was bustling with activity. Nobles and aristocrats gathered early, raising their glasses to celebrate the 7-year-old genius of the So's family. And this time, at the party, an unexpected guest appeared, the Duke Butt, who had sent you off to sell salt in a past life. The relationship between Count SES and Duke Butt seems close. After exchanging greetings, Aeon called his son out to properly greet the Duke. Seeing him again, memories from the past life suddenly came back clearly, as if it had only happened yesterday. Is this the son you've always boasted about? But stroked his beard and carefully examined Day from head to toe. My grandson's name is Denzo Gressa. It's a great honor to meet you, Duke Butt. Den politely responded, but inside he was burning with anger. Den's obedient appearance made but very pleased. Then more trouble arose as En looked up to see a shining pink hair approaching. That is Lila, the youngest daughter of the Thomine family. After the children greeted each other, the two fathers started to talk privately in a corner. Lady Thomine is falling ill, which makes the Duke very worried. Akan can only comfort him with a few words and can't do anything else. Han Huyen was about to say a few words but suddenly noticed that Den had disappeared. Originally, he still had a few things to discuss with him as a 6th grade knight of the Yantian Empire, because he sensed the talent you possess. But not only did he disappear, his daughter Lala also couldn't be found anymore. The two fathers started looking around and finally realized the children had sneaked out to the garden in the back courtyard. It seems both kids are tired of this noisy party. In the garden, Lala couldn't hide her happy expression of being with Den. Actually, I don't like going everywhere with my father, but today I felt happy because I went with him. The girl wanted to compliment him, saying he looked even more handsome under the moonlight, but she kept it to herself to save face. Den also responded politely. After a few words, Lala started to wish for a peaceful life like Den's at SSS Castle, unlike her noble family's daily visits from aristocrats and even royalty. Every time, Lala has to dress up and go greet them out of courtesy, but what she really wants is to dress simply and go to the sword training ground. Dean let out a small sound, revealing that this seemingly fragile girl actually has talent with a sword. Lalam wanted to prolong the conversation, so she asked Dean what he liked to do in his free time. Maybe I've always looked forward to sword training the most. Den replied, sword? At first, Lala seemed surprised that Den had been practicing with such an oversized weapon since he was a child, but she quickly remembered that Count Cess is a 6th-tier spearman. It's normal for their family to pass down such skills. Are you training so hard with the spear just to join the academy? No, I am not training for that reason. Why? Isn't training to join the academy just something obvious? Lala wondered. Well, I just want to train so that when I get in, I can do even better, Daeon replied as if he was certain he would be accepted into the academy. Lei talked a lot, clearly admiring Den's confidence, and Den also showed that he lives by the motto that failure is the mother of success. This only makes Lala admire her more, because in her Thomian family, failure is considered shameful, and she fears those 2 words will appear in her life, so she just thinks this little girl is very troublesome. He also couldn't understand why the Duke's daughter seemed so insecure when her circumstances were quite good. Suddenly, Lala felt inspired and wanted to show him her swordsmanship. Although it was already late at night, Den still reluctantly took Lila to the training ground in the castle. What surprised him was that Lila's swordsmanship was truly impressive. At least from Rick's perspective, who spent his entire life training with swords in his previous life, she attacks and defends with great grace and strikes at the perfect moment. However, after a short while, the temperature started to become chaotic again. While Black was lost in thought, Lala had already showcased all her skills. The girl looked at Den with anticipation. So how was it? Yeah, that was great. Truly impressive. Really? Layla cheered, his eyes shining brightly. Yen was not someone who spoke much, but suddenly he felt that he should sincerely give her some advice. So, Den started pointing out all of Lala's flaws that he had just observed. Starting from the 3rd stance, she was half a step behind, causing the entire process to become chaotic. Lala's attitude changed in an instant, from cheerful to noticeably awkward, making me think I had upset her. But then she drew her sword again and repeated the moves just now, this time with seemingly better results. Layla was so happy she ran to hug Den, constantly thanking him for helping her discover her mistakes all this time. Hey, you're suffocating me, and can you put that sword away? Den quickly pushed Layla away. Although they are just children now, it's still better for boys and girls to keep their distance. At this moment, the servants are searching the castle for the 2 of them. Den has to return to the main hall because it's time to present the award to the main character. This year's 7th birthday for Den was even more joyful because it also marked the day he received his first mana core. Aiken and Lily presented Den with a special wooden box. He opened it, and inside was Jiahai's lapel pin, the same one his 2 older sisters often wear. Be careful with it, Den. This pin will be a symbol of your honor and status. As Lily finished speaking, countless blessings echoed below. This was the first time he received such praise, even though he hadn't achieved anything particularly remarkable. The more I think about it, the more I appreciate this identity. Suddenly, a loud explosion shattered the joyful atmosphere. The ceiling started to shake, causing the guests to panic. They feared an intruder or someone trying to terrorize the birthday party of the young master. That tremor lasted for about 10 seconds. Even the guests started to look around nervously, but Count Sogres still appeared very calm. Did you think you'd get a peaceful day without knowing who it was? Temple A needs to act as if he already knows who the troublemaker is. All the guests look up at the ceiling as a beautiful figure with flowing blonde hair swoops down from the skylight above. That person lands softly, ending all the chaos in the room. I check the time. My sister isn't late, right? It turns out to be the eldest daughter, Arabella, and the shock she caused was due to her teleportation magic. This is a spell only mages of level 5 and above can use. Arabella successfully stole the spotlight at her brother's party as guests began praising her as a genius. Dura kung voice uon hova, putruon kuachikaroi. Niking genui chin kuai languagera, vuamivua rua kakung chang taibat ngola. Chitrong choklat, kan fong yen tinlai. Roilai roiluan bin hungi nhintay kwaso. They saw a large dragon-like creature with strong wings appear in the sky. This time, the guests immediately recognized that the person arriving was Second Miss G. Maybe they were a bit late. G burst into the grand hall, drawing the guests' attention away from Arabella and onto Gi. They all heard early on that she was a genius summoner, but for someone so young to have already mastered Ween is truly astonishing. The 2 older sisters of Den, all present, stood in front of their younger brother and together said, "Happy birthday, Den." Of course, they didn't come empty-handed. Each of them brought a very big gift and asked Den to open it immediately. The father felt a bit sad seeing this scene. I remember that on his previous birthdays, his 2 daughters only gave him a letter each. Den opened his eldest sister's gift first, and inside was a ring. "Gee, is this a space bag?" Den said in surprise. "Exactly," Arabella said excitedly. She designed this herself and asked her professor to use the highest level of space magic to create it. Den was very moved. You know how difficult it is to apply high-level space magic to an item, yet she specially prepared this ring for you, containing the highest level of magic. "Come here, let me put it on for you." Arabella happily slipped the ring onto her thumb. She had specially embedded her brother's genetic code into it, so no one else besides him could use it. The ring's face is a high-level magic stone, emitting a gentle wave of mana. Even Lily's mother is amazed by the gift the eldest daughter gave to her younger brother. From now on, you just need to send a little mana into the ring, and it will create a subspace. You won't have to bother opening and closing your bag anymore. This is truly a very valuable item. It's a possession only the wealthy, such as noble commanders or powerful mages, could use on the battlefield, and I never thought I would get to use something like this. Neither in my past life, nor in this one. But now, because I have a genius mage sister, I was able to own it, and this ring also automatically adjusts its size as I grow up. So, Den can use it for a lifetime if he wants. He eagerly poured mana into the ring, and this caused a small explosion. Wow. You open the space faster than your sister? You're truly a genius. Dian, huh? Arabella exclaimed excitedly. After opening the eldest sister's gift, Den continued with G's present, which contained an egg, and a question mark appeared above Den's head. G then leaned in and explained that it wasn't an ordinary egg, but a summoning egg. She had tried summoning Dakaran before, and it was during one of those times that this appeared. She didn't know which summoned creature would be born, but everyone knew how valuable it was. Den held the egg in his hand, not even daring to breathe heavily. He had heard of this before. Necromancers are different from summoning beasts. Although they share some similarities, they are two completely separate entities. A summoned undead can exist forever in this world, which is the biggest difference from summoning beasts. No one knows about it. Dean, only I know about this, so keep it a secret until it hatches. Yes, definitely, Dion nodded repeatedly. Actually, even Klee doesn't know when this will hatch. She can only remind herself to transfer mana to the egg every day, once in the morning and once in the evening, so it can recognize you as its owner. Hey, what are you two whispering about for so long? Arabella shouted impatiently. Only now did Klee finally chuckle softly and whisper into his younger brother's ear. They were both studying at the academy, but they sacrificed their precious time to come here for their brother's birthday, even preparing a very elaborate gift. Just these two things alone show how important their youngest sibling is. Akan, noticing that both girls' eyes have been fixed on him the entire time, feels a bit offended. He cleared his throat a few times and said reproachfully, "Well then, my two princesses of Ta, I am very happy that you have come back even though you said you had no time before, but shouldn't you also greet your parents?" Arabella only then realized that she had been so focused on her younger brother that she had ignored her father. She quickly forced a smile to appease her. Countess Sress, who was very indulgent with her children, didn't blame them at all. The five-member Tu family was very happy and joyful. Amidst the noise and laughter, Den suddenly noticed Lala hiding in the crowd. For some reason, at that moment, Den felt a strange sense of loneliness. Den's birthday party had ended perfectly. Tom and his father are still temporarily staying at the Sess estate. The next morning, the Duke woke up early and took a walk around the grounds. Arabella's radiant appearance last night made him hold his forehead in thought all night. She is even more wonderful than he had hoped. Arabella truly deserves the title of the best mage in the academy, and because of that, Thumman chose her to be his daughter-in-law. Because his eldest son is also the most talented young swordsman in the academy. If a marriage alliance is formed between the Tomi family and Sez, it will create a powerful force that even the royal family would dare not challenge. At that point, no one would be able to mess with the Tomian family's children anymore. That is what Duke Butt desires. And so he decided to bring up this marriage proposal with Aeon during their conversation today. Suddenly, Duke Butt heard loud noises coming from the training room. Out of curiosity about who could be training so early in the morning, he went over to it. Inside the training room, they are practicing with their life on the line. Sweat soaked through his back. Since successfully opening the mana core, his attack power has increased significantly. Plus, having been mentored by Akin since childhood, his spear skills seem to be developing more and more. But hiding outside the door only dares to peek inside. Seeing him train in the horse-riding cave like this really surprised him, because his movements and focus are nothing like a 7-year-old kid. Even simple thrusts with the spear look so skillful that even soldiers who have fought in countless battles can't perform them perfectly. Marquis but had already heard rumors that the youngest son of Count Sogres had shown astonishing talent since he was just 1 year old. But until now, he had only dismissed those words as empty talk and never believed them. Today, witnessing this scene firsthand, but realized that people weren't joking at all. Diane is still practicing diligently while the Duke is carefully observing each of his movements. Suddenly, he is momentarily stunned to realize that his stance and steps resemble those of a swordsman. The important thing is that movement is incredibly familiar, but for now, I can't remember where I've seen it before. Don't tell me he was able to learn swordsmanship at such a young age, but muttered to himself that finally Den's actions had stopped. Although his eyes never looked in Butt's direction, it turned out he had known someone was standing there all along. Even though I don't know who you are, you'd better come out instead of hiding there. Being discovered by a kid and speaking like that makes the Duke, but feel a bit uneasy. Sorry about that, Den. I didn't mean to spy on you. Ah, it's Your Grace, Your Excellency the Count. Black quickly grabbed the spear and ran over. Although he looked like a child, but still saw that he was not an ordinary kid, especially that sharp gaze that clearly showed it. I was so captivated by your impressive training session this morning that I forgot to greet you. Please forgive me. But says yes. Please forgive me, sir. Dien calmly responds. Bu laughs, feeling that this kid is quite bold. Then he turned his attention to another matter, which was that Den had been training intensely for a long time, yet now his body was not trembling at all, and his breathing was very steady. Looking back, at 7 years old like him, but hadn't even been able to open his mana core yet. That last strike you made was excellent. You must have inherited AC's talent. That's right, the spear you're holding. Yes, someone told me that my father has been working hard to prepare this new spear for me. I am very grateful that he recognized it. Den bowed politely but smiled with satisfaction. Not only does he have excellent martial skills, but his manners also surpass those of other 7-year-olds. The Duke was very pleased with this boy, and in his mind, another marriage alliance was forming between the two families, this time between Den and his youngest daughter, Lila. Thinking that, but smoothly mentioned Lala in front of Den, saying that she is also training with a sword and that after joining the academy they could become good friends. Yes, sir, I will definitely treat her well. Den smiled brightly, but liked the honest personality of this little boy more and more. Since the conversation had already gone on for a while, he was about to leave and give the space back to you for practice, but just as he was about to step away, but couldn't contain his curiosity and turned back to ask, "Tonight, I just wonder if you've ever practiced swordsmanship before." But's voice was neither heavy nor light, but it made him uneasy. Could it be that he had seen through his habits when he was still the swordsman Rick? Surprisingly, he only glanced once and figured it out, but I'm not too worried. How could But have thought that someone who sacrificed under his sword would be reborn as a child? No, I replied calmly. I've only read a few basic swordsmanship books. I've never actually trained with a sword. I see, but felt like he shouldn't be lying. But if so, then it was really strange, because he swore that he had previously sensed something like a pure fighting spirit in every movement of the boy, but in the end, but chose to push it aside. Because to him, Din is just a kid after all. Then the two of them truly said goodbye, but is also preparing to leave the Stress Castle to return to his home in the capital. Before leaving, he told Den that if he ever comes to the capital, he must find him. It wasn't an invitation for a feast, but because he liked you especially. As But's figure gradually disappeared, Den suddenly smiled strangely. This feeling is really exciting. I'm not sure if but remembers the swordsman RCK who was defeated by me, but it seems I've found my target. That's defeating the person who once defeated me before, so just thinking about it is enough to make my blood boil. If Den slowly prepares step by step, surely one day he will make the enemy bow before his weapon. Den continues training, forgetting the time, until his loyal servant Hummin comes to remind him. The young master has arrived and already left. You've been waiting for me all this time? It's my duty to quietly fulfill all your requests. He handed Den a towel to wipe his sweat and said, I think this guy is more suited to learn how to be an assassin than I am. You've been waiting all this time and you didn't even notice. I hear Herhan say everyone in the Stress Castle is now very busy, because the next banquet will be held very soon in the castle. It's still part of the celebration for Den's 7th birthday, and the nobles have already gathered in large numbers at the castle. As for the two sisters, they had a midterm exam coming up, so they used the teleportation gate to return to the academy without saying goodbye to Den, who obediently followed Im back to the room to wash up and change into appropriate clothes. Then he again entertained his parents. Although this didn't require much effort compared to sword training, it was 100 times more exhausting. His social schedule is even busier than usual because it's his birthday, so whenever he has a moment of free time, Den sneaks out to the garden to relax and enjoy himself. While admiring the flowers, he suddenly remembers something Arbella once told him, that flowers in nature also contain a lot of mana. Since I have some free time, I sit down to analyze the mana of the roses in front of me. Den closes his eyes, concentrates, and feels the mana. Recently, besides practicing healing magic, I've also been trying to train in magic and summoning techniques, but I haven't made any significant progress. That's why Den is still unsure about which area he should focus on. A very talented person can sometimes be troublesome. Putting that worry aside, Den continues to sense the mana of the roses. It's surprising that even a small flower can contain such a powerful and intense flow of mana. Den once heard Arabella say that if a person can sense the mana in nature and transform it into their own mana, then the mana will stay within the body and turn into a layer of magic. Not only can he sense the mana of the rose garden, but his body almost automatically draws in their mana. This is probably a great leap forward in the temple's magical studies, because he used to only perceive mana vaguely, but now he is sensing it more clearly each day. The process was going very well, but suddenly the flow of mana from the garden into his body was interrupted. It's like I missed a step, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Before I could even understand what was happening, I heard two children's voices echoing back. This is so boring. As soon as I arrived, Dad was busy talking to other nobles. Dad has sidelined us. After showing our faces to everyone, we'll go back to the room as usual. Are we doing the right thing, brother? You act like it's our birthday. Who would care? Do you think the young master of the Stress family would be interested in this? It turns out the mana flow was interrupted because the two kids didn't realize they were stepping on the rose garden. And it seems they got lost. After wandering around for a while, they saw the moon standing alone in the garden. Hey, you, the older brother spoke. Are you a servant because of that outfit? Well, anyone will do. Lead me to the exit quickly. He looked very arrogant. As soon as he saw the other person, Den hurried over and told them to quickly get out of the rose garden, but these two guys got angry just because he dared to shout in their faces when they stepped on a few roses. You're small but have a big mouth. Do you know who I am? Den couldn't care less whose children they were. He only cared that these two crazy kids refused to walk around the rose bed and kept stomping on the roses in the garden. He looked very proud, even though he was much smaller than those two kids. That older brother kept thinking he was just a servant. So when he saw the boy acting so arrogantly, he rushed forward, grabbing his collar and threatening him, claiming to be the son of Count Tyron, a guest of the castle today. This Tyron guy was stunned for a few seconds. He is the one who was captured by you in the previous life after a humiliating defeat on the battlefield. Tyron was not popular with the people because of his unpleasant personality. Today, meeting the old man's son, he had to admit one thing. It's true that like father, like son, even in the southern countryside, you must have heard of the Tyron family. I'm quite famous in the capital. My family can make someone like you disappear without a trace. So watch your words carefully. The guy, while grabbing Black's collar, also raised his fist and didn't look like just threatening. Seeing that the opponent was about to use physical force, Den knew that talking seriously with him was pointless. If negotiation was impossible, then only force remained. But Den was smaller than him, so he came up with a plan. Den threw his head back to gain momentum and then slammed his forehead into the opponent's face. This powerful blow made the older brother stagger back and fall flat, blood streaming from his nose. His younger brother was also stunned. In their eyes, he was just a servant. So who would have expected that a servant could act so boldly? I'll kill you. That damn servant, he screamed. But I just felt like I was hearing a joke. What? You want to kill me? Then go ahead and try. Although the arrow still bleeds heavily, he rushes forward, regardless of the danger, not knowing he's stirred up a fire ant nest, so despite his small frame, he's quick and agile. Moreover, your soul also belongs to an experienced swordsman who has fought many battles, so of course I won't let myself fall behind against this inexperienced kid. Judging by the opponent's footsteps, it's easy to tell he's not someone who specializes in weapons, so he's probably a mage or summoner. One side keeps attacking relentlessly, while the other moves gracefully to defend. Den's speed is as swift as a squirrel, making it impossible for the opponent to keep up with his movements. As for Den, after dodging more than 10 punches from that fool, he got a bit tired of just avoiding attacks like this. Den remembered the flow of magic from the garden he saw earlier. If he could control that magic with his will, could he transform it into a physical form? Thinking of this, En immediately began testing. Long's left hand lit up. That is truly the power of mana. Then he raised his palm to strike the center of the chest with a powerful blow, but the attack infused with mana hit straight into his opponent's chest, knocking him back nearly 10 meters. His younger brother hurried over when he saw his brother being thrown back, but he didn't pay attention to his injuries. After all, it was his own fault. He only regretted that all the pink gardens had been destroyed. The eldest son of Tyron struggled to support himself on the ground and sit up, his anger burning even more fiercely. "You bastard," he shouted hoarsely. "Who are you really if you can use magic?" Seeing the situation was getting out of control, his younger brother hurriedly stepped in to stop him. Because the boy didn't want things to get worse, but the Tyron heir's temper was just as difficult as his father's. After being beaten so badly by Den, he couldn't stand it and finally managed to stand up. "Get out of the way, I will kill that bastard." Then he threw his head back and shouted loudly, "Listen to my call." In the end, it was confirmed that the eldest son of Count Tyron is a summoner. Following his summons, a fierce wolf appeared. Along with the growling of the wolf, his bright laughter also echoed. "So, this is Genpu, the one I managed to summon. You will soon face the consequences for messing with Drawn Tyron. Genpu, tear it to pieces for me." Dien nodded. So his name is Degron. If he hadn't introduced himself, I would still have to call him an idiot forever. The wolf Degron summoned was just an ordinary one, yet he still dared to act arrogantly at the home of the genius C.L. Sress, who could summon a dragon at just 16. The wolf snorted loudly, then charged at Den to attack. You still stand there, not because you don't know what to do, but because you've already thought of a plan. But in reality, before you could act, the wolf suddenly stopped. Then, it slowly approached you and started wagging its tail. The 3 people present at the scene all looked amazed. The wolf no longer listens to Daigon and instead tries to win favor. You try to pet its head, and Genpu seems to really enjoy it, so I swear I didn't even get a chance to do anything. Looking back now, it seems that the summoned beasts Klee called out were quite friendly to me. At that time, I just thought it was because we shared the same bloodline. But in this situation, I have nothing to do with that annoying Daigon. En feels that maybe it's because my affinity is high, or because Tyron's son has such low affinity, that the summoned beast betrayed me. Daigon couldn't accept this truth, but now even the summoned beasts are gone, and he truly couldn't do anything else. Moreover, his younger brother had already been so scared, he wet himself. This situation is too embarrassing for a noble. Daigon can't just ignore it and keep fighting. "Listen, the bathroom is on the first floor of the main building. Hurry up and go." Daigon then grabbed his younger brother Den's arm and pulled him away, still muttering threats to come back and settle the score. Black stood there, momentarily unsure how to deal with this foolish dog. After this reluctant battle, I almost figured out how to connect with summoned beasts. The process was actually even simpler than I thought. Just as Claire had taught him, combined with the faint connection between Daigron and Genbu, he carefully used his magic to record the master-servant relationship, and Genu quickly connected with him. This was truly beyond Den's expectations. When you have no connection to summoning magic, but only because of high affinity, you can acquire a summoned beast. While Den was enjoying his new role as a summoner, he heard a middle-aged man's voice. "Is that the kid who bullied you?" Den turned around. Sure enough, Drone came back to settle the score with you, but he played the tattletale card and brought Count Tyrant along. He still looked just as fat and clumsy as in Den's memory. This fool is causing trouble again, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Drone was rambling on about Den's faults. Clearly, he was the one who provoked first, but he told his father that it was his own son who bullied him and Denna. Then he forcibly disconnected himself from Genbu, and Marquis Tyrin was just a fool. In that situation, he couldn't tell right from wrong, and could only listen to one side from his son. "My name is Mogat Tyrin, the head of the great Tyran noble family. You are the kid who made my son's face look like this and forcibly summoned his beast?" "That's right," Dien answered without any fear, actually a bit distracted by the opponent's enormous figure. "Only then do I realize Tyran has become even fatter than when you captured him as a prisoner. It seems he has been living a peaceful life to the point of boredom these past years." Mog took a few steps forward and pointed his finger at Den's face. As a guest, I was planning to let it go if possible, but this was something I couldn't ignore. "Why is a kid like you here alone? Come on, reveal your identity." Den Sogress sighed. I wasn't planning to show off, but since they kept pressing, I had to flex a little to scare them. "I am Den Sogress, the youngest son of Aken-Sres, Lord of the South, and current head of the Sres-Baron family." The Tyran father and son were so frightened by this remark that they trembled, especially Daigon, who couldn't believe that the little kid he had just been scolding and hitting was actually the young lord of this castle. The atmosphere nearly froze, and the situation seemed to turn around, giving them a chance to pressure the Tyran family and use it as a reason to demand mining rights. The determined look in his eyes turned into arrogance, and he silently gritted his teeth. The arrogant kid. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "I didn't come to this remote southern region just to celebrate your birthday." Although he's afraid of affecting the relationship between the two families, he also doesn't want to bow before a 7-year-old child like him. So Mogat then pulled his eldest son aside and demanded an explanation for how he had injured him, a distinguished guest at his birthday party, and also stolen his summoned beast. "I will speak with Count Sogress and ask him to take responsibility." Mogat threatened, but of course Daeon wasn't afraid at all, especially since Mogat was a defeated general in his past life. "I want an apology." "What did you say? An apology?" This is nonsense. Mogat pretends to be amused as if he's just heard a joke. Den does not deny that he hit Gran and injured him, but his actions were only justified self-defense. Moreover, Den also did not steal his summoning beast. Clearly, Genpu willingly followed you. Mogat remained silent. He just remembered that the daughter of the Sogress family is a genius summoner. He is sure she taught Den a few tricks to break the link between her son and the summoned beast, and just considered Den's self-defense justified. But Mogat still feels he's too arrogant with that haughty attitude in front of adults. Seeing Den's demeanor, which doesn't seem cooperative at all, Mogat decides not to speak with him anymore. Instead, he was looking forward to challenging Count Sogress. As soon as Tao Thao was mentioned, Tao Thao arrived. It seems the servant reported the commotion in the garden, so Aeon arrived. The Duke of Butotomi, who was supposed to have taken his daughter to the capital, is still staying at the castle today, which suggests something very important is going on. Seeing Aken appear, the father and son Moga started trembling. Count Aeon is a man who cares deeply about his family, but he is not the type to show favoritism. So Aeson still gave Degron a chance to recount what just happened. Of course he exaggerated the story, so I was surprised he could lie with such a calm face. "Are you sure that Degron won't be much better than his father in the future?" After Degron finished complaining, Mogat also started adding his own embellishments. He believes that Aeon needs to teach his son carefully because stealing others' summoned beasts is wrong. Count Sogress is a fair and rational man, so he cannot accept accusations from one side. A Khan wants to hear the story from the beginning, then assess the entire situation before making a conclusion. Of course, if he is worried about my decision, I will suggest that the Duke of the Poetry region share his opinion. A just needs to add that if you need me, just go ahead and decide that. This is not what Mogat desires. He believes that the Duke's intervention only makes things more complicated, and is starting to have a bad feeling that Min will gradually lose the argument and be the one to apologize, so he begins recounting the recent events. Of course, the story Drone told also contains some truths, but he does not mention that the root of the problem started when he trampled on the So family's garden, including his anger as he grabbed Den by the collar, along with the insulting and contemptuous words he directed at him. Of course, that includes the part where he ordered the wolf Genpu to kill you when summoning it. As for why Genu left DG, I don't really know the details. You only confirmed that you didn't steal the summoning beast, and perhaps that wolf saw your kindness and Drone's cruelty, so it decided to change owners. Den spoke slowly, but clearly. I'm not even discussing whether what you said is true or not, but was very surprised that a kid your age could speak so fluently from start to finish, unlike the stammering appearance he had earlier. Nonsense. Mog speaks up to refute. There's no way someone who's not even a summoner could tame a summoned beast. He must have used some secret skill. I have achieved innate empathy with the summoned beast. A summoned beast that is not loyal to its master will accept someone like you as its owner. Muggett thought what you just said was just a bunch of nonsense, and Eka also found this hard to believe. To prove it, the magic pen asked you to demonstrate this with your summoned beast. If you can really summon it, then it means you can summon even without being a summoner. Hearing this, Daigon's face immediately turned pale. Because he can't summon Genbu, of course he can't summon it. Daigon accused him of stealing his summoning beast, but in reality, it followed him on its own, and he had already severed its connection to him. Dad, I'm going to start summoning now, but to do that, it seems I need the summon symbols he possesses. Hearing this, Daigon couldn't help but flare up. I can't believe it. He actually wants my summoning sign. What are you trying to say? Each summoner has a unique symbol with a special code, and even if others know it, it won't work. Based on what you said, even if the boy uses your symbol, it won't work. So trying a little wouldn't hurt. Aeon's words were calm but carried a hint of threat, and he was not wrong, so Tyron and his father couldn't argue. Although he didn't want to at all, under the pressure of the adults here, Digron finally had to compromise and handed over his own symbol. This is the unique summoning symbol that the summoner carved after awakening, so no one else can use it. But with Den, it's different. Degron's wolf Genpu has been enveloped by his magic. This unique symbol is just a means for it to respond to your call. After focusing his mind, Black indeed successfully summoned it, much to everyone's amazement. The Tyran father and son were stunned, repeatedly and mechanically repeating the 3 words impossible. Amazing. He asked if the boy had never learned summoning magic. Ask Aeon. That's right, I no longer know what truly happened. Since En was able to successfully summon Gemp, it seems that justice is now on your side. Count Mogus needs to ask the other side for a proper explanation. Knowing he's in the wrong, he has no choice but to set aside the summoning beast issue. It seems we misunderstood about the summoned beast being stolen by your son, but my son had no intention of killing anyone. Yes. Degron hurriedly nodded vigorously, saying he only wanted to scare him a little and had no intention of harming his life. Of course, Count Soz and Duke Tomi didn't believe what these 2 fathers and sons said. But anyway, since the Tyran family was a guest at today's party, they found themselves in a dilemma, unsure how to handle the situation. And just then, Lala appeared. He's lying. Her confident demeanor and tone don't match her small stature at all. Lei walks over politely to greet Aeon and the Tyran family. This is also the first time Mogat has seen the Duke's daughter with a pen. It's just a pity that during their first meeting, this little girl straightforwardly exposed that guy's son. Lei stepped forward in front of Anne and began explaining his abrupt words just now. Actually, she accidentally overheard a conversation, or rather a quarrel between Den and Drone while walking in the garden. Hearing her say that, the bastard was so scared he broke out in cold sweat, even though he was originally in a better position. But after Lala recounted everything she overheard, Digron's defenses completely collapsed, and he had to bow his head and apologize to Count Aiken. Of course, he did so reluctantly. After apologizing to Count Sogres, Digron also had to apologize to young Master So. Anyway, this is a grudge he caused against the boy. Standing in front of a kid no taller than 3 cloves of garlic, Digron really didn't want to apologize at all. But he still had to force himself to say the 3 words, sorry. Even a child like Lala here understands that it's not really an apology. It's just that Digron was accused by a third-party witness, so he had no other choice. Because of that, En wasn't really satisfied with this resolution and felt just as unwilling as his father. But based on your experience, it would be more beneficial to show generosity here, rather than stubbornly forcing the issue. Fine. I accept your apology. Black spoke with a tone full of restraint. Upon receiving Black's forgiveness, the Tyran father and son both let out a sigh of relief. The Sess family has the greatest power in the South and is not easy to mess with. If Den truly wants to settle this matter completely, Tyrn's family might face a storm, but nodded, as if he had already guessed that Black would do that. He knew from the very beginning that you were very special. Clearly, Den can be stubborn and throw tantrums like a typical child his age because the fault clearly lies with the other side, but he generously forgives him like an adult. Seeing her son understanding things like that, Lady Countess Stress was very happy. She also respected her child's decision, but just thinking about that bastard Digron planning to kill her beloved son by summoning beasts made Aiken's anger flare up again. That kid's persistence is something I can't ignore easily, so even though it's late, Aiken still straightforwardly orders the Tyran family to leave his castle. This is clearly a huge insult to Mogat. After all, he has traveled all the way from the capital to get here. And of course, it's not just for celebrating the birthday. Wait, if I get kicked out now, everything will be for nothing. Mogat must stay at the Sogres castle at all costs, at least until he is not expelled right now. Thinking of that, he threw all his pride and dignity aside, rushing to grab his hand and beg for forgiveness. The Tyran Count also promised to do anything Aachen asked, but unfortunately, the powerful Sogres family needed nothing from the Tyran house. Aeon's father's attitude is extremely cold. I guess if Lily's mother were here, her expression wouldn't be much better. Who told Mok's son to mess with their precious son? I will send the soldiers to your room soon. I needs to push away the hand and declare, then turn back to Butt. Let's go, Duke. But Thomin nodded, then took the glass and they all left together. He quietly turned his head and saw Drone being angrily scolded by his father. He felt no pity at all, only that both father and son deserved it. They are the ones who caused the trouble first, so this is just stirring up trouble for no reason. The only thing he didn't expect was that Akon's father, who always laughs and is often scolded by his wife when he's angry, could be so terrifying. On the way back to his room, Buck couldn't contain his curiosity and asked about the temple because Lala's daughter had just told him that he could repel Dig Groan with a magic attack. This is truly unprecedented in the history of the Antian Empire and even in other kingdoms. When a child possesses both spear skills, summoning magic, and now also magic spells, Akon can't hide his satisfied smile. To be honest, since Den's first birthday, I have seen all 4 items respond to him firsthand. But as he grew older and began to show abilities in many areas, I still felt surprised. The important thing is that talent is one thing, but your calm attitude is another that caught my attention. Usually when children compete with each other, they get very tense and determined to win. But it shouldn't be like that. Because of his expressions, I am even more certain that he will become a great man in the future. It's still too early to say anything for sure. Aeon gently patted your head and humbly replied, "We will have to wait until the boy truly matures to know. By the way, you should also thank Lala girl. If the girl hadn't shown up and testified today, things might have gone in a different direction." But feels this relationship is quite harmonious, so he smoothly brings up the topic of marriage alliance. The Count's blunt attitude surprised Count Akan. He only has one son, so marriage must be handled very carefully. Moreover, she's only 7 years old, so bringing up marriage seems a bit too early. That's why Akan started to change the subject to avoid this matter. "Oh no, the dinner party's about to start again. I have to go prepare now." The Duke, but didn't expect him to react like this. After telling his daughter to go home slowly with the lantern, but also crossed his legs and chased after him. Lord Aeon, wait a moment, let's have a quick chat, but ran after Aeon, calling out as he went. The 2 adults had already left, leaving only the 2 children. Meanwhile, Lala's face turned red from what her father just said, so she had to come up with something to dispel the awkward atmosphere. Lee asked him about Drone's summoning beast, feeling confused because Genpu had ignored her owner to listen to him earlier. When in the capital, Lala had also witnessed many battles between famous summoners, but he had never encountered a situation like this. Not wanting to answer, and honestly not knowing how to respond, he just mumbled a few words and changed the subject. "What is it? You're hiding something, aren't you?" "That's really not fair. I helped you just now." Layla pouted and said, "Isn't that unfair? I already helped you before. Weren't you the one I pointed out your mistakes when you were practicing swordsmanship?" Lala hesitated a few times when recalling that moment. She felt that what was said also made sense, so she didn't insist on asking you to explain the summoning beast incident anymore. As for you, you have to admit that this time Lala has helped you a lot, but about the Genu, you really don't know. Then consider this a fair exchange, and we can still help each other in the future. You said that. Hearing you say that, Lala was very excited, but she didn't want to wait until later and wanted to help you right now. Seeing how excited she looked, as if she was about to devour me, I guessed she had come up with some strange request again. And sure enough, Lou asked me to teach her how to use mana attacks like I did when I pushed Groan away earlier. The reason is simple. Although Layla is a swordsman, he still wants to become more skilled, and importantly, he wants to unlock at least 2 mana cores before joining the academy, so he doesn't understand. Even though his soul is that of a grown man, his current age is still very young. Lila is both body and soul, a 7-year-old child, so why should she rush like that? Seeing the curiosity in her eyes, Lila explained that she wanted to become talented to make her mother happy. "You know, my mother loves me very much. She would surely be very happy if I quickly become more talented." Den remained silent. "It seems you understand the situation now. During the first meeting yesterday, you also heard your father, Can mention that the Countess of Tho is seriously ill and may pass away at any moment. If that's the case, then Den also can't refuse Lala's request." After getting his approval, Lala was so happy she almost jumped for joy. "Really? Then let's start from tomorrow. I'll be here until then, or do you want to start right away tonight?" "All right, whatever you say. Creating a mana strike isn't difficult if you understand the flow of mana." Lala's excited look really makes Den feel dazzled. While the 2 children had not yet returned, that evening's party had already begun. Den's birthday celebration dragged on because of the large number of guests from all over the kingdom who came to the castle, making it impossible to entertain everyone in a single day. But no matter who the guests are, they all surely enjoy gossiping. As expected, during that evening's party, most of the conversations centered around Count Tyron being kicked out of the castle. They also managed to overhear that Grand Tyron caused trouble with the young master and got taught a lesson. Tja, they came all this way and still caused such a mess. How embarrassing. "There's more. Have you heard the rumor that the young master is an exceptional summoner like his older sister?" The guests began to marvel at this news. They already knew you were skilled with a spear. If you're also talented in summoning, the Stress family truly has a shining gem. The rumors didn't stop there. Guest even overheard that they used magic to drive Daigon away. Although no one could verify the truth of the rumors, most of them already considered him an extraordinary talent, skilled in many fields. As Den returned to the party, an uncle approached to start a conversation. He introduced himself as Lord Open and asked if Den knew anything about his eastern territory. I know a little bit, yes, Lord Marquis. I hear that place is famous for grilled salmon claws and saya stones. Haha, truly a clever boy. Count Open burst into laughter. That's right. Our family's salmon and sashimi are the best on the continent. Of course, he didn't come just to boast about our local specialties. The Open family head, like Buder Thmion, also recognized Den for his exceptional talent, and his visit was mainly to introduce his daughter to Lady Sivaya Open. It's clear that Den doesn't seem very natural, and he looks even more awkward when Sivia suddenly approaches and whispers to ask if he's the future heir of the Stress family, since only Den is the son in the family. This is pretty easy to guess, but in this situation, I think it's better to be a little humble, right? I honestly don't know about that. Come on, don't pretend you don't know anything. I've also heard you're very talented in many areas. Say that, and please grab Vi's hand with excitement. I hope you'll take care of me. Anyway, in the future, we might become family. Daeon was confused by her reaction. What is this era coming to? Not only do the nobles secretly want to form alliances with Aeon's Stress, but now even children are this blunt. What makes Den even more worried is that Lu appeared right at that moment and caught the exact moment when he and Sinvia shook hands. Sinvia immediately recognized the noble Lady Layla of the Duke's family, so she proactively greeted her and introduced herself first. Layla also responded with a smile on his face, but inwardly he was quietly assessing the other person, caught between the two young girls. He could sense the familiar tension between them, just like how older sisters Arabella and Claire often tease each other at home. Our girls really are the most terrifying creatures in the world. To confirm that the spot has already been reserved by me, Lala grabbed your hand. Sorry, but I need to borrow Den for a moment. We already made plans. Is that right, Black? Layla's expression right now really scares Black. He quickly nodded like chopping wood because he was afraid she would be upset. It seems these lioness girls are even scarier than enemies on the battlefield. You need to apologize to Lady Sinvia. We'll talk later. Sinvia's face clearly showed disappointment, but to maintain her noble lady demeanor, she didn't dare to show her frustration for too long. Layla pulled Den into a corner and asked directly if Sinvia had come to discuss the engagement, but Den quickly shook his head and explained that they were just greeting each other. By that time, Lala's face relaxed and his expression became a bit brighter, so he promised to teach Lala how to perform magic attacks, and he had taken the trouble to search for a secret corner in the castle that no one paid attention to. Although it looks gloomy, Den really likes it because no one will bother them here. Lala stepped in and started looking around. That's amazing. I didn't think there was a place like this inside the Count's castle. It seems no one will know what we're going to do here. That's right, this is the best place to practice. At this point, Den directly got to the main issue. First, does Lala have any experience sensing magic? She thought for a moment and then replied a little. It's not enough to create a mana core, but I tried to absorb mana by inhaling. Dien pondered silently, so she still hasn't entered the burst phase. As for him, he had already self-taught on the battlefield from his previous life. Even Dien thought the Duke would teach his daughter, but it turns out she's now like a blank sheet of paper. If that's the case, Dien has no choice but to start with the basics, which is to sense the mana she has absorbed into her body. If you want to do this, the most important thing is to imagine. Close your eyes and picture mana circulating within your body. This is not difficult for Den, and he is sure it won't be hard for the daughter of the Duke either. After all, a noble's child should resemble their family in some way. With such a talented calligrapher like Tom Yen, how could his daughter be useless? Layla focused on following what Den instructed, but after a while of silence, she could only sigh heavily and say that it seemed ineffective. Den also didn't expect her to succeed on the first try. Den told her to focus and try again, but he didn't expect that this place he thought no ghost would bother to come to would go unnoticed by the owner of the Tower of Light. Unknown to him, Aeon had been quietly watching from a corner for some time. Although his son is still young, he already knows how to teach others. This is enough to make a father like him feel very proud. And Aeon is not the only one who came here because a pen appeared behind him in a supernatural way immediately afterward. What are you doing here? Oh my god, are you angry? You almost broke my heart over that. It's not supposed to be a surprise like that. But why are you here? Are there any couples secretly dating late at night? But Chi just asked out of curiosity, but actually already knew everything. He also criticized his old friend for having no talent for hiding. Even if his wife is a former legendary assassin, if the lord of the castle goes around spying on others, people will talk behind his back. What are you spying on, old friend? I only need this string because I'm just following my son. But let out a sound and said it was a coincidence that he also came here because he was tailing his daughter. Still felt quite awkward after, but mentioned the marriage alliance between the two families. But since we're already here, the two of them huddled together to see what the kids were up to. At this point, he was still focused on teaching Lala how to sense magic, so he completely ignored the two parents. As he raised his right hand, Lala suddenly noticed the ring on his index finger. Do you have a space bag? Yeah, my older sister made it herself and gave it to me as a birthday gift a few days ago. Lila was stunned and felt a bit envious of Den in this regard because ever since she joined the academy, her brothers had stopped paying attention to her. Den nodded and took out a full-length mirror from the storage, explaining that visualizing something in your mind is easier when you look in a mirror rather than just using your imagination. Layla chuckled softly, then stepped forward to the mirror and tried again. Wow, the girl at home isn't as open as this, but suddenly spoke, his tone both happy and sleepy. Akan was confused. What could have happened? I can clearly see that the girl is a bright child. Duke Butt's face now darkened. Indeed, from the outside everyone has thoughts like Aeon, but even someone as indifferent as Butt isn't sure about the girl's inner feelings. After her brothers left for the academy, Duchess Tomien fell ill and was bedridden, leaving less time to be with her as before, which made Lala become more withdrawn and harder to open her heart to others. The more Butt told the story, the more it seemed to weigh on him with sadness. Aeon didn't know what to say, only able to listen silently as he continued. When I raised my sons, I paid a lot of attention to them and they grew up spoiled. But don't lump Lala together with that, she will get hurt. It seems that, but is subtly suggesting that Aeon doesn't want to marry because he's worried Lala is just like her brothers. But hearing Butt lament like that, he gradually felt he should see the girl in a different light. Meanwhile, Aeon is about to send his son to the academy in the capital, and Butt has proactively offered for him to stay in his own mansion instead of the dormitory at the school. While they are talking, Lala has successfully sensed mana within her body. Seeing her happy expression, it seems she's about to throw herself into Black's arms once again. Meanwhile, Aya has already made her decision before the Duke's invitation. I will let my son decide for himself, just like I let Arabella and Klee decide their own lives. However, if he wants to go to the capital, I will definitely do as you say. Oh, it would be great if you could stop by up there. Please, I won't argue with you all day long. Aeon dismisses the matter while the two children are excited that Lala has successfully sensed magic, and the two fathers are here arguing with each other. And Lily Sress saw the whole scene. They disappeared in the middle of the evening party, so she had to search everywhere. As a duke and the most powerful count in the south, he secretly stalked 2 7-year-old children. Lily felt ashamed on behalf of her husband, but since it all stemmed from love for their children, she decided to pretend she hadn't seen anything to save their dignity. After helping Lala get a handle on her magic, Den and she finally returned. When Aeon and Butt argued, Den actually heard everything but kept silent. Now, it seems they have also quietly left. On the deserted road back to the hall, Lala seemed to have many questions she wanted to ask, but the one she wanted to ask the most was whether Den intended to join the academy or not. That is where all the geniuses of the Empire gather, and I really want to be with you there. But in truth, I still feel a bit uncertain. I don't know if I really need to go there, when I can train on my own to become stronger. You idiot. Lala suddenly raised her voice and said, schooling isn't everything. It's where noble circles are formed. You have to go if you want to build relationships from a young age. He smirked silently. It seems that being born into an aristocratic family made a young girl like her understand how the world works quite early. Building power, like you said, maybe I don't need to know about it. I just haven't found the interest in going to the academy and don't want to force myself. In fact, there are still a mountain of books in the Sress library that he hasn't finished reading. And his parents, who are top figures in their field, still have plenty of things they want to teach him. That made him feel like he didn't really need to go to the academy. That's true. But don't you want to play with other kids? I heard that all your older sisters have already joined the academy. Lala kept making all kinds of excuses to persuade him. Since it's the first time meeting a girl so persistent, he replied, I will seriously consider whether to go there or not. Then she said, you have to tell me if you decide to go. All right. Then he sighed and replied casually. Fortunately, the Tomien family only stayed at the castle for a few days, or else every day would be filled with endless questions from Lala. But she also insisted that I visit her home in the capital to see her practicing magic. And to thank you for teaching me how to sense magic, Lala also wants to fulfill one of your requests before leaving the castle to return to the capital. But I should just shake my head and say my request when I get to the capital. This statement to Lala felt like a promise that he would definitely come to see her. That night, Lala couldn't sleep from the excitement. The next morning, 2 carriages took Tom Mia and Do and Tuitung back home early in the day. Den watched those carriages while also clutching what was in his hand. This is a gift from Duke Bien for your birthday. Just looking at it, Den already knows it's very expensive. When he gave it to Den, he also told him about his family's symbol. It's revenge, the sword, and the blacksmith. Because the ancestors of the Thomien family were great blacksmiths. Thanks to him, the Thomien clan has the best forge on the entire continent. All the weapons created by the Thomien family have led this entire empire. What Den holds is like a token of authority. But said that later. If you go to the Thomien blacksmith shop and show that item to the blacksmiths, they will craft you a weapon according to your wishes. That symbol is used to identify people of honor and skill that the Thomien family values. It is so precious that even the royal family desires to possess it, so when Butt gave it to Den, his parents looked very shocked. Although in the previous life he was the one who ended your life, whether in the past or the present, Den can clearly feel that the Duke of Butt truly values talented people. As Den watches their figures leave, especially Lala, he feels deeply sad. Lily's mother also realized that. After all, Lila is Den's first friend. Even though she talks a lot, when it really came time to say goodbye, I was still very sad. I'll see her again when I get to the capital. Cheer up and become more handsome so she'll be surprised. The lady comforts Den. Actually, last night I also thought about it for a long time. In this life, Den was lucky to be born in the SR castle. His parents are very kind and strong, but Den can't stay here forever, so he decided to go to the capital to study and also to meet Lila again. As for Duke Butt, after getting into the carriage, he remained silent. Since meeting Den, a strange feeling has always been lingering in his mind. Because every time he met that boy, but couldn't help but remember the young warrior named Rick whom he had defeated on the battlefield years ago. Den is very confident in the quality of his mana, but it seems there are still many complex conditions that haven't been met. I heard there are eggs that never hatch because the summoner can't fulfill those complicated requirements. If I really found myself in that situation, I wouldn't know what to do either, so I kept persistently channeling mana into that egg. During that process, Den also tried to change the flow and strength of the mana, but still received no response. It seems rushing for success overnight is not possible. So I should have transferred enough mana to it and then put it back in its place. Just then, Ochmon also arrived and knocked on the door. Just as he was about to go open the door, he heard Luke Cook's voice from the egg. "Young master, did I just hear a sound?" Walks into the room and sees Den seriously examining the cursed egg, but after looking around for a while, he finds nothing different about it. Could this be just false hope? Den sighed heavily, once again placing the egg back in its spot before following to the training ground. These days, he no longer focused solely on the spear, but started practicing swordsmanship. The feeling from the previous life still lingers, so Den adapted to this weapon very quickly, to the point that a man kept clapping and praising him as a true genius. Every time he learns to use a new weapon, he feels very happy. Since he was old enough to go to the training ground, Den still hasn't dared to hold a sword, because he's afraid his father will watch him and notice something unusual. Fortunately, after all this time, his skills haven't faded. The 7-year birthday celebration series for Den has come to an end. The lord here is Akan, who is also exhausted but has gained quite a lot from those parties. Aonin can tell that many nobles are focusing their attention on the south. Most of them want to establish good relations with the Stress family. This is quite understandable, because after the war ended, the south of the empire with its favorable climate and abundant minerals was the place all the nobles coveted. But this time, their interest in the territory probably couldn't compare to the attention it deserved. The conflict between you and Teren's eldest son was beyond Ain's expectations, and he didn't think his son could calmly handle the situation in front of adults, let alone confidently showcase his magic and summoning abilities. His premature maturity both pleased and worried him. Sometimes he just wishes his son could act a little more childish, fitting his age. I glanced at the clock, then looked again at the long spear that had been with him his whole life. Today, I want to let my son try wielding it and see how it goes. Thinking that, Akanban took the Long Vi to the training ground. He saw his son practicing swordsmanship and found it very confusing. Why did Den suddenly start using a sword instead of a spear like usual? This question kept nagging at Akin's mind, causing his eyebrows to furrow deeply. Then he thought about what Bu Thurman had said to Den before they parted ways. Otherwise, why are you here practicing swordsmanship after spending all those years training to become a spearman? And the important thing is, watching Den swing his sword, Aeon felt that he also seemed quite experienced with this weapon. The strength you're showing is something even some people who have trained in swordsmanship their whole lives can't imitate. Could it be that your son also has swordsmanship abilities? Despite having many questions, Aeon decides to wait patiently rather than interrupt his son's training. When Den finishes, he finally asks, "Den, I've been watching you for a while now. When did you start learning swordsmanship?" Aeon's eyes seem to pierce through Den's disguise and look straight into Rick the warrior's heart. He decides not to hide anymore and simply says, "I actually haven't really learned it. You even considered whether to tell your father that you are a reincarnated person. But before you could decide," A asked, "So is that really talent? A warrior, mage, assassin, summoner, and now, a swordsman. If it were anyone else, I would never believe that a child could possess talent in all these fields. Maybe it's better for my father to think this way." So Black decided not to say anything more, implicitly confirming his father's question. "Seeing that you remain silent," I asked again, "do you wonder about this world? I mean the world outside these walls." Yes, in the past he only wanted to keep his son close to him and his wife, but every day he witnessed more and more of his son's talents. And Aeon felt that the Stress territory was too small for him to develop his talents. If they kept him here, it might be a loss for him. Even though he feels a deep sadness, it seems his father has realized he can't keep him forever. And as for him, even though he wants to soar high, he doesn't want to leave his parents and family behind, something he never experienced in his previous life. "Father, I want to go out and explore." Then he took a deep breath and replied clearly. A gentle smile from A responded to him. "That's good, but now we need to prepare our son well before stepping into the world. Although a bit regretful, I will definitely follow my son's wishes." Then he took out the legendary long spear. It's been a long time since he last saw it. "This is what first responded to you on your first birthday. A needs to let Den try holding it. This is the first time you truly hold the Long Vi in your hand. The overwhelming power running through the shaft of the spear makes In not hide his excitement. That was also how Aiken felt when he saw the spear reacting even more fiercely than during Den's first birthday, when guests thought it was because Aeon was nearby. But now seeing his son with the long Vi reacting strongly in his hand, A is sure that his talent must shine the brightest on the entire continent with this spear. Akan gently places his hand on Den's shoulder and calls him affectionately. One day this spear will be yours. Before that day, become strong enough to hold it with all your pride. Embracing Aiken's high expectations, I also promised to diligently follow his teachings and try my best. Akan tilted his head back and laughed loudly, truly unable to find words to express his pride for his son at this moment. Then Anne began the days helping him get familiar with the greatest spear on the continent. That night, he lay on his bed, resting his hand on his forehead as he pondered. He had always been curious about the world outside, even during the days he fought on the battlefield in his past life. At that time, all he knew was war, cleaning the camp, maintaining weapons, and eating bland food. The only way out was for the war to end or for him to die on the battlefield. And Den escaped from that reality in the second way. After living a new life, he mostly stayed inside Cess Castle. He couldn't even imagine what life outside the battlefield would be like. For the past 7 years, Black has unconsciously relied heavily on Aeon, Lily, and his mother. And as he was about to leave that embrace, he unconsciously felt a sense of confusion. Aeon didn't know how his talents would be used, how the world would accept him, or what he could do in this world. But now you have the chance to go anywhere and do anything. Previously, you hesitated whether to stay and greedily enjoy the warmth of family. But the next day, Aeon's encouragement changed your mind. All right, let's step out and explore the world outside. Then you unconsciously spoke out loud. So you've already made your decision, haven't you, son? A sudden voice echoes in the room. Black jolts awake, unaware of when Lily Sess had entered. Mom, when did you come in? So I was so lost in my thoughts that I didn't even hear you knocking? Lily Sess is gentle and kind, like a flowing stream. A mother's love is something Den always longed for in his past life. That's why when he's face to face with her, Den feels like he's the most like a child, because he knows she also can't bear to be apart from him. I'm sorry, Mother, Lily Linei says. You feel very guilty towards your mother because your 2 older sisters have already gone to the capital to study. There's no need to apologize. Blackie? Lily sat down gently and embraced her son. I'm fine. Your mother understands you. You know how talented you are. Lily knows well enough that even if you don't want to leave now, the world will still call for you, someday. Originally, she wished her youngest son could stay with her a little longer, but if the small territory of Shress couldn't contain his talent anymore, Lily didn't want to be a selfish mother. Above all, she wants her son to go where he wants and do what he desires. Mom, even if I leave this house, I promise to visit you often and tell you about everything I see in the outside world. Thank you, my son. It seems I also need to prepare a few things to send you out into the outside world, just like your father did. Lily no longer looked shy. Instead, she seemed excited. What do you think, Mother? Preparing means that Den hasn't even finished speaking when she was interrupted. Lily said she wanted to teach him how to scout and how to set and avoid traps. Previously, she wanted to teach you slowly and carefully, but now it seems I have to speed up so Den can reach the capital in time. Seeing her enthusiastic and non-stop manner, Den suddenly felt cold sweat pouring down his forehead. It seems that in the coming days you'll have to work twice as hard to learn those special lessons from your mother. If they keep going like this, you'll probably exhaust yourself before even stepping into the outside world. Anyway, Mother will teach you many things. Yes, Mother, I will do my best. Dian knew that it was not just simple lessons. It was the love of his parents. And if he wanted to go out and explore the world, he truly needed to prepare himself well. He was already prepared for months of exhausting study with his parents, but still stayed in the territory for 7 more years because there was so much to learn. During those 7 years, the Sogress territory remained very peaceful. In fact, when the war broke out, it was already more peaceful than many other regions. But in recent years, thanks to the Count, this land has become even more peaceful. So much so that it gives the impression that this era of tranquility will last forever. As he grew older, Ding Chang's reputation spread far and wide among the people in the territory. He is most famous among young girls. For example, today when he stopped by a shop in town to buy something, the shop owner's daughter fainted from shock at the sight of him. Rumors are spreading throughout the territory that Den is growing more handsome, even more so than the young Count when he was young. Although only 14, he is as tall as the Count, and outsiders might even think he is an adult. Moreover, his features are very sharp and attractive. Many young women in the city are willing to become matchmakers just to catch the eye of the young master. He is so busy that he doesn't have time to pay attention to the gossip about himself. Today, he is struggling in the outskirts of the territory's forest. This is a post-apocalyptic forest, filled with ancient magic, and Lily Shress has given her child a mission to escape. To get out of this forest, you must use all your knowledge, including wind direction, sunlight, and understanding of the monsters in the woods. There are only 3 hours left before sunset, which is also the deadline Lily set for her son. The deadline is even more ruthless than my boss. Once it's over, I run, then I run again, jumping from branch to branch. Your mother is a strict teacher, so after teaching you everything she knows, she doesn't hesitate to throw you into this dangerous forest. One of the most important rules for any assassin is to never let the enemy catch you. Therefore, for a certain period, Den had to avoid the nets and traps set by his mother while trying to escape the lurking monsters in the forest. Den chose a favorable spot and took a deep breath. What he inhales is not just air, but also the mana of the forest. That mixture of air and mana is held in his lungs for a moment before he exhales. That will help Den hide and blend into the scene ahead, and then the locations of the hidden traps placed there will suddenly appear, just like now. So you can see nearly invisible thin threads everywhere. Although they look fragile, they are extremely sharp. And if you accidentally trigger a trap, it will activate immediately. This is the most basic mechanism of the trap, but also the most dangerous. Luckily, Den had already learned how to disable these types of dap traps. Just as he rolled up his sleeves to get to work, a swarm of monsters appeared. It's a swarm of Rel, monsters that look like mice but have sharp horns on their faces, with claws and teeth that are also sharp, looking extremely ferocious. Black doesn't know why they appeared here, only that they are rushing toward him at terrifying speed. Den initially planned to take them all out at once, but during the fight he might trigger the traps, which would be extremely dangerous. With no other choice, he had to run away temporarily to avoid the danger. Those Rel also quickly chased after him. They were very numerous, and their anger grew even more because he was running away. It's just that the intelligence of these monsters isn't very high. During the run, they didn't necessarily pay attention to the hidden traps. A horde of Rel charged forward, making it hard to avoid getting caught in the thin strings, and as soon as they touched them, the traps were quickly triggered. From the tall trees, sharp and thin spears are launched down, continuously piercing their bodies. The situation quickly turns chaotic. The Res also kept rushing into the traps, dying more and more, so they could use those traps to deal with them without any effort. He turned around to check the situation and saw that almost all of the Rojal monsters had been eliminated, leaving only one behind. Its eyes are bloodshot, burning with an unquenchable rage, and the mouse rushes toward Den at a speed even the naked eye cannot follow. Den quickly dodged to the side, luckily avoiding being bitten. I have to admit, the speed of this creature is too fast. The monster, after missing its bite, grew even angrier, its eyes burning with hatred as if it wanted to devour everything alive. It opened its mouth and spat out something that looked like a fireball. D couldn't tell exactly what it was, but as long as it came from the monster's mouth, it was definitely dangerous. The spear in D's hand spun rapidly, forming a wide shield to block Roger's attack. But he can't afford to waste any more time here. There's less than 3 hours left to escape. Originally, D didn't want to face the battle directly for fear of falling into a trap, but facing the furious monster trying to kill him, he really had no choice but to raise his weapon. The long spear in his hand drew a beautiful arc, successfully splitting the foolish one in two. Luckily, during the fight, he didn't touch any of the ropes, so he couldn't afford to waste another minute. After taking down the obstacle, he ran wildly toward the direction he had scouted. Before the sun set, he finally managed to collapse exhausted at the edge of the forest. But before he could catch his breath, he sensed a mana fluctuation very close by. You thought that while you were off guard, the enemy would approach again. But luckily, the person who appeared in front of you was Lily. She was very pleased with her son's recent escape, and when you add up his total time to overcome the challenge, it was even faster than hers before. Mom, have you been watching me all this time? Of course I can't just leave you alone. Lai approaches him, although she knows her son's talent better than anyone. As a mother, she simply can't let Den face life and death alone. And throughout that observation, the truth is she couldn't find a single mistake. Den performed beyond expectations, and Lily Lai was so happy she kept pinching her son's cheeks. If you keep playing like this, you'll end up being recruited as an assassin, my son. Then Lai took out something from her pocket and handed it to Den. That is the knife that has always been given to you since you were a baby. The Gamnahon that is linked to her title as the kingdom's top assassin, and it was placed next to Aeon's long spear on your first birthday. Mom. Den was stunned. I really received this gift? This dagger is very valuable, and it is as famous as Lily's reputation. That's why it is even more precious. I never thought I'd receive such a priceless gift at just 14 years old. Of course, since I'm a boy, my mother wouldn't use it anyway. This green bitter herb is made from Oail, a mysterious material that absorbs the elements of all things, so it can contain any poison within its body. The enemy only needs to be hit once to have little chance of survival. This is truly an amazing weapon. And if Lily has already given it to him, then you can guess that his mother has also taught him everything she needed to. The combat training is over. As they were about to return to the mansion, they heard a loud scream, and following its direction, they hurriedly rushed to help. The man was taken to the auxiliary tower in Cess Castle. When he woke up, he was still in shock. Where am I? I remember I was eating mushrooms in the forest. He muttered to himself, and just as he finished speaking, the door opened and a cup of tea was brought in. Are you awake now? You're still detoxing, so don't move too quickly. Poison detox? Who are you? So you were the one who saved me, and nodded. So, it turns out that earlier this man ate the red mushroom by mistake. It is a highly toxic, poisonous mushroom. If it weren't for his fate not being fulfilled yet, and Den and my mother being nearby, He might have already met his ancestors by now. Den handed him the cup of tea, casually observing the other person a little more. You didn't rush to ask for the man's identity, but earlier Den saw that he had a badge of the Nikan Magic Tower on his belt, so this person is definitely not an ordinary person. The man finished his tea and returned the cup to Den. Then he thanked him and asked what place this was. This is a subsidiary tower in Count Sess's castle, so he should answer. The man holding his chin looks uncomfortable. He was originally lost heading south, but unexpectedly ended up in the stress territory, ate poisonous mushrooms, and finally appeared in the Count's castle. Rest assured, I have already informed my father. Your father will come to see you soon. Huh? Your father? Then you are Black. Yes, I nod, confirming that his suspicion is correct. The old wizard looked very excited once he confirmed you are the youngest son because you are Arabella Ceres's younger brother, the young magical prodigy admired by all the magic towers. Well, you do resemble your sister, but how did you find me? That man asked again. It was just a coincidence. I was training with my mother in the forest at that time. That old wizard let out a loud laugh, thinking he must have misheard. That crazy forest is so treacherous that even an 8th-tier mage like him got lost. Yet the unstable, reversed mana flow in the forest prevented him from casting spells, and was so heavy it pressed down on his body. And yet, a young teenager like Black chose it as his training ground? Seeing the confusion in the other person's eyes, Black explained that the forest was his family's property, and was even more dangerous to outsiders, and moreover, the mana flow within the forest was different from the mana used by most mages of the time. Therefore, the best mages should avoid coming here if they don't want to get hurt. This man just faced a monster, fell into a trap, was caught in a mana reversal, and ate poisonous mushrooms. It really is a painful combo to unleash. Hearing that, he could only mutter one thing to himself. Luckily, I'm not dead yet, but that's not the point. The point is that the forest is so dangerous, and despite looking so young, you're already training there. How strong do you have to be to handle all that? So my antidote was also prepared by you? The old man asked skeptically. Yes, he was once again amazed. How could a young child like him be able to formulate an antidote that requires such extensive knowledge and precise skills? At that moment, he felt like the Stress family had taken all the good points of the world for themselves. His father was the greatest 6th-rank warrior in the Empire, and his mother was a former legendary assassin. Both of his older daughters are geniuses in their fields, and his youngest son, who hasn't revealed himself yet, is even more formidable. If this were a time of war, the Stress family could become the most powerful noble family in the Antian Empire, even surpassing the royal family. Anyway, this time I should save this old wizard's life, and I think I should repay those kindnesses. But before considering debts, the man decided to introduce himself first. His name is Sidran Gus, and not long ago he was the owner of the Nikan Magic Tower. If there's anything you want, just say the word, and I will use it to repay your life-saving favor. I have everything in this world except for the things I don't possess. Although Gus's words are a bit careless, I can still tell he's referring to the subspace. There are many mages who can live without a house by storing everything in their subspace. Oh, I see. Den responded with a rather indifferent look. Gus seemed surprised by his eerily calm demeanor. Being the owner of a magic tower is no trivial matter. Anyone else hearing that would surely be surprised or show some respect. But Den remained so calm as if to say, oh, so that's all there is to it. Gauss is not satisfied and continues to gesticulate in front of Den, trying to emphasize that his existence is not insignificant. You probably won't get another chance to meet someone like me in your life. No need to hold back. Just tell me what you want and I'll listen. Dion fell silent. Gost was pleased because he thought this attitude showed that you wanted to ask for his help, but he was disappointed once again, because immediately afterward you said, I will take some time to think about what I want and then tell you. Gus was furious, wondering just what kind of godly kid this was and why he didn't care at all. Of course, Black isn't very interested because if you talk about a mage's space, he was given one by Arabella 7 years ago. Master Gus has no more issues. Denban told him to lie down and rest while he took the empty teacup outside. The slam of the door sounded like a hammer hitting right into Gus's mood. He was stunned for a few seconds, then sighed bitterly. Having lived this long, this was the first time he met someone who didn't even regard him as important. And to make it worse, it was just a kid. Gus usually recovers quickly, so he only planned to stay at this castle for a few days. But given the current situation, Gus plans to stay here longer to investigate this interesting kid. The next day, Den told Han about having a high-level mage staying in his house. Hearing that he was the former owner of the Nikan Magic Tower and an 8th-level mage, seemed very excited. That's right. This is the normal reaction Gus expected when he revealed his identity. It's just a pity that Den remains too calm. Even when a powerful figure like him owes you a debt of gratitude and you could ask for anything from him, you still keep that calmness. Furthermore, Herman said that Gus is an all-powerful figure because the magic towers function like independent territories of this six-kingdom realm. They are like countries, and the owners of these towers are essentially kings without anyone else. Actually, Den didn't think that the old man he casually saved in the forest was such an important figure. I just wonder what the owner of the magic tower like him was doing, wandering in the forest. I'm curious. Besides, the forest he got lost in isn't an ordinary forest. All the mages consider it a forbidden zone for reasons that Den had explained to Gauss before. It seems this old man is also quite lucky to have survived after encountering such a dangerous situation. Black was practicing swordsmanship in the cave, appearing indifferent, but in fact, Homin could hear everything he said. Right now, there was something more troubling Black than that old man Gauss. All the swords in the training yard are too short and light now. They no longer suit you. It seems you've grown too quickly, and these ordinary weapons can no longer satisfy you. I'll prepare a longsword for training tomorrow. When it comes to weapons, I suddenly remember the poetry brush and the token of authority he gave me 7 years ago. Time has passed so quickly, and Den still hasn't had a chance to use it to get his own weapon. It seems like today, you also trained very hard. The owner of the Ciares estate suddenly appeared at the training ground. Today, En had to go out early for some errands, and he returned sooner than expected. Part of the reason he hurried home was the appearance of the former owner of the Magic Tower, Nixon. AK simply thought that maybe he could help Arabella, like becoming her master, so he rushed back to entertain the guest. Actually, Den had also considered this when Gus revealed his identity, but he wasn't sure if he could handle his sister's temper. Throughout the years she was at the academy, there were quite a few troubles, like Arabella once breaking an upperclassman's nose just because he kept pursuing her. Anyway, you saved another life. You're very good. Aeon pats your shoulder, pulling you out of your thoughts about that punch from your older sister. Not everyone can do what you did. What you did really made your father proud, so leave the training ground and go back inside with him. On the way back to his room, A kept complaining that lately meeting his own daughter was even harder than reaching the sky. Isla had just finished a semester and was considering choosing a magic tower to join. Chloe just received a request to join a date from her professor as an assistant professor. Both of her older sisters are achieving impressive accomplishments in their fields. That's why his parents are even more hopeful about their youngest son and are eager to see how the world will treat a talented child like him. Anyway, just thinking about how you should value your swordsmanship is enough to make Dad chuckle until next year, A needs to say. Proudly. Every time Father mentions the Duke of Swords, I instinctively recall the battle between us from years ago. I've been reborn for a long time, but I've already forgotten my opponent from that fight. All I want now is to someday spar with him again, and I also think of Lala when I think of the sword. I don't know how she's doing now. The last time I heard from her was a year ago. A few days later, Gus's body still hadn't fully recovered. The mana flowing through him was not yet completely purified due to poisoning. This prevents Gus from using magic, but he also doesn't want to stay in the room any longer. So no matter how much Gus's health caretaker advised him, he still rushed outside. A few hours later, the maids in the Stress's castle started gathering to discuss. They all heard about a great mage temporarily staying in the castle to recover, but the way Gus behaves makes them feel like he's gone mad. After repeatedly walking up and down the castle stairs dozens of times, Gus then sat and admired the flowers in the backyard for hours, which made them very worried about the future of Lady Arabella. Someone expected to become the strongest young mage of the future. Of course, Gus is not crazy. He was only attracted by the garden in the Ciares estate's backyard, and was also very curious about which artisan had created it. Not only are they stunningly beautiful, but each flower in the garden radiates an extraordinary amount of mana. I came by to check on you but couldn't find you anywhere. So you're here, huh? Haha. You think I would run away somewhere else, right? Someone told me I have to stay here until I fully recover, but staying in the room all the time is just boring. However, Gus can't deny that resting in the SES castle has been very effective for my recovery. Now you understand why the nobles love to visit the south during the summer vacation. The climate here is so wonderful that words barely do it justice. This place is truly wonderful, so I have to agree. I do feel a bit regretful about leaving so soon. What? You're about to leave here? Where are you planning to go? It's not too far. I'm going to the capital, Gus gasped. Hearing that, he already understood that you were coming to join the academy. After all, the SES family is a traditional clan. Your two older sisters are both very talented and famous at school. Whenever I think about them, I wonder how talented this boy must be to have two such outstanding sisters. Out of curiosity, Gus examined the opponent and saw a knight covered in dense mana with a concentration near her heart that Gus had never seen in anyone else. In simple terms, if those prodigies of the same age are like a river, then you are a raging waterfall. This groundbreaking discovery made Gus unable to take his eyes off her. Usually, those with a large amount of mana find it very difficult to control it steadily, which can cause it to burst out. But despite her enormous mana, she was able to control it perfectly, to the point that if Gus hadn't actively sensed it, he would never have known. Seeing the other person staring at me intently, I finally couldn't hold back and spoke. Do you think it's very rude to scan someone's mana without their permission? Seeing that a kid could see through him, Gus felt a bit embarrassed and just scratched his head with a smile to make peace. Oh, how did you realize? It seems you have some skill after all. As for that, I apologize. I was just too curious and didn't think it through. Although he still tried to appear calm on the outside, Gus was truly panicking inside. The amount of mana condensed within her body was something he had only seen for the first time at this age. And if he hadn't sensed it himself, Gus definitely wouldn't believe it was real. The existence of someone with such enormous mana is truly unbelievable. Siren Gus thought to himself in confusion. Wait a minute. Why can't I see any magic layer? With that density, I should be able to see the magic layer. His face shifted from confusion to fear. Siren Gus was utterly stunned when he realized. Could it be that the kid has 2 mana cores? No more hesitation. Siren Gus hurriedly pressed for answers. How did you create the mana core? Seeing his expression, I couldn't help but wonder if something was wrong. Of course I do. You already have such a crazy amount of mana, and yet you still want to wield a spear? He doubts, and also possesses a type of magic that only requires a core without increasing magic power. Do you want to give up this greatest talent you've ever had? I asked back wide-eyed after hearing that. So isn't it better to use both then? Siren Gus's 2 eyebrows seemed like they were about to stick together. He stormed into the room, complaining loudly. Ha ha. So frustrating. Where should I start explaining from? Siren Gus had no choice but to ask, do you know why the lifespan of a magic swordsman is so short? They are powerful because they possess both a mana core and a magic layer, but they interfere with each other, and when they collide, problems arise. The natural law is that the mana compressed in the core is transferred to the magic layer, so if the magic layer cannot withstand the impact, it will explode. By this point, I was extremely confused. Well, I've already researched quite a bit, but is this really feasible? Siren Gus sighed in frustration. Such wasted talent, really a shame. In the beautiful garden, Tuck naturally asked, can't you use magic without the magic layer? Sidus snapped his fingers and explained, it's not impossible. But without fine-tuning the magic layer, how can you use pure magic? He also added, besides, you're not the first to think this way, but most of those I know failed. Then I'll try. Siren Gus was surprised and asked, what? Den raises both hands, trying to explain. I haven't tried it yet, but it seems feasible. Siren Gus secretly curses this crazy kid in his heart. What are you talking about? Little Black muttered. If I rearrange the magic code, you will definitely reach out and take the shining blue treasure. A powerful aura surges and erupts, transforming into a massive flame before Siren's incredulous eyes. Gus, you grin with satisfaction. Oh, did it succeed? But it's only a basic level 1 spell. Siren Gus shouted in panic. What is that? How is that possible? He wondered silently. This child has no magic layer at all, so how can he use magic? He spoke hesitantly, unable to believe it. You should have only been able to use magic by refining the magic layer, but you still should have focused your mind to create a thin shield. You expressed your own judgment, and my sister Arabella said that my affinity for magic is very high. Maybe that's the reason? Siren Gus sighed deeply. Even so, his tension was clearly visible through his eyes. Is this what ordinary people mean when they describe someone with an unimitable talent? That so-called innate talent. Seeing the barrier, I thought to myself, it really works, so you can use magic without a magic circle. Now I understand. Sidran Gauss's legs are trembling violently. Innate mana affinity. His whole body was frozen with shock, and his mana was pure and thicker than anyone else's in the world. Does this person really exist? Siren Gus was still watching intently when suddenly he made a proposal. Do you want to become my disciple? A loud scream echoes through the Grand Palace. Wait a moment. The two of them continue walking down the corridor. Meanwhile, Siren Gus continued explaining. I was just saying we should chat a bit. Passing up such an incredible talent would be a real shame. And it seemed he had lost all patience. That man is curious. Do you know how to use level 2 magic? Clearly annoyed, he replied, I don't know that code, so I can't. Siren Gus seized the opportunity, laughing heartily. Well, if you become my disciple, I'll cast 8th level magic right away. Knight refuses outright. No, thank you, I won't accept the head. Siren Gus was so angry, his eyes nearly popped out, veins bulging on his forehead, growling incomprehensibly. Just then, footsteps approached. Akan laughs heartily, never thought he would be so close to my son. He politely calls out in response. A gently asks what you two are discussing, and Den hesitates to answer. He keeps insisting that I become his disciple, but I refused. A disciple, huh? Siren Gus scratched his head and reluctantly said, the Count's son possesses the talent of a great mage. Should be happy. Ha ha, is that so? Siren Gus casually patted a few times on the shoulder. Maybe even greater than he can imagine. He even succeeded in using chain-level magic without any magic layers. A was stunned to hear that. No magic layer needed? Is that true? The Black Temple was sweating and stammering as he replied. Yes, father. I remember quite clearly that I have no basic magical knowledge at all, so the boy's talent is even more impressive. The two men happily laughed from ear to ear. As expected, they are the ultimate masters of the magic tower. Seeing my son's talent immediately, I knew it was more than just talent. Your son is a genius. The boy might even become a rare sword mage swordsman. Imagine a figure dressed in black armor, sword in hand, charging into battle and shouting loudly, declaring that a sword is better than a spear. Thinking of this, Aeon's face darkened. He frowned and asked coldly about the magic swordsmanship. Then he felt a chill run down his spine. I shouldn't have said that in front of my father. Siren Gus still didn't notice anything unusual, constantly giggling. That's right, it's the Mage Sword Knight. Finally showing some interest, isn't it? If you become my disciple, I will take full responsibility. I will turn this boy into the strongest magic swordsman to serve me. Exactly 1 second later, he immediately went speechless. What is going on? Why do I have this feeling? A furious shout echoed. He can't become a magic swordsman, Siren Gus stubbornly argued back. But why not a swordsman with magic? Don't you see that boy is particularly suited for it? He suddenly lost his temper and accidentally revealed something. My son won't become a magic swordsman, but a magic spearman. Siren was stunned and terrified, thinking, what is going on? Is that the problem? I fell into a state of helplessness and couldn't say a word anymore. Khan's face was as red as a tomato, and Siren Gus stood there confused. Ha ha ha. Why does everyone in this house act the same? For a wizard, becoming an apprentice means sitting alone in the study and telling yourself it's very meaningful. Wizards usually nurture their successors through a process called inheritance. This tradition has existed since ancient times and continues even today in the modern era when formal magical education is established. Then slowly closes the book. That's right. The master of the Tower of Toxins is looking not only for an apprentice, but also for a successor. He remembered that with an 8th level archmage hovering nearby, his own talent must be something truly extraordinary. He touched his chest, feeling something stirring inside after hearing so many compliments. Suddenly, he snapped awake. Ah, I see now. When she was young, Arabella told Den that whenever he wanted to see her, he should pour magic into this crystal ball. Den opened a cabinet and mischievously took out the ball. All right, I'll ask Arabella. The call of sister is heard through the corridor. In the library, where students are studying diligently, the sounds echo faintly. Sister Arabella is the younger sibling here. She slightly lifted her head, her hand still writing, and Arabella happily realized that the voice belonged to Den, her younger brother. Arabella was a bit surprised and asked, What? You can cast level 1 magic. She covered her mouth with one hand to avoid the gaze of everyone around her. You don't even have a magic circle yet, Dian replied casually. I don't have one yet, but I can still perform magic anyway. Arabella hesitantly exclaimed, I know you're a genius, but I didn't expect you to be this talented. Then he asked, the magic circle only functions to purify and circulate mana. Maybe it's because your mana is too pure, Arabella mused. That sounds reasonable. Arabella suddenly remembered something. I have a way to check it. Yeah, tonight I will give you the magic stone through the transmission device in your room. Just pour a little mana into it, the boy replied politely. I understand. Then I look at the sphere, my heart filled with happiness. Just being honest with myself, mana has always been something I find very intriguing. The advice of a 6th level mage is extremely helpful. Arabella also reminded me that I should remember if I can already cast magic. She revealed the truth that you will attract a lot of attention at the academy. You will be so scared, you'll cry out after hearing it. I don't want to do that. Arabella casually tucks a few strands of hair behind her ear. That's an unavoidable thing. Talent is what attracts the most attention. Remember to tell me if you get bullied at school. I will deal with anyone who dares to hurt your brother. Say it out loud. You didn't tell me, but I already forgot. I heard you broke that guy's nose who kept hitting on you. Is he perhaps the second son of the Duke of Well? Arabella said through clenched teeth, angry. Don't mention that bastard's name anymore, but since her voice seems pretty loud, a few disapproving glances are starting to appear. Arabella quickly regained her composure. By the way, even without the magic circle over time, could my mana become even purer? She hesitated slightly. I don't know. I'll go find out later. A small girl hurriedly runs over and calls out to senior sister Arabella. The professor is looking for you. Arabella quickly told Dian, I have to go. Now I will call you back later. Dian happily replied, Yes, see you later. Arabella reminds you I will send the magic stone to you as soon as I can. The light from the sphere disappeared, and I was excited at the thought of exploring a new horizon. I looked on with such enthusiasm that I couldn't believe how pure my mana had become. Do I really have a dragon's heart or what? In another room of the palace, I hear someone crying out, I'm doomed. Siren Gus is lost in thought. I used mana to probe him. That makes my situation even worse than before. I was planning to leave here early, but I haven't been able to go yet. He clenched his teeth tightly as the boy refused his offer. Siren Gus recalled the scene from earlier. Oh ho, that's wonderful. If you agree to become my disciple, I will teach you 8th level magic right away. No, I don't need it. You're just wondering what you have to do to get him to agree. In his mind, he was filled with a jumble of thoughts. Should he give him some magical creatures or accumulate knowledge from his many lifetimes? No, that's too much already. If I give it to him and he still refuses, I will have to leave empty-handed. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside the door. Are you in the room? It's me. Siren Gus immediately froze in surprise. What is he here for? Did he agree to my proposal? The door swung open as the words come in. Den quickly approached excitedly saying, Great, you're here. I have something to talk to you about, Siren Gus wondered. So, what do you want? Seeing Den's expression, a sudden idea came to his mind. Wait a moment, him? Siren Gus chuckled. Ha ha, I knew it. You definitely want to become a disciple of a powerful 8th level mage like me. Den responded coldly with a dismissive reply. Then why are you here? Aren't you the one who said you weren't interested in magic? She smiles. It's not that I'm not interested in magic. Siren Gus doubted. Then why don't you want to become my disciple? Could it be that you already have a master? No, I don't have a master yet. Siren Gus silently lost patience. Is this guy joking with me? He asks. If not, then what exactly are you here for? Black lips pondering. I don't know how to develop when I reach the second floor. It's hard for the eldest sister to teach me because she's very far away. In the end, the best way is to learn from Mr. Sidran. He still owes me his life. I'm serious. I don't want to be just an ordinary mage. Siren Gus was surprised. What? So you want to become a mage knight? This statement is also rejected. No, I will become a mage, a knight, an assassin, or a summoner. What do you mean? Does that destiny really exist? Enin said happily. And there's also the swordsman. You calmly take a small sip of tea, looking quite foolish. That's a tough one to say, Siren Gus said frankly. Are you still determined to refuse me, even when you know this is your only chance? Black calmly replied, yes. Siren Gus helplessly rested his chin in his hand, muttering, damn it. He is too determined. A fleeting thought casually crossed his mind. Maybe that way will work. Siren Gus slammed his hands on the table and asked if you wanted a letter of recommendation. Black widened his eyes in surprise. A letter of recommendation? Siren Gus excitedly said, I heard that you want to get into that academy. If I write you a letter of recommendation, you will be directly admitted. Din carefully placed the teacup down, a sense of doubt beginning to emerge in his mind. This condition is truly very tempting. After a long moment of careful consideration, Den replied calmly. Siren Gus quickly said, well then, let's discuss the details now. Den asked insistently, can I set a condition? Siren Gus showed clear satisfaction. He's fallen for it now. I will seize this chance and make sure he can't escape. The boss is comfortably accepting. Of course, go ahead. Quietly, I ask, can you teach me how second-tier magic works? Of course there is. I understand all kinds of magic in this world. Oh, really? So I'm counting on you completely, Siren Gus said with a faint smile. Ha ha, it's nothing. And your gaze never left the person from the beginning to the end. He's still very young. A letter introducing or explaining the operation of a level 2 magic is nothing to me. Siren Gus then asked, let's start now. Although my condition isn't very good, it's okay. Din is also getting ready. All right, let's get started. Siren Gus was overjoyed. He has completely fallen into his trap. Din also added a warning. Oh, I'll consider this my repayment for saving you in the forest. Siren Gus looked clearly confused. What's there to ask? Just explain it casually. You owe me your life, so I can ask for anything I want. I've already told you what I want. Siren Gus was furious when he heard this. Why? So, what about becoming my disciple? No way, I'm closing my eyes and pretending I didn't hear. Siren Gus seemed about to collapse. Did I just get tricked? Tricked by a 14-year-old kid? He quickly counterattacks. Wait a minute, you asked me for two things. I only owe you one favor. Dien gently sighed. I don't think so. Siren Gus was confused. Why is that? Then I told him that first I rescued him from the forest, and second, I removed the poison from his body. You also said, moreover, I had to carry him back from there, but I didn't count that. And Siren Gus was speechless, unable to say another word. He sighed in frustration and wondered, why is this kid so incredibly talented? My chest hurts a bit. About 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the training ground. Siren Gus had to calm himself down. Well, it's okay. He thought to himself that if he kept persuading him, maybe he would change his mind in the future. It would be a shame to overlook a born genius just like that. Siren Gus begins to get to the main point. The fact that he can condense a mana core before the magic circle is not worth mentioning. The important thing is that you can cast magic even without a magic circle. The second-level magic transportation method I'm about to explain will be very complicated. He glanced as if to warn them. Countless people have given up at this very step. So next, listen carefully and then smile back. All right, Siren Gus frowned and assessed. Just look at that sparkling gaze. He cleared his throat a few times, but I won't let you easily achieve your goal. I will show you what manners are. Before truly starting the training, Siren Gus also wanted to explain that level 2 magic is a completely different realm from level 1, requiring you to calculate your mana, the amount of mana floating in the air, and even the condition of your body all at once. He crossed his arms in front of his chest with a serious demeanor of someone in authority. That's also the reason why most people give up studying magic. And deep down, they wonder, why? Do you understand what I'm saying? Surely the kid will have to try to persuade me to explain in simpler words. Siren Gus gestured with his finger and said, basically that's it, do you understand? I politely nodded and replied, yes, I understand. What do you mean I have to learn a lot? Not just how magic works, but also things I haven't even known. Yet Siren Gus was completely stunned and exclaimed, what? Do you really understand everything? Then tell me how the magic law works. The first law is coexistence. Magical energy can exist alongside the material world and other mana sources. Through coexistence, the mage uses his own magic and the surrounding mana to cast spells. Turning his gaze away, he begins to recall the second law, conservation. While Sidran Gauss was still in shock, unable to believe that he fully understood the nature of magic, he even said that if mana gathers enough physical elements, then through conservation, it can cast magic using all different elemental attributes. Siren Gus was truly bewildered now, and he even added his own explanation. He looked at the young man before him as if he were a strange creature. Most people find this boring, but it seems like he's not. How can someone like that even exist? Forget about that, Siren Gus said confidently. Every time you level up, magic becomes exponentially more complex. Instead of explaining, I will show you. A surge of magical energy burst from his arm. Siren Gus summoned a magical barrier with perfectly uniform square patterns. For example, this is level 1 magic, which can be cast using simple rules. Now look carefully across and listen. However, from level 2 onwards, it's different. Level 1 cannot be compared. Strange symbols continuously appear on the bars of the squares. Siren Gus waved his hand to make the turbulent airflow move chaotically in the air. This is how level 2 magic works. He pondered deeply, assessing how they fit together in a very complex way, feeling it was more difficult than the theory. Siren Gus arrogantly asked, "What now?" "This is the magic that creates the level 2 fire magic missile." Siren Gay then said sharply, "If you want more, you need to cast the same spell multiple times, and then draw your own conclusion." "You must be very surprised. You've never seen how level 2 magic works before?" One of his hands carefully touched the flow of power. "It looks complicated, doesn't it?" Siren Gus estimates that most people take at least a year after freely practicing level 1 magic before they start using level 2 magic. Siren Gus finishes the theoretical explanation with a triumphant smile. No matter how intelligent he is, he can only understand part of the magic. The important thing here is the rule. If you can't understand that, then nothing else matters. His plan is for me to observe him for about a week and then gradually teach me the techniques. As for putting the books into my shirt pocket, I wonder if I should try it or not. Siren Gus was a bit surprised. You then still agreed. Well, it'll be difficult, but just give it a try. Dengen spreads his legs and prepares to defend himself. All right, based on his own experience and what he has gained, Siren Gus suddenly feels something is off. Black closed his eyes as streams of power pierced through and merged around his body. The time had come. He opened his palms and the aura gathered like beautiful, delicate silken ribbons on command. You successfully created a barrier, much to Siren Gus's amazement. Is this a level 1 magic? He opened his mouth in shock and only managed to say yes. Siren Gus stroked his white beard, clearly terrified. Wow, he can create lines of a certain length and width. Impressive? So he's just using basic level 1 magic? And this is what you just showed me as well. Siren Gus was pushed back several steps by the overwhelming pressure of the black magic. He was completely confused. Really? How could he perfectly copy the way level 2 magic works? Did he understand it immediately after just watching me cast it once? Siren Gus asked hesitantly. How did you do that? Black quickly explained. I observed and memorized the rules and patterns. Looking at him, I smiled happily. Shaping the magic in my mind wasn't too difficult. Siren Gus was taken from one surprise to another, secretly thinking that it was truly beyond imagination. Even a magical genius like me would need some time to cast a level 2 spell. This boy can realize it without using magic tears. Black whispered. I will try a missile too, Siren Gus exclaimed in panic. What is this? The barrier begins to show faint cracks, then suddenly it lights up. Black shouted loudly, breaking through the initial barrier. He focused all his mental strength, and 4 bows appeared, along with sacred flames. Oh, it seems to be working well, doesn't it? Siren Gus looked on in amazement. Huh? Is he performing so easily? Seeing Den's excited expression, Siren Gus quietly wondered how unreasonable it was. If I had this kind of talent, I could have already reached the 9th level of my dream. Den asked curiously. Am I doing this right? Siren Gus stammered. Yeah, very impressive. You learn everything I teach you very quickly. The next thing you say makes him jump in surprise. Yes. I was also surprised that I could do it on the first try. Siren Gao fears that if the mage has no magic level, the world will be in chaos when they see him disappear. His goal also changed because of that. I have to hide this talent. All kinds of people will try to approach and bother the kid, at least until he becomes my disciple. Siren Gus changes the subject. All right, let's move on to another type of magic. Yes, I should consider how to write a recommendation letter to the academy. At night in the luxurious room, Den marvels that the magic lesson is more fun than he expected. You lie on the bed, reflecting that you need to learn both theory and practice. But because you can use magic, you recall that in your previous life, you was forced to give up magic in a situation where you didn't even know when you might lose your life. Spending time studying was an unaffordable luxury for you. To survive, I have to wield my sword, because magic at a certain point will require prioritizing theory over practical application. Dean remains silent, which makes me more hopeful in this life. Combining the theory Dean learned from training with innate talent, Dean believes they can achieve explosive growth with just basic guidance and teachings from the former owner of the tower. Before falling into a deep sleep, Den wondered what kind of magic he would learn tomorrow. Half a month later, there was a question in the palace. Are you planning to make a magic experiment? Siren Gus replied seriously. Yes, because I lack materials, I will need to go outside the territory. Akan humps and says, so you're already making a magic test? Don't worry about the kid, he's already learned how 4th tier magic works. Akan asked nervously. Isn't it usually a month to reach level 1? Information about magic test substances isn't easy to come by, Akan wonders. Where did you learn that? You're smiling happily. I learned from reading magic books in the library, they make me very excited. Siren Gus kept praising me. As expected from a genius. I never thought you would be curious about that magic potion. Many people find it very boring. He even added, but for you, just going to gather materials is already fun. After some thought, he agreed. All right, this will be a valuable experience for you. I'm going out, so please check the territory as well. I bow my head in respect for the night. Yes, father. The sunlight filters into every corner of the charming town. The villagers whispered excitedly when they saw the young master arrive. Young master, please bring some snacks with you. Your silver hair is flowing beautifully today. Daeon also greets with a friendly smile. I guess everyone is probably fine. I'll come back to get the food and then... Siren Gus walking beside him speculates that Lord Sogress might not be a bad person. Well, judging by how he treats me, it's only fair. He pointed to a fruit stall. To the south, there are many things. Delicious food, pleasant weather, and friendly people. A rare scene in the capital. En slowly continued. Yes, this place is very warm. Siren Gus suddenly remembered. How much longer until we reach the old witch's shop? Den replied casually. I'm not sure either. I've never been there before, have I? I shouted loudly. Please lead us from here. The young man obediently follows. Yes, young master. The 3 horses are galloping along the cobblestone road. Following Ham's instructions, we're not far now, luckily. After a few minutes, we arrived at the old shop. Oh my god, is the young master really here? A continuous gasp of amazement. His silver hair and emerald eyes are truly astonishing, just as the rumors said. Thank you for having us. May I ask how your business has been lately? The shop owner smiled in response, but her voice carried a hint of frustration. Still, few people in the territory come to buy magic tools. I only sell to foreigners who are interested in magic, the shop owner said excitedly, adding that she was honored to meet former Tower Master Lord Crane here and was quietly impressed. She recognized him with just a glance, which was understandable since few people become the master of the magic tower in the Empire. The young lady then bowed deeply and respectfully said, Feel free to browse the shop. And if you need anything, just call me. Since this is your first time visiting the magic item shop, feel free to look around. I'll talk with the shop owner for a while. En looked around for a long time and instinctively responded. The shop was filled with countless jewelry and antiques, making En can't help but marvel. Oh, this place is really full of interesting things. He rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful with a hint of something strange. A rather dull feeling. Den raised one arm and suddenly a magic shield appeared in front of the stall. Den also realized that if he touched the magic tools, he could see their magical reactions. He closed his eyes and guessed that it was probably because his magical sensitivity was quite high. Suddenly, Ding sensed that something unusual was happening around him. He glanced over, wondering what that sound was. A pretty strong reaction was coming from over there. What is it? As Black was about to look up, the young lady nearby suddenly called out, Sir, they are just decorations. Even Den was a bit startled. Is that so? Siren Gus casually suggested. Why don't you come over here and check out some of the ingredients for making medicine? The moonflower is also quite good. After hearing that, the young lady quickly took out the ingredients and praised it as a perfect choice. There are at least 50 types of moonstone-containing medicines made from the herbs I personally grew, so the quality is very good. En still couldn't stop thinking about that strange feeling. That's odd. At the same time, the shop behind him shone with a sparkling light. Den quickly turned his head back, and the object looked like a piece of shattered glass. Den ran towards him in disbelief. It has to be it. That stone is ringing. Seeing you look like that, I am very worried. Young master, is something wrong? Diane hesitantly explained. I sense something from this stone. He didn't show clear suspicion. Huh? It's just a decoration. Den gently touches through the magic wall. I'm not sure either, but this stone is truly strange. When he picked up this glass shard, Den was amazed. I see, the more magic I pour in, the stronger the reaction. You seem to be drawn into the source of the light. Does it only react to your magic? The other two don't notice and are still chatting happily. Your eyesight is good. Using it to examine the sample is perfect. Then give me those moon roots and a few kono berries. Black approaches with a questioning look. May I ask what this is? The young lady looked confused. Where did you get that stone from? Siren is also confused. What is that stone? Oh, that pile is just decoration, she muttered softly. Decorative, he thought to himself. There's no way a decoration could react to magic, right? The young lady sighed heavily. Just thinking about that stone makes me annoyed. Siren Gus, seeing this, became curious. What's wrong? Did someone deceive you? The shop owner sadly started to tell that a few years ago some con artist paid me with a large package. When I opened it, inside was that piece of stone. The guy had already left. The shop owner sobbed uncontrollably, tearing at his hair, and I didn't know what it was, so I had it appraised. In the end, it was just a piece of stone, nothing more, nothing less. I didn't know where to put it, so I just left it there. He still stood there silently. Strange. Clearly, this stone is not ordinary at all. The shopkeeper regained his enthusiasm and said, Young master, if you want something better, please look over here. I own a few special magical artifacts, she signaled. I will show you. All right, let's go inside. The shopkeeper holds the item with both hands. This is a business card scroll, and inside my mind are a bunch of random thoughts, even though there are many interesting things here. I look at the stone, but I only want this one. The shop owner explained that if you place it there, it will automatically store the information you want, and all you have to do is call out the person's name, and their business card will appear. Before she could finish, she asked me to put the business card scroll into this stone. The shop owner asked in surprise, "Why would you want that useless stone?" Den is very determined about his judgment, convinced he will need the stone. Siren Gus questions, "What are you planning to do with it?" Black didn't say anything, only responded with a squinting smile. After leaving the shop, Siren Gus sighed. "I didn't expect you to be interested in decorations or art, or is there something special about that stone?" Den chuckled softly. "Haha, can't you tell? Of course, otherwise why would I want to buy a useless stone?" The Nightface replied, "Exactly. This stone is definitely not just a decoration. It can react to my magic." Siren Gus snorted coldly. "Really?" he whispered softly. "I'm not sure what that stone is either, but hearing you say that makes me curious now." Then, Dean suggested that since there are too many people here, we should go back to the palace to examine it more carefully. Siren Gus didn't hesitate and agreed, then urged his horse to ride away. When they arrive at the palace, the two immediately head to the training ground. "Do you know what it is? Are you underestimating my priceless experimental tools?" Siren Gus cleared his throat. "With them, we will know what it is." Siren Gus summoned his power, even though a mage had assessed it, and said there was nothing special about it. No matter what he says, how can it compare to this of mine? He looks regretful. "I've spent all my money on these new tools. They can analyze anything you put on them." Dien happily exclaimed, "Let's make it even more exciting." Siren Gus carefully places the stone down. "All right, I'm quite excited." He releases his grip, orders to place the stone here, and then channel your magic into it. Dien touches the object, and the stone immediately reacts with incredible force. Its power shoots into the sky like a storm. The two, one old and one young, stared with wide eyes in shock. There's something truly special about this. Siren Gus, on the other hand, looked very satisfied. Finally I can puff out my chest with pride. The light begins to converge at a single point. Suddenly it is called the Roman Law. Siren Gus did not deny the statement. Yes, but it's not just an ordinary magic. Black was incredibly excited, thinking to himself how astonishing it was. This is a magic that contains structural laws and movement patterns he had never seen before, perhaps even as complex as 6th or 7th level spells. "So you conclude that the magic hidden inside the stone is what makes that magic appear?" Siren Gus smiled and replied, "Yes, just as you said your magic is the key to unlocking that magic. I'm saying that because it only reacts to your magic." Den looks at the ancient symbols constantly emitting light, wondering what they are. What kind of magic is inside this stone? Why does it only react to my magic? Siren Gus stepped forward a few paces and examined it slowly. The sealing magic inside feels a bit unfamiliar to me, but since I am the former owner of this tower, I will give it a try. I guess if I succeed, I might be able to understand why my magic is different from everyone else's. Siren Gus sighed softly. Maybe so. Din also only hopes that it will succeed. In another part of the royal palace, in Arabella's personal laboratory, filled with stacks of thick books. The recording device is neatly placed on the table, seemingly cleaned regularly by its owner. Arabella stands alone in the room, muttering to herself. As expected, it's different. Clearly, it's not like ordinary magic. She gently touches a data sheet, revealing a special trait of the magic that even she doesn't possess. Arabella furrowed her brow, thinking seriously. However, this magic does not match any field of magic in the results. Magic potion, teleportation gate, magic technique. If it's not these magics, then what could it be? Arabella glanced over each note, reasoning carefully to make sure she wouldn't miss any detail and that it fit with something. Something suddenly flashed through Arabella's mind, and she exclaimed excitedly, "Yes, that's right. There is a lost field of magic, and the magic of the heavens would be suitable for it." Without hesitation, Arabella hurriedly searched around the room, wondering where she had left it. She frantically rummaged through the pile of books scattered on the floor, and finally she found it. The alchemy, divination, necromancy, spiritual magic, and even a primal code of magic. When suddenly an old book dropped from behind her. This caught Arabella's attention. She glanced suspiciously at the object lying right at her feet. This is an ancient magic book on the brown cover. Arabella recalls a long-lost magical kingdom and magic inherited from Akina. She looked carefully at the item in her hand because it was an ancient magic from 2,000 years ago that no one knew how to use. But then Arabella burst out laughing at her own words. What am I even saying? Ancient magic disappeared 2,000 years ago, and the magic of the underworld just can't match it. Arabella suddenly paused for a second. But it doesn't matter. I have nothing to lose. She decided to tell herself. Just try and see what happens. Arabella focused all her energy to summon magic in front of the recording device, and a slender object with 2 blue pointed ends appeared. Arabella closed her eyes tightly, trying to sense as much as possible, and she realized that something was starting to appear. Fragments of paper burst out rapidly from the machine. Arabella whispered, What is this? Alchemy and divination? Or is Arabella rolling up a long scroll and hoping it's not a death spell? The dense lines of text scroll through Arabella's mind like a film, and she almost falls backward instantly. What the hell is this? Outside the training yard, the aura emanating from the stone showed no sign of diminishing. Siren Gus happily said, "Oh, the seal has been broken, and it indicates something inside." Siren Gus also noticed this from the beginning and replied, "Yes, I will take it out." His hand moved into the source of light. When they finally retrieved the treasure, the surrounding power gradually disappeared. Den was a bit surprised. Was it a silver bracelet? Siren G clearly shows his frustration, shouting, "It looks like any bracelet you can buy at the market. I thought there would be something special inside this material, but there's nothing at all." Den stared in amazement at every detail of the ring, and Siren Gus quickly reminded him, "It's this one, because it only reacts to your magic. You should try wearing it." Den politely nodded and took the bracelet from the man, its size seeming much larger than his wrist. Den nervously awaited what was about to happen to him. "As expected, the bracelet has changed," Siren Gus exclaimed in surprise. "As expected, it reacted, so I'm curious. I saw some strange characters. Quickly examine it more closely. What is this? Let's see." Then he kept asking questions. "Do you know what they are?" Siren Gus then moved closer. "This is what you recognize. That's right. But this symbol is actually an ancient language that no one in the world can read." He hesitated. "The ancient language you're talking about didn't even give you time to finish asking." Siren Gus interrupted. "They are the characters used by the ancient Akina magic kingdom, so be silent. I heard Arabella mention the name Akina when I was young. She said that was a time when even the smallest items were made with magic, but then one day, that era came to an end. The only things left are some relics, stories passed down, and this magic code." Siren Gus burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha! I knew your magic was special, but I didn't expect it to be connected to the ancient magical kingdom, so that explains why I was able to move easily through the forest these past few days." Siren Gus kept his eyes half closed. It seemed so, because the magic from that forest originated from Akina, he thought to himself. "I've always wanted this child to become my disciple, so I still have some doubts. But I don't see anything else inside this bracelet," Siren Gus replied indifferently. "You can take your time to investigate, but don't go telling anyone about this, so be obedient." "Yes, I will follow your instructions." Suddenly a loud noise rang out, startling both of them. "What is this noise?" Siren Gus suddenly stood up, looking panicked. "Don't tell me this alarm sound means a monster is attacking?" But just 1 second later, he looked even more excited. "Haha, very good. My body is almost fully recovered. I'll just relax a little." Siren Gus was eagerly waiting for this moment, finally able to strike back. He urged sharply, "What are you still doing?" "Go get the wound or something." Den is about to take out something from his shirt pocket. "What is that?" "It sounds like the noise coming from over there." Then I explained that this sound has nothing to do with monsters, and added that it means my older sister is trying to contact me. Siren Gus looked disappointed. "What do you mean?" "You should have said that from the beginning." Den forced an awkward smile. "Ha ha, no way a monster would appear in this area. Now I kindly ask your permission to speak with my older sister for a moment." While Siren Gus annoyedly turned his face away, Den hurriedly answered the phone. "Yes, is there something you need?" Arabella asked excitedly. "Why did it take you so long to reply to me?" "Sorry, do you need to talk to me about something?" She recounted, suddenly stopping the main topic while you were analyzing the magic cipher. "Wait a moment, is there someone next to me? Respond honestly. Don't tell me you also realized that my magic is ancient magic." Arabella immediately shouted as if she was about to explode. "What? How did you figure that out?" "I see, so that's how it is. When you and Lord Sarian were analyzing some stones, you guessed that they came from an ancient magic kingdom, and you said that those stones only react to your magic." "Yes, that's correct." Senji is even more surprised now. Oh, did the girl realize that just by analyzing the boy's magic? "I know she's a genius, but she's even more talented than I imagined," Arablaka asked. "Does anyone else know?" Then answer coldly no. "All right, listen carefully to what I say." Said, please listen to him as well. "It's best that you keep this secret. If you reveal it now, you won't be able to handle the consequences." The man then finally spoke up. "Ahem, Miss Arabella, I have heard quite a lot about you from Den. Sir Siren, I realize I went straight to the point without introducing myself. Don't worry, I will keep this secret safe." He was worried that if this got out now, not only Den but the entire Stress family would face serious consequences. Arabella sighed in admiration. "Truly, a nobleman. You immediately understood the issue at hand. Are you wondering if this conversation will be recorded?" Arabella softly said no. As soon as this conversation ends, it will automatically disappear. Siren Gus sighed in relief. "Good. No one wants to leave any messy evidence. I also plan to return to the Magic Tower to investigate this matter further." The girl happily said, "Thank you. Thank you for helping us." No, Miss Araba. I do this out of my sense of responsibility as a wizard, so it's nothing." He suddenly remembered. "Oh, while we were talking, I heard you're looking to join a Magic Tower. Have you decided which one you'll join yet?" Arab briefly hesitated, clenched her bracelet tightly, and reluctantly replied, "I haven't decided yet, but I'm not considering the Nixon Magic Tower. It's not my area of expertise." Siren Gus thought gloomily. I used to wonder who that kid resembled enough to be so decisive. It seems it's from his sister. He chuckled coldly. Ha, I see now. Anyway, you don't have to come to our magic tower. It's better to stand by and silently observe. You're quite straightforward yourself. Arabella said her last words before the conversation ended. I'm sure there are talented people out there who will join your magic tower. Anyway, let's discuss the details later, shall we? Then she gently reminded you to take care. Siren Gus politely praised. Your sister has become quite talented. I completely agree. Of course. This item was also created by her. She said that this sleek crystal ball is the trend among young mages today. Siren Gus suddenly spoke sharply. That's right, very impressive. But I don't need an item like that. When someone reaches level 8, contacting others is not what they desire. If there's something important to discuss, they just need to come and see me directly, right? Then, nodding in agreement. Oh, I see. It seems like a thought is crossing your mind that he doesn't have any friends. In the room, A's voice came through. You said it's ancient magic? That kid makes me feel worried. Hey, don't worry, Dad. Akan nods seriously. If anyone targets them, I will make them pay. Lai also adds. That sounds good, then I will make anyone who targets you stay silent in my way. Din sits curled up like a child. I think to myself, they are full of murderous intent, but with 2 people protecting us, there's nothing better than that. Akan strokes his chin and makes a judgment. This one, if that's true, it means there is ancient magic hidden within our lineage, right? Lai replied firmly, it's a good question and we don't know if any of our ancestors had it. I will check with my family. Then wondered to himself, if both families looked into this, what might they discover? It's not really as important as I'm curious to know. There are cakes and hot tea on the table. Anyway, it seems like you've already crossed more than one line. Lai calmly advised that if she continued to stay here, it would hinder her further development. You should consider moving to the capital to live now. Why doubt the capital? A needs to gently explain that yes, at least 14 years old is required before someone can start an apprenticeship at the academy. And now you're of age. Actually, I wanted to keep you for another year or 2 before sending you off. But it seems there's nothing left for me to learn here anymore. Lily gently touches the young man's hand. Then if you choose that way, Lily smiles kindly. You can leave anytime you want. Then I was very surprised. I didn't expect they would think that way. A needs to cheer up and encourage. You will do very well. Go and pursue your talent as you wish. Happiness will follow. Yes, I understand what you and Mom are saying. And so I have made my decision to prepare to attend the academy. You should be happy and praise him. That was a good choice. I'm very pleased. Good, it's time for me to reach a new level. Inside the room, there was lively chatter. Was that your choice? Yes, sooner than I expected. You made a good choice. Staying here longer will only limit your potential. That's a shame, Siren Gus said seriously. And I have a piece of advice for you. Don't reveal too much about your talents right away. Although the academy is a place that welcomes talent, not everyone thinks so. Stay determined and listen. That's right. Arabella told me before that she had faced insults from others. Siren Gao sighed. Well, normal kids probably wouldn't keep up, but the Thomian family is a different story. I unconsciously remembered. Oh right, I told her I would visit her if I came to the capital. I think if I don't visit her, she'll be very disappointed, and I might as well consider what kind of weapon to make with the crest that the Duke Thuman gave me. Let's see. If you'll only join the academy in 3 months, then you should leave from here in 2 months. Den is curious, that seems reasonable, so what about you? Siren Gus softly said, I plan to return to the magic tower. I think I have something to do. Thanks to you, I no longer feel overwhelmed. If you find any clues about ancient magic or anything related to it, I will let you know. Black shows clear surprise. Really? If that's the case, I would be very grateful. Sid G requests. Well then, the only remaining issue is your lessons. If there's not much time left, we need to speed up, he warned. Reaching high school is really tough. 2nd grade is nothing compared to 3rd grade. This is serious. Yes, I will study hard. Reach into the drawer. Oh, and I've prepared a gift for you. Siren Gus was surprised. A star? Then take out the box and say, yes, my sister sent me this through teleportation magic yesterday. Inside is a gem emitting a sparkling light. It's a newly released item. Oh, this is Siren. Ga excitedly takes the treasure and explains that it is a newly designed compact crystal ball not yet available on the market. Arabella invented this new product. She values me, so when I asked for it, she gave it to me. Siren Gus happily exclaims, oh, it's quite compact and pretty. Well, I don't really need this, but I will kindly accept the gift you prepared for me. Polite as I am, please use it to contact me. You secretly think, oh, I can encode my secret message in this. Even though I said I didn't need it, he seems really excited. Den instructs how to make it for Sinan. Gus. That's right, you do that here. Ha, this thing is simple and easy to use. You guessed that he probably won't contact me often, right? And as night falls, Den wonders to himself. The academy. Yeah. You just took off your cloak and made a plan. I need to prepare seriously for the remaining 2 months. Den smiled softly. My hobby is being able to use summoning magic to some extent. And my goal is to officially enroll in the summoning magic class, receive the summoning mark, and have the chance to participate in the competency assessment exam. Since Claire is an assistant professor, I guess I will meet her often once I enroll. At the same time, Black accidentally glanced at the egg. Oh, I forgot about those close friends in magic. When you touch the egg, a fierce reaction immediately erupts. I have been silent for 7 years, dedicating myself day and night to magic. But you are sad, and it still doesn't respond at all. Still, Den has always been waiting. However, if the magic I infused into it doesn't go anywhere else, and my close friend has absorbed it, I am sure that one day it will bloom. Black and Arabella are talking together. Currently, the entrance exam system is very simple. There are 2 exams to go through. 2 exams? Yeah. So, 1 general exam and 1 specialized exam. That's all. Can you explain it in more detail? Arabella looked out the window softly and asked. The general exam is a kind of preliminary screening to categorize candidates. It covers culture, history, and issues related to the Empire. For me, I'm sure I can pass without any problem. She cleared her throat. Of course, the better you do, the more advantage you have because it will be counted towards your entrance exam score. Arabella smiled and explained further. The next exam is the major-specific test. Just as the name suggests, I will choose a major and take the exam in that field. The exam content depends on the professor, but I believe you will definitely pass. Moreover, I also have a letter of recommendation. Oh, I remember now. You girls also passed it easily, right? Arabella looked smug. That's right. It's really not difficult at all. Outside, some young men are carefully examining their swords. But once a major is chosen, some summon magic. Arabella warns, you will have to stick to your chosen major in the specialization exam. Arab turns back to the window and says, unless you want to change your major later. That's right, you need to choose carefully from the start. I still hope that our youngest will choose the magic department, and hearing that, I clearly feel helpless. Ha ha, she still hasn't given up, huh? I reluctantly replied. All right, I will think about it. I wonder, so if I want to change my major after enrolling is the only option to switch departments. Usually that's the case unless you've already graduated and want to start over. Of course, you can also take other specialized courses. Black Dusk swung his sword in a long slash. Usually, from the 3rd year onward, advanced major classes do not allow students from other majors to participate. Then he pursed his lips and paused for a moment. After thinking for a long time, he muttered softly, I will have to choose only 1 major to pursue. Arab suddenly remembered something. Oh right, there's a special program called the elective major for talented students. Are you a bit surprised? Is that really true? Sounds pretty good. Arabella said with an emotionless face. But if you don't intend to deliberately fail, no one would want to sign up for it. Curious, she asked why. Arabella laughed because no one had ever passed that exam before. The voice on the other end suddenly lowered. I see. So that's how it is. Arabella sensed something was off and quickly asked, Don't tell me you're thinking of trying your luck with it? Black immediately dismisses it. No way, never. Oh, sister, Lord Sanin has arrived. I'll get back to you later. Arabella walks on in doubt. Am I pushing it too hard? No, but magic still is. A call came from behind. Arabella. Senior, the professor is looking for you. All right, I'm coming right now. Siren hands over the item indicating it's the referral letter I promised. Siren Gauss, smiling with joy, said calmly, Did you really write this for me? Not only the presentation, but also the content has been carefully prepared. I've written a few recommendation letters before, but this is the first time I've put so much effort into it. Just consider it an honor. N is looking extremely excited. I will try not to disappoint you. Siren Gauss turned away, speaking with an annoyed tone. Yeah, if you say you want to become my student, that would be great. But even if I accept you as my disciple, I don't think you'll obediently call me master. And hearing this, he was immediately at a loss for words. Haha, how would he know? Siren Gus, have you prepared everything you need for the trip? He replied casually. Actually, I don't have many things to bring. Moreover, the academy dormitory facilities are very good, so most of the essentials are already provided. Siren Gus, with her arms akimbo, says the facilities are indeed excellent, but it's just because she monopolizes the skills. But you're not the type to give in to those kinds of people, right? I felt a bit worried when I heard him say that, and it seems like the academy is just a gathering of wicked nobles. Siren Gus, with a grumpy attitude, said, Remember this. It might be harsh there. If you show contempt, many will immediately reveal their true nature and bare their fangs. Remember, your previous life probably wasn't much different from a battlefield either. You obediently replied, Yes, I understand. Siren Gus advises you to contact me if you need anything. And that crystal bridge you call is truly very useful. I will make good use of it. Black asked with a sad look. But why do you speak as if you're about to leave? Siren was surprised. Do you realize? I'm planning to leave tomorrow. Is that true? I can't stay here forever either, right? Your father offered me the position of magical advisor, but I'll think about it later when I have nothing else to do. Seaton put a hand on Black's shoulder. You know, I still have a lot to do when I get back. He spoke softly, thinking he had finished everything, but it turned out there were still many tasks he needed to complete. Den wondered, Are you talking about ancient magic? Helping him is just like helping myself, so it's not a bad thing at all. Siren Gus cheerfully said, After all, he appreciated the young boy. Then he quickly added, Thank you for everything these past days. He smiled with his eyes closed. Yes, I look forward to seeing how strong you will become when we meet again. Siren then left with a wave goodbye. Well then, I'm leaving now. Don't see me off or I'll feel embarrassed. Be polite. Yes. Please take care of yourself. You can't help but feel a bit sad, maybe because you've been close for a long time, so you feel a little lonely when they leave. Lily entered the room to deliver the news that Lord Sren had left safely, and also asked if he was indeed leaving today. AC gently replied, yes, the boy said everything was ready. Lily is still very worried. Hearing that he will leave soon, I feel at ease, but I wonder if he will encounter any trouble on the way. A reassures his wife, saying that with the teleportation gate Arabella prepared, there shouldn't be any problem. Lily finally feels relieved. I guess all her worries were unnecessary. Akin happily says, after all, I think we raised our children very well. Meanwhile, children from other families are busy fighting over who will be the head of the household. AC continued, we will have to make a clear decision someday, but I don't favor anyone. Just then, a figure appeared outside the door. Den was ready and gently called out to his parents. Oh, Den, you're here. Are you about to leave now? And Lily asked, did you bring the sign Mom gave you in Neon? Den squinted and replied, of course I did. Lily gave a few instructions, saying if you really face a difficult situation, go to the place I told you and show the sign. Den asked, yes, I remember. Are those people her mother's former colleagues? Lily looked up with a gentle expression. Yes, they are very close friends of my mother. Although we haven't seen each other in a long time, I'm sure they will help you. A feels tense as she realizes could our dam be going there and starting a path to become a real assassin. Calm your nerves and remember, when you reach the capital, look for Duke Themion. Before entering the academy, the Duke will help you. Yes, father. Thinking about having to leave my son made Lily cry, so she has grown up to the point of almost leaving us. A feels a bit confused, unsure of what to do. Ha ha, see it off with a smile. Madame, Lai, feeling sad, urged us to hurry up. Let's go quickly, we won't go too far. Black tightly grips the pouch strap, feeling his legs suddenly grow heavy as he's about to leave. He glances at his parents one last time and then says, I beg your permission to take my leave. Following behind, Den steadily approached the palace gate. A coldly ordered his subordinates. Yes, carefully monitor to ensure Den arrives safely at the teleportation gate and then report back to me. The young man with his face covered quickly follows the instructions. Yes, master. Before Julius left the room, Lily suddenly spoke a sentence she hadn't said in a long time. The shadow of her smiling, you know what to do now, right? Pay attention to see if any unusual situation occurs at the teleportation gate. Haman finally saw the object right in front of him and excitedly called the young master. Seeing something like this firsthand was truly impressive. This is the teleportation gate that the eldest sister had prepared in advance, and Dee didn't respond but realized it deep down. Constantly praising. Lady Arabella seems to be a truly wonderful person, so I completely agree with the statement above. Yes, I understand why it took a whole year. He pointed at the object and asked curiously if stepping inside would activate the teleportation magic. Denoan smiled and confirmed that was correct. I wonder how much effort she has put in. Teleportation magic, like other types of magic, can only be used if the code is arranged correctly. Magic must be continuously infused while the code is being rearranged before it can be activated. Black assessed from above, and the Arabella gate he installed is a perfect device that meets all the conditions for teleportation. I will be the first to step through the teleportation gate, so please be careful. Den patted him on the shoulder, still looking very relaxed. All right, be careful too. Den will be the first to step through the teleportation gate. Each step he takes on the grass is steady, and in just a few seconds he reaches the center of the large gate. Den takes a deep breath. She said, I just need to channel magic into the gate and it will activate. Jiang spread his arms wide to summon his power, energy lifting Den into the air when suddenly a fierce gust of wind struck, forcing Den to brace himself with both arms. The surrounding space began to freeze. The portal opens as it shifts. Den closes his eyes tightly, trying to sense it. And just as he felt a strange euphoria seep into every fiber of his body, the portal shifted and disappeared with him, leaving the bustling street bathed in blinding sunlight. This place is just as beautiful and romantic as Den's land. Riding on a horse, standing in front of the city gate with excitement. This must be it. Den eagerly looks around. This is the entrance to the city of Atemia. The sound of hooves stops when they hear a strange voice. I've been waiting for you. The man in the mighty iron armor politely calls out. You have arrived at S. He respectfully introduces himself. I am Luik Asma, the captain of the first night squad of the Themion family. Black nodded after hearing this. Oh, I see. You're a bit confused. Being personally greeted by the night captain made me feel a bit pressured. Luik solemnly announced, we will escort you from here. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately looked back to the rear, where his subordinates, ready to follow orders and protect carefully, responded in unison. Yes, sir, Luik replied confidently. We will set out immediately. He smiled happily and said, I rely on you all. After walking a few steps, random thoughts flooded his mind. Now that I have truly arrived, it feels strange. I never thought I would step into the heart of the Unthian Empire I once hated. The flag fluttered in the summer breeze, and as the top performer, I could hear hurried whispers among the crowd. Come see this magic, it's not an easy opportunity to find. On the other side, there are greetings being offered. Over here, the ice cream is frozen with magic. Only a copper crown needed. Dean couldn't help but marvel. Ha ha. Everything you could want is here. I didn't expect the capital to be so lively, Loic suddenly announced. That place is the residence of the Thomian family. Den was slightly startled by his oversight and looked ahead as instructed, and the grandeur made him marvel. The mansion is truly grand. After a while, Den fell completely silent because he sensed that something was strange. Watching the crowd continue to move, Den unconsciously clenched his lips. I feel like someone is watching me, or am I just imagining it? 2 rows of people respectfully bow their heads before Black. Welcome to the throne, he graciously responded. Thank you for your hospitality. Even something so simple caught Black a bit off guard. Their impeccable, disciplined, and rule-abiding formation seemed perfect and natural, quite different from our southern region. The main gate has been waiting for someone for a long time, and you step forward with a smile to introduce yourself as Danog, greeting the Duke of this region. The man, with his hands clasped behind his back, responds politely in a manner befitting a nobleman. It's been a while, hasn't it? Tom Yen, with her gentle face, asked if you are still well. It must have been a tough trip. Let's go inside, Tom Yen exclaimed in surprise, looking closely. You've changed a lot compared to 5 years ago. The children are your age or even a year or 2 older. Even when I put my hand on their shoulder, I can't compare to you. I'm sure Aeon is very proud of you. You're too kind. I will give you a few words of advice. This place may not compare to your father's castle, but enjoy your time here while preparing for the academy entrance exam. Also, I will assign a servant to assist you, so if you need anything, just let us know. He happily said, thank you. Ah, is Lala still doing well? The 2 kept talking, saying, of course she's fine. But did you have a fight with her? What do you mean by that? Hanam Yen said that lately when she mentioned your name, the girl seemed upset, so she stayed silent. Well, I'm not quite sure either. Tom Yen cleared her throat and said, I understand. Maybe it's the pressure from the upcoming exam. Someone like Lala can easily get through it. He just shrugged and said he would ask her when he saw her. What do you think the problem might be? Could it be that it's just a matter of age? They nodded in agreement. That's right, we'll have more time to talk later. Just a reminder, take it easy. What are you wondering about? Thomin will fall silent for a moment, but you'll understand soon enough. Then Huang Meng wondered what he was talking about, and Thomin remembered and reminded him. Oh, you should go back to your room and rest. The servants will take you there. Den's subordinate politely bows. Then I wish you a very good rest, Shentian said. Yes, thank you very much. The door was closed carefully, so I guess I'll be here for a week until the exam. I looked around, but this living room is a bit too luxurious. She carefully pushed open the door without making a sound, placing her bag down as she decided to pack her things and head to the training ground first. She offered to take you to the training ground. Den's eyes widened when he recognized that voice. Layla asked with annoyance, why did it take you so long to arrive? She shouted loudly, you made me wait for ages. I don't know when we'll meet again. I'm still in a daze. Is that Lala? You immediately become excited upon hearing it. It's been a while, hasn't it? Are you doing well? Lala snapped back. Yes, of course. I'm doing great, she steps forward boldly. But you have nothing to say to me? What are you talking about? What did you say? Lala suddenly shouted loudly. What? Why didn't you write me a letter? At this point, Densu was always there. Being repeatedly questioned by her left him stunned. A moment later, he stammered and replied, I also intended to reply but forgot. Sorry. Lala snorted coldly after hearing that and said, is saying sorry enough? He scratched his head and smiled. I came directly here after all. I was too unmotivated to do anything because I had to prepare to leave the capital. Please, forgive me this time. You asked what I could do for you. To apologize, I can do anything you want. Lala frowned slightly in thought, remaining silent for a long time before Den gently smiled at her sincerely. He should get out of this situation first, but what does she want him to do? Taking a deep breath, Den slowly said, what should I do for you? After some thought, Lala spoke again. All right, how about a friendly match? Dien couldn't help but furrow his brow in doubt. Lala raised an eyebrow at him and cheerfully said, a match with me. He hesitated and asked, is that okay? After she shook her head, he finally agreed. Hearing this, Lala slightly smirked. She raised an eyebrow provocatively and asked, are you confident you won't regret this? Looking like this, but I've become so strong that I can't be compared to before. I'm no longer the person who learned to release my magic from you. Xia, she was a bit surprised by that confidence. It seems she has grown a lot over the past 7 years. Then you spoke up again, reminding me that last time you mentioned winning a certain competition in your letter. Lala nodded and smiled in response. Do you remember? I won the Royal Cup tournament. Then calmly say it was the youth competition under 15 of the Empire, right? Layla smiled and nodded. That's right, if you also came, you would definitely face me in the final. It's a pity. Dion shrugged indifferently and calmly said, that regret can now be put to rest. Layla still hesitated. Are you really okay? You still have an entrance exam? What if you get hurt? He pouted and smiled to himself, thinking who should worry about whom, but he didn't say it out loud, calmly waving his hand and saying, I'm fine. Hearing this, Lala was pleased and said, great, it's late today. Tomorrow, as soon as we wake up, let's have a match. The next morning at the castle, as promised, Lala went to find Den. After hearing Den's proposal, Lala exclaimed in disbelief, Are you still using a blunt weapon? He shook his head and explained, this is just a light match. Using weapons for practice is enough. Even the most skilled warriors can't handle every situation. Are you afraid of getting hurt during the fight? Lelang sighed and reassured her. Don't worry, because the best healer in the Empire works for my family. But then he asked her back, what if something happens and she can't treat it? Layla hesitated for a moment before calmly looking at her and saying, to wield a weapon with a blade, you need to have that mindset. She complained, it's just a sparring match. Why are you so serious? Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, she could only sigh and agree. Fine, just use training weapons. Then she ordered the servant to bring her training weapons. Dian watched her intently, secretly admiring her. Indeed, she had become a proud young woman, as the rumors said. People also said she would soon catch up with her two brothers' stronghold, who were actively working as knights. Perhaps Duke Lala was the first to have a female heir. Indeed, at that time, unleashing her magic became a major motivation for her. At the same time, Layla was also reminiscing about the days from a few years ago when she was helped. She is very grateful for that. Thanks to you, she was able to learn the basics of magic control much faster than her peers, and now she has 2 magic cores. She has been waiting for this day for a long time. I wonder if she wins, will he be sad? At this moment, the servant brought the weapon to Lala. She reached out to accept it and casually said, thank you. He takes the spear from her, spins it a few times with interest, then nods in satisfaction. Since it's a training weapon, it's quite lightweight. He was initially a bit hesitant, but he quickly regained his confidence because on the battlefield, he could use anything he had. So what was there to fear? Immediately after, his steps became even more steady, and the arrogance of a veteran general who had fought on many battlefields returned. You look at Lala and say, then can we start now? Lala's also ready. Dan Mac nodded, then pointed the spear forward, bending his right leg to prepare for an attack. On the opposite side, Lala also remained calm, gripping her sword tightly with eyes full of determination. She had faced a spear-wielding opponent at the Danter Cup before, but it wasn't difficult. The spear had a long reach, but its destructive power weakened significantly as the distance closed. Thinking of this, she became even more confident in the battle and immediately charged forward. Her aura was extremely fierce, and her sword started to rise, nearly stabbing Den. Seeing this, she became even more excited, but her sword only pierced the air. Because she could no longer see Den's figure in front of her, she was speechless with shock. As she was stunned, a weapon was pressed against her neck, which was Den's spear. Layla exclaimed in surprise, when were you there? Den retracted his spear and said coldly, if it were a real weapon, something serious could have happened. Hearing this, Lala immediately shouted back, clearly having touched the sword, and simply couldn't believe he was that fast. Den put his weapon on the ground and said, let's start over. The same method won't work, so be careful moving. Lala snorted coldly. It's been a while, so she's just a bit tense this time. She absolutely won't back down. But when she looked up again, she saw a familiar figure standing on the balcony, the Duke of Butt, seemingly watching the battle. He gazed intently at Black's back, and at this moment, he could feel the gaze upon him. He came to check the final results. You know his intentions well after winning the Dan Cup, because Lala has worked so hard that he was very worried. Today, you decide to let go of those worries for him. At this moment, Lala glared at you and said, get ready, because Dad is watching, so I will give it my all. Whatever it takes. Black nodded coldly. Immediately, Lala rushed forward quickly. Mana energy kept appearing in the air, but Den remained very calm and stood there. What now, Black? It's not easy, but Black can still stop it. He calmly replied, there's still a long way to go. Do your best. At the same time, the pen above silently observes and whispers, the battle between the two is still evenly matched, and who knows how it will end. But deep down, he felt uneasy. The smile on Dean's face had completely disappeared, and his appearance now resembled a warrior about to go into battle. Below the training ground, Den and Lala are still fighting fiercely, with Den using his long spear to defend. Lala's powerful sword strikes kept coming, their steps moving quickly as they dodged Lala's sword, with Den stepping back 2 paces. Seeing this, Lala bit her lip fiercely. Her moment had come. Thinking this, she plunged forward with all her might. Dian was a bit surprised by this sudden action, but he only spun his weapon once before striking her hand. Lala's eyes widened in shock as her sword fell to the ground. Then he raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying, looks like I've won this time too. From the balcony, Count But watched this scene with a somewhat resigned sigh, saying, I've lost again. He glanced at the person beside him and asked, do you think Lala might become less arrogant like this, Asma? Hearing this, Asma immediately tensed up. Gah, you know about that. But calmly replied, I knew well beforehand that he had shown signs of it, and after winning the championship, he fully revealed it. At the same time, below, the battle was still ongoing. Watching his daughter struggle against the demon, he couldn't help but sigh and say, I had planned to have a serious talk with her, but I think it would be better if she realized it herself. Asma nodded softly, considering it a wise decision, but pondered for a moment before asking doubtfully, how many magic cores do you think that boy has? He squinted at the demon below. Asma hesitated for a moment before speaking. At least 3 cores, but shook his head in disagreement and said, I think differently. It has at least 2, and at most 3. Asma immediately frowned and asked, Why do you think that? Take a closer look. Although your spear speed overwhelms Lala, it's not because you're faster, but because Lala lacks experience in tactical movements below. After a while fighting, Lala couldn't hold back and shouted, Do you think you can block everything? At this moment, Den's spear knocked Lala's sword aside. Then he retracted his weapon and looked at her with a frown. You stay calm and say, I can see all your movements. Is he a diligent swordsman, Lady Countess? But nodded softly. He probably hasn't had real combat experience. I can't believe it myself when I see it. At this point, he squinted and looked down below, feeling a bit overwhelmed inside. The time when Lala was at her peak was after the southern inspection 7 years ago, right after she met Den, and maybe this time is the same. While he was lost in thought, Asma spoke again, noting that the young lady had won the Dan Cup but couldn't use her full strength, clearly indicating that Count Sress had trained her very rigorously. No, you don't understand, Aeon, but gently shook his head and said, Even if strict, he's not the type to train in a cruel way. Unlike Bu and Den, they don't need harsh training. Asma was slightly startled and asked confusedly, What do you mean? But calmly said, the overwhelming talent that ordinary people dare not surpass. He believes Den is a genius, and at the same time, Den has knocked Layla's sword away below. He guesses that he didn't participate because he wasn't interested in the Dan Cup. Asma was a bit skeptical, wondering how he could not be interested in the Day Not Cup, a competition that all the boys and girls of the Empire desire. But once again, calmly spoke. At this age, no one could compete with his ability. Meanwhile, the battle between Day and Layla was coming to an end. Layla was pushed back, her face full of panic. At this moment, but only hopes she will realize her shortcomings in this fight. If she abandons her arrogance and focuses more on sword training, she can completely surpass him. Below the arena, Layla still kneels on the ground, lost in thought. As expected, she cannot defeat him. He is talented, but I didn't expect the gap between him and her to be so big. Jen narrowed his eyes at her, lowering his sword onto his shoulder. He calmly said, You're tired now. Let's stop here. Layla looked at her fallen sword on the ground, then sighed and said, All right, you win. Demon squints at her and silently lets out a breath. I hope Count Layla's wish has been fulfilled. He probably already sensed that he's not number 1 anymore. Layla approached him and asked dissatisfiedly, What kind of training did you go through? Does anyone not work hard? Black nonchalantly shrugged, lowered his weapon to the ground, and said, Let's start over. This made Layla's eyes widen in shock. He didn't care what she thought and calmly walked away. I'm leaving first. Layla watched his back and shouted defiantly, You won't be able to beat me next time. All right, I will wait. Din also didn't turn around, replying calmly. He immediately lifted his foot and left. This is the only child Lelang admires. At the same time, she was also the one she wanted to surpass. Just need guidance and patience. She wants to prove she's no longer a little girl, but why does she keep falling further behind? Just wait and see, next time she will definitely win. A month later, the Royal Academy entrance exam began. It's like a festival, with talented individuals from all over the Empire gathering for the entrance exam, and including their families and attendants, nearly 1,000 people flocked to the capital. The number of applicants for the Royal Academy this time is about 6,000 people. Just paying the application fee is not enough to qualify for the exam. But 2/3 of them didn't pass the first exam, so in the end, only a few remained. Now, after the first preliminary round, more than 2,000 people are preparing for the second specialized exam. In the grand hall of the castle, everyone was discussing this. Someone couldn't help but doubt and asked, How many people will pass this exam? Another person calmly replied, probably no more than 200 people. They believe that all the children in this selection exam are talented, with some even potential geniuses. Professor Denabo, head of the magic department, hurriedly asked, Is the first exam still not graded yet? Head of the engineering department, Ingrid shook her head and replied, They're still grading. Who will get the highest score, I wonder? Someone asked if the top swordsman was the daughter of Duke Lala, and another nodded in response. Yes, that was the person who won the Dan Cup. The final match was amazing. Duke Lala raised his daughter well. Head of the swordsmanship department, Pinesso raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, Looks like the top swordsman is someone worth expecting. The head of the swordsmanship department? Professor Esteronder nodded and replied, There's hardly anything to expect anymore. It's almost certain. While everyone was discussing, only Dinabo remained lost in thought, as if pondering something. After a moment, he let out a sigh. He reached out and took out a letter, speaking in a low voice. My thoughts are a bit different. Ingrid frowned suspiciously and asked, What is that? This is a referral letter from Sidon, sealed with the Magic Tower's insignia containing magical energy. As soon as she said that, Ingrid exclaimed in shock. That means Sidron really introduced someone. Astander couldn't believe it. No matter who it was, they couldn't defeat the one who had beaten Dan Ku. Everyone started discussing this. A third-year student at just 14 years old. Den was stunned and exclaimed, A third year? Who is that person finally? Du slowly said the name Den Soest. This statement caused everyone present to be stunned. Ignoring their reactions, Denabo continued, "It's someone from the Count's family." In an instant, everyone resumed their discussion about the Stress family. Their family has two geniuses in the magic and summoning departments, and even their youngest son was introduced by Seinen. After some discussion, Den was the first to speak. "If it's the Stress family, then it's not ordinary." Ingrid nodded in agreement. The two highest noble families registering at the same time must be a hot topic. But Esterander raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Wait a moment, isn't that family famous for their trading skills? But it's a recommendation letter from a mage, so it seems the Stress family is now becoming famous for their magic." Hearing this, Ingrid sighed in slight dissatisfaction, thinking she would definitely get into the magic department. If she joins my department, she and Arabella will be very powerful, because magic is essential at the Royal Academy. At this moment, a voice from outside suddenly breaks the atmosphere. "Sorry to interrupt, but the first exam has just concluded." Hearing this, everyone immediately became excited and wanted the girl to quickly share the data, and soon after, the figures were announced. The swordsmanship department has 1,367 students, the magic department has 227 students, and the summoning department has 152. The numbers are clearly very uneven, and everyone here is immediately shocked. It's definitely the swordsmanship department. The difference is huge. Esterander excitedly opened the list to check, then immediately smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, Layla's name was at the top. But at this moment, Denabo suddenly felt a bit confused. His hand kept scrolling through the datasheet, and after a while he called out, "Dines? I don't see your friend's name." Esterander frowned and asked, "Is that true? And what about Sidra's letter of recommendation?" Ingrid shook her head gently and said, "Koa, I don't have it either." Someone suspiciously looked at the girl earlier and asked, "Are there any contestants not on the list?" The girl quickly replied, "There is a contestant competing in the free major." But that was not all. The girl also announced a piece of news that shocked everyone even more, that among the 6,000 candidates, Den scored the highest in the first exam. The experienced professors, having seen many things, now couldn't help but gape in disbelief. They couldn't believe that Den was actually in first place. On another note, at the home ground where Den is, he just finished practicing his martial arts and has been here for a month. Time really flies. The fight with Lala feels like it just happened yesterday. The first exam has already taken place, and we're waiting for the results. Luckily, it wasn't difficult. Just then, Lala runs in from outside shouting, "Day, have you received the results yet? What place did you get?" At that moment, Den's bracelet also lit up. "The exam results have been sent back." Den cheerfully says, "I am the best." Hearing this, Lala immediately snorted in anger. "I knew it. You're so annoying, I missed first place." She glared at him and questioned, "How exactly did you learn it?" Knight casually replied that it was thanks to the questions his sister sent. "But actually, you have an advantage because you studied it directly in your previous life." Lala still didn't let go and kept asking, "Do you think a 14-year-old kid knows anything about tactics, trait, strategy, and military management?" Black slowly said, "I think that's the easiest thing. Do you not find it interesting? Not only military studies, but also fine arts, music, and even the history of the Rinic Empire. That's my major. I actually gained many of those skills unconsciously while rolling around on the battlefield." Lala continued to ask, "So where did you take the second exam?" He furrowed his brow and muttered, "It should be 3 places in total." 3 places? Layla suddenly exclaimed, "But did you really apply for the free major?" She fiercely questioned. "Is there anything besides the Department of Divination and the Summoning Department?" Then he chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, "I will tell you someday the word that will drive Lala crazy." After a moment of reflection, Lala asked irritably, "Why did you choose the free major anyway?" "No matter how I think about it, I don't understand." So I calmly replied, "Because I want everything." Lala's face was stunned by these words. "The pass rate is very low." She chuckled softly, then confidently said, "I heard that the free major allows you to take any class you want until graduation. You don't even need to choose a specific major until then, and you can also research with specialized professors. So that's why no one applied. You didn't like studying with me, so you deliberately failed, right?" I shake my head and say no. She frowns slightly and asks, "So you really think you'll pass? Besides magic and summoning, what else do you know? Just tell me already." Seeing her fierce attitude, he was at a loss for words. Should I say it now? A few days later, in a room inside a castle, a meeting is taking place. The 3 professors are discussing the free major exam. Summoning magic and magecraft are so different from the core and magic circles that passing is almost impossible. Genki spoke anxiously. At first, some people managed to pass 2 free majors, but most couldn't pass even 1. Din nodded slightly. Either magical techniques or magic, applying for 1 would be better. Black sighed reluctantly. "The free majors have been around for about 200 years, right?" Ingrid sipped her tea, looking a bit serious, but almost no one passes. It wasn't as difficult at first. Din said quietly, "Because unlike now, hundreds of years ago the Academy needed talented people. It was a time when conquest required recruiting all talents. If you have talent, you will be nurtured, but that's no longer the case, so the standards are getting higher and higher. Therefore, candidates won't apply for what they are best at. So why does it still exist?" The department that no one applies to and no one can pass is because of its symbolism. Denabo calmly replied, a symbol that only the most talented individuals in the Empire can enter. Black curled his lips at this, saying it still mattered, even though it's now a dying specialty just to keep its reputation. Din calmly laid out a stack of documents and explained, I researched and found that in the past 100 years, only 2 people passed this exam. One dropped out and the other was the previous emperor. Ingrid's face immediately grew serious, meaning only geniuses could pass. Black sighed, and if it were the youngest son of the war hero Sres, then it was hard to say. Because they are not an ordinary family, she also had expectations. Denor spoke up again. Maybe he's just a conceited kid. But based on our assessment, we might consider letting him enroll. Deno frowned and spoke, but as a professor, he couldn't be careless. Dino took a sip of tea and then sighed. After a moment, he set down his teacup again and asked in a low voice whether that boy was confident enough to challenge the symbol. The next day at the second competition, Deno respectfully introduced himself to the 3 professors. I am Deno Gress, applying for the free major at the Royal Academy. He narrowed his eyes at him and said with a smile, do you know what applying to the free major means? He nodded slightly and confidently replied, of course. I understand that all 3 majors require passing scores. You are called Dino, right? It's not too late now. Hearing this, you couldn't help but be surprised. What does this mean? Ingrid continued. I have great respect for Count SES because he is the best mage in the Empire. She said she didn't want to see his son be eliminated and return home, so now she understands what they want. The boy calmly said, thank you, Professor, for the compliment, but I came here with the intention to do my best. The 3 professors immediately fell into thought. That's right. If it were the kind of kid who gives up easily because of those words, he wouldn't have applied. After a long pause, Dinabo finally spoke. Well, then there's no other choice. There are 3 exams depending on your chosen major. Failing any of them will automatically disqualify you. I understand. Dee didn't hesitate and nodded in response. Dinabo glanced at Den and nodded. So let's start with the summoning department as we decided earlier. Immediately afterward, Den stepped outside to prepare for the test. Den recognized this person, a professor from the summoning department. She is the highest-ranking summoner in the Antion Empire and has set a record of summoning level 2 or higher 3 times. After observing you for a long time, Den finally spoke. The most straightforward method of the summoning department is to make me satisfied by any means related to summoning magic. Hearing this, Den smiled. As he expected, a free test based on preference has no standards or format. Then he thought for a moment before suggesting, if so, could the professor summon a beast to help me? Black was startled and exclaimed, summoning beasts? The boy nodded calmly. Yes, any kind of summoning beast is fine. Not only she was shocked, but the 2 professors behind her were no exception. Ingrid couldn't believe it and shouted, what is this? The contestant requested the professor to summon it, and Dinabo's face was so shocked he couldn't speak. What exactly is this scheme? Since there's no sign of anything, I thought he would just talk theory, but it seems he's also interested in watching the summon show. He looked at you in silence for a long time before finally nodding and speaking. All right, very bold, but quite interesting. You really know how to appreciate the unusual. She told you to open your eyes wide and watch carefully. De gently nodded, then observed her actions. At this moment, a stream of blue light appears around her, swirling around her palm before spreading throughout her body. It seems she is muttering an incantation in her mouth now. After a moment, her eyes suddenly shine brightly. She shouted loudly, answer the call! In an instant, the waves of energy began to dance in the air. They quickly gathered together, releasing a powerful energy that knocked over the nearby students. Seeing this, the other 2 professors also gaped in amazement because what they saw within the energy wave was a large wolf beginning to emerge, with long, sharp claws and a big tail flicking in the air. Wait until it is fully formed, the summoned beast goes berserk, and Irk quickly steps out. It roars fiercely, causing everyone here to be terrified. He narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Its roar was too harsh to hear. It is the most ferocious beast among the level 4 summoned creatures. Apart from the summoner, it attacks all targets it sees. Since this is the first test, he didn't expect much. But this exam will be very interesting. Black narrowed his eyes and watched Irk for a long time without taking any action. At this moment, Black spoke again. I've summoned any creature I want. What are you planning to do now? You didn't answer, just standing there so calmly. Meanwhile, the people outside keep discussing the summoned beast. It is the most ferocious of the level 4 creatures, and even many dual-level knights would find it hard to defeat. Ingrid outside also shouted in fear, what are they really going to do? After a moment of contemplation, Black finally stepped toward the summoned beast. Seeing this, Black immediately exclaimed in shock, what are you planning to do? Stop right now if you want to provoke Irk. She just hadn't finished speaking when Irk roared and charged forward. Black still calmly asked, as long as she proved it by any means, right? Den frowned slightly, hesitating before speaking. Yes, but if she were to prove it by throwing herself into the fire pit, she hadn't finished speaking yet, and Den had already cut her off. That won't happen, everyone, don't worry. As soon as these words left his mouth, Den's face grew even more panicked. Under her terrified gaze, Ear only growled once before falling silent. and by this time, as he muttered his incantation, Ezerak's bloodshot eyes began to soften. As time passed, the ferocity in its eyes gradually faded. After a moment, its body suddenly went limp. It slowly sat down on the ground. Hailong nodded and calmly said, "Good boy." Seeing this scene, the expressions of the two professors behind them changed color. Den exclaimed in disbelief, "What is going on here?" Even Den couldn't believe what she was seeing. Not knowing how everyone else would react, he gently stroked Irap's head and said softly, "You're much taller than Genfu, huh?" It obediently nodded at him, ignoring his hand on its head. Den was stunned, eyes wide open, unable to believe that the cruel Izerk would comply so easily, but the surprise was yet to come from behind. Den was once again struck with awe. She saw the magical energy thread linking to Ezerak gradually forming. It is a light color, so it doesn't mean submission, but it completely removes Irk's hostility, so it happily chats with Ezer. Meanwhile, behind them, Denabo was stunned and shouted out, still unable to believe what he saw with his own eyes. Is that innate empathy? That's amazing. The people outside are also speechless with amazement. Is it possible that you approached Irk, quickly analyzed the magic thread, created a similar one, and connected it to yourself because there was no other method? Maybe this is the best way to tame it. That is a talent even greater than the girl who was always praised by the master before. With such ability, the future is truly promising. Thinking this, Den finally stepped forward and approached Den. She spoke seriously. "Densres, your abilities have been fully confirmed. Brave and strong, with calm judgment and solid basic skills. There's no doubt anymore, you've passed the exam." As soon as these words left your mouth, the two professors behind also nodded in agreement. Manhua smiled politely and said, "Thank you." A long day quickly passed, and night fell. After returning, she recounted the situation to Lala. She couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Is it really over in just 30 minutes? So you are the top scorer." Dee frowned in confusion. "What's wrong?" "I heard you're also top of your class in swordsmanship." Lala shook her head sadly. "You should just smile softly." He cheerfully said, "Cheer up, they've set up a celebration for us passing after all." She shook her head in despair and said, "Don't bother eating, eat more instead." She sighed helplessly, unable to believe it. "I didn't expect there to be such a big difference, as if it's an unstoppable force, a natural disaster. That's how it feels." Day looked at Lila's back, feeling a bit lost on what to do. At this moment, Count Lala arrived to intervene. He wanted to be alone, just let him be. "You are still worried," but he firmly said, "Don't worry, Lala will get through it." Then he smiled and asked, "Have you contacted your father yet?" The Count would surely be very proud. Din nodded slightly and calmly replied, "Yes, everyone is very happy." He cheerfully added, "If it's a freelance field, it's also very worthwhile. Now that the exams are over, just prepare for enrollment." Black nodded gently, grateful to him for helping me have a very good time. He declined to give advice and nodded, asking, "Have you thought about the item to entrust to the blacksmith?" "I'm thinking about a sword, but haven't made any plans yet. I am still growing, so I don't know which sword to make. I will think about it more since this is a good opportunity." At this moment, a subordinate from outside came to report. "The Duke, you should go to the Duchess now," but glanced at the person and calmly replied, "I know, I'll go first." After speaking, he turned and left. Watching his figure disappear into the night, I couldn't help but sigh. The condition of the Marchioness still seems to be ongoing. You have heard Lala talk about it before. Her symptoms neither worsened nor improved, remaining the same for years. It truly is a pity. For someone who has never seen a family member ill, it's a feeling impossible to understand. Are you thinking about whether to go comfort Lala? 2 days later, many people gathered at the Royal Academy's castle. They came here for the banquet. A moment later, a commanding voice rang out. "I am very pleased to meet the new students of the Royal Academy. I am One Homit, the principal of the Academy. This year, seeing the new students who overcame fierce competition and stand here, he believes the future of the Empire is very bright. They are all talented individuals of the Empire. But among this new batch of students, there are many outstanding talents, including students who got into the free major, only 2 people in the past 100 years. The students have been approved by all 3 deans of the Department of Magic, Alchemy, and Summoning." As soon as these words were spoken, the students below immediately started whispering and murmuring, mostly in shock. Hearing this, I1 smiled. Immediately after, he confidently spoke on behalf of the top new student and stepped forward. Black raised his head from among the students and moved to the front. As soon as people saw him, whispers spread below. However, Den paid little attention and calmly walked up. Those standing above also began to praise him. But walks over to Aeon and says, "You've raised him very well." Akan shyly scratched his head, saying, "Compared to you, it's nothing." But hearing this, Bu immediately sighed, saying, "Raising 2 sons is of no benefit. My sister's enrollment day and I didn't see either of them anywhere. The older one was sent away on a mission and the younger one ran away from home. On the contrary, Akan has 2 daughters who are truly wonderful and he feels very envious." Akan modestly smiled and said, "Isn't he also with Lala?" In just a moment, But's face suddenly changed expression. because at this time Lala was clearly among the crowd and not looking very happy. He only wished the madam would also come. At the same time, someone else was discussing Black's summoning technique, which Black had suspiciously asked Clay about nearby. Have you been close with summoning beasts since you were a child? Clay nodded in response. Yes, Professor. She nodded clearly. Indeed, that is an innate ability to socialize. But deep down she felt that Den was a monster. This unremarkable kid was capable of more than other summoners. At this moment, G hesitated slightly and asked, Professor, with Den's social skills, is it possible to summon creatures from the other side of the horizon? The other side of the horizon is a different world from the summoned creatures that lost connection over 100 years ago. Let's see. The summoned creatures there might also choose the wizard. Everyone below continued to discuss about Den, and Principal Amrawan approached Den and said, You're Den Gress, the one in the rumors. He handed him a piece of paper from his hand and smiled, saying, I hope your talent will shine at this academy. Den took it and nodded, saying, I will remember. Principal, all the students in the courtyard witnessed this scene, their eyes filled with admiration. The nobles on the high platform also looked on. Next will be the speech of the student representative. At this moment, he feels very satisfied. He finally got into the academy. It took quite a while to get here, but he won't waste this new life that has been given to him. His eyes are more determined than ever. Now the real beginning begins. A while later, the introduction to the academy finally concludes in the main hall. The academy staff told them to rest for a while before the next part, so eat something and relax. Soon after, the students started resting on the spot. The whispering and murmuring continued, and the main character was none other than Den. At the same time, Lala kept reminding nearby, Listen, many people will target you in the future. If anyone says something, you must think carefully. I heard that there are also many strange people here who are not well educated at home. Over here, the other students are constantly noisy, and some are being invited to join the club. The hall suddenly became very lively, and seeing this, Lala couldn't help but be surprised. The seniors are inviting people to join the club during break. Black has heard from his older sister. There are many interesting clubs here. The seniors are now looking for Den to invite him to their club. Many eyes are fixed on Den. Lala couldn't hold back and shouted, Everyone is targeting him. What should we do? At this point, she immediately grabbed Den's hand and ran away, speaking as they went. Let's get out of here first. Den suspiciously asks her, Where are you planning to go? Just a few steps into running, he was blocked by a few tall people. Den, why not join the Body Beauty Club, where you can give and train a beautiful body? You haven't even had a chance to answer when someone else runs over. Hey rookie, what do you think of our Map Exploration Research Club? If you join now, it will be a new map. Another girl shouted, Our Bird Spirit Research Society gathers the most talented people. Even Lala beside her was targeted by everyone. She was a bit panicked by their enthusiasm and hurriedly shouted that she wouldn't join. However, a chase broke out here. Used to being pursued by enemies, but this was the first time he found himself in such a situation. The top student turns out to be so exhausted. Meanwhile, in a corridor of a castle, a figure is walking slowly. This person is Kenta Streetfield. As soon as he saw him, everyone started talking. I heard that after the Royal Knight retired, he immediately became a professor. He's a great successor, but there's a rather troublesome matter, since a new free major student joined after decades, which was a comfortable position for him because he only had to write essays and achieve modest results. But now that comfortable life has ended, he must prepare for the lecture, which will probably be very annoying. And at this moment, Kenta has arrived at the place he needs to be. He bites his lower lip angrily, seeming in a bad mood, and grumbles that the orientation session for new students has ended. This is really nonsense. Why would a student get in at this time? He has just seen a figure standing in front of the door. That person is, of course, Den, the new student in the free major. Kenta frowned and asked, You're Den Sogris, right? You're here so early. Black was slightly startled and turned his head to look back. Seeing the visitor, Den politely bowed his head and said, Hello, Professor, it's a pleasure to meet you. He then said seriously, All right, go inside. The two quickly entered the room, and Kentis frowned as he observed Den sitting on the chair, silently contemplating. He had to struggle hard to earn this position. He came here to rest, not to teach. If it were a map, he would be tired of guiding the knights already. Thinking of this, he finally looked up at Den and asked, Why do you want to apply for the free major? Dean calmly replied, To do everything I want. The old man then asked suspiciously, Are you not planning to switch to a special field? He calmly replied, Yes, I don't want to miss this opportunity. Hearing this, Kentis immediately felt annoyed. If it comes to that, I have to guide you. There's no other choice. But suddenly I remember you didn't take the swordsmanship test, so the reason for not taking it must be because you're not confident. Thinking this through, he spoke again. Do you know anything about swordsmanship? I mean, I don't mean to criticize, but since you're studying a free major, I am your professor, so I should at least know what level your swordsmanship is at. Hearing this, he frowned, wondering why he suddenly asked about swordsmanship, feeling like he was not welcome. Then I guess I'm not really interested in swordsmanship. Kentis immediately stood up excitedly. Luckily, then I'll check it myself. She nodded without hesitation. All right then. He quietly felt pleased. You're caught in a trap, he quickly suggests. Then come to my training ground. He has the authority to evaluate students and just need to use poor swordsmanship as an excuse to make you leave. The two quickly arrived at the training ground. Kenta casually said, "There are many swords here, so just pick the one you want." Black calmly nodded. He looked at the swords placed there, unable to help but feel a sense of awe at how training people could be in a place like this. Even without specialized students, this is a bit serious. He sighed in helplessness, wondering which one would be suitable. Immediately after, he reached out and drew a sword from the corner. Kentis frowned and asked, "Is that enough?" Din nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, this sword is enough." Kentis raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "If you can attack me with that sword even once, you will pass." He said it wouldn't be hard because he would only move within 2 steps. Hearing this, Den nodded. "I understand." Kentis frowned and observed, calmly accepting his condition. Does that mean he is confident enough? Den truly is confident enough to do that. At this moment, he immediately charged forward with a determined look in his eyes, his sword almost touching Kentis. He was a bit surprised. Your speed is really fast, so you must have excelled in your free major? But while he was thinking, Den's sword kept spinning continuously. Kentis's face immediately turned grim. What is this? Finally, his hand holding the sword began to lift. He took a step back before raising his hand to block Den's sword. Now he finally takes a breath and says, "If it were any later, it would be a big problem." Using such unorthodox swordsmanship, could he really be a fool who knows how to wield a sword? On this side, Din also took a step back. He lowered his sword to the ground, frowning as he looked at the person before him. His eyes darted around and his aura began to shift. Kentis's face now looked a bit uneasy. He looks like a swordsman on the battlefield, not someone from noble or knightly origins. While he was thinking, Kentis charged forward once again. His sword tip kept darting through the air, his attack speed extremely fast, gradually forcing Kentis into a defensive stance. His face looked a bit grim, his hand trembling as he held his sword, but he had no time to breathe. You come with the momentum to tear through the wind, moving swiftly and wielding your sword with such mastery that Kentis begins to doubt himself. Is it really necessary for a 6th-rank fighter to concentrate this hard? Is he really fighting a 14-year-old kid or not? You don't even need the handicap anymore. His steps had to keep moving to block the attack. Now Dian had stepped back, but Kentis's face didn't look much better. This look feels so familiar. Back then, when he was a knight leading his troops into battle, he had seen a brave warrior, but that person had no medals or banners symbolizing a knight. Watching him fight, he was so amazed that his eyes widened. Who exactly is that person? Returning to reality, the two swords had crossed, but they had already touched Kentis's body. Kentis couldn't help but be startled by this scene. Why is he thinking about something else? But no matter what, Ding has already won. He smirked and said, "Professor, I think I have met the requirements." He bit his lip fiercely, feeling a bit unwilling, his hand gripping his sword, trembling. Taking a deep breath, he slowly spoke. "You passed." He let out a sigh of relief, as expected, with the strength of a royal knight. There's no way to go further. Kent frowned at him, deep in thought. But this kid is truly a genius, a special genius, and despite the flaws, he is no less than the man who has reached level 6. Now you understand why he's not interested in the swordsmanship exam. Thinking about it, he then questioned why, with this strength, he didn't take the swordsmanship course. Den calmly replied, "Because I thought my family would be sad." Hearing this, Kentis couldn't help but be surprised. The professor furrowed his brow thoughtfully and said, "Your father is a master of education, and your 2 sisters are masters of magic and summoning, so you chose all 3 to meet your family's expectations." Then Den spoke up again. "Has the professor confirmed everything now?" Kentis realized he was wrong. It wasn't that the boy lacked confidence in swordsmanship. He nodded softly and said, "You can go now. I will send you a message soon." "Yes, thank you, Professor." En politely bows. Kenta clearly seemed a bit unwilling, watching his back as he left. "I really have made a mistake. Do the department heads feel like this when judging? All his plans to chase you away and live comfortably have been shattered." He couldn't help but sigh in helplessness, recalling his past as a knight and finally remembering who that person was. That brave warrior's back, still standing proudly on those bodies, is burned into my memory. Only now do I realize the person I instinctively thought of during the recent battle. Den's fighting style is very similar to Rick's. Outside the academy courtyard, after leaving Kennis's room, Black recounted everything to Clale. She exclaimed in amazement, "Did I really pass the test?" He nodded and said, "I guess so." C frowned slightly, doubting. It's strange. Professor Kentis isn't someone who would easily let students pass. He only attends regular classes once a year, but this time the principal called him, and he really hates trouble. Hearing that, I also nodded in agreement. Truly someone who likes to live according to their own will. Jai sighed and said, "So that's why I was surprised. I'm glad nothing happened." I watched her smile closely, feeling a wave of emotion in my heart. She truly believed that tonight belonged to her, but she only felt relieved that her younger brother was safe. That is one of the reasons she liked her second sister. At this moment, Arabella ran over from afar, wondering if her sister was with Clay, and she happily smiled. "Little one, you passed the test, right?" The students saw the 3 of them happily talking and started whispering. A moment later, someone approached and introduced themselves, saying, "I am Mo, in charge of all the dormitory operations." The dormitory is divided into 3 zones based on entry points, with the highest ranked area called Dantec 1. He also told you that because you are the top student in the free major, you will stay in this area. The cafeteria, training ground, and library are all up to standard, and there are also restrooms and magic projection rooms, as well as secret equipment. Hearing this, Denis couldn't help but frown. What do you mean? What's secret? Max continued explaining. It might not happen, but depending on your grades, there is a chance you will leave this area. Arabella and Claire are also in this area, but only for graduation. After that, he gave you a key to enter and exit. I gave you 2 keys as backups. If you lose them, let me know. And Black took one and nodded slightly, saying, I understand. Macklay warned them carefully. Be careful in the future. There are many strange students here. They are not bad people, but sometimes unexpected things happen. Check the room and report to logistics if you need anything. Insane nodded and sighed. Should I go check the room? In the end, he decided to take a look. His first impression was that it was very upscale, but strangely silent. He slowly walked down the corridor, and after a while he suddenly stopped. Something was wrong. He couldn't sense any breath of life, as if it had vanished into thin air. So what exactly is going on here? The character takes a deep breath, releasing their suspicion into the air. He wanted to see what had happened, so he quickly closed his eyes. The aura gradually spread everywhere. Before long, you could smell a faint, greasy scent and hear the faint clicking of gears. Clearly, this is a trap. He couldn't help but smile faintly. So that's it. It was the launch event. At the same time, a group of people watching through the screen wondered aloud, why isn't he moving anymore? Someone carefully asked, Hey, Anon, do you think he knows about the trap? Not shook his head slightly and confidently replied, Absolutely not. My Juliet family has been the best hunting clan for hundreds of years. I am very confident in my trap. This person is the eldest son of Lord Julat Anjulat, a third-year student in the Keech social department. Another person doubtedly asked, Is it dangerous? Anonymous calmly said, Of course I've discarded everything that could cause harm, I just want to make him a joke. Another person smiled excitedly. This first debut is truly something to look forward to. We thought you'd fail miserably getting here, but someone still fears to ask. Are you really okay? That's the Stress family. So what? We've all been through a memorable debut ceremony. Just wait and see, he's probably going to faint from fear. Then a female student hesitated and said, But he's the top student in the free major, so this time it might be different. Both his older sister and his second sister are geniuses. If he passes the free major, he will be even more of a genius. The speaker is Priscilla Niliel, a 4th-year student in the Department of Neuroscience. Ano heard this and immediately questioned with dissatisfaction. What are you talking about? Are you saying he won't fall into my trap? She shrugged her shoulders and coldly smiled, saying, No, but it seems you're not confident. Don't smile, that's not the case. He snorted coldly, not believing that Den would recognize his trap. He had used invisibility magic and smeared oil to silence the engine noise. While they were suspicious, Den had already started moving back. Seeing this, they immediately became excited. He kept moving forward. Outside the corridor, Den already knew their trap started with a tripwire. Just a light touch would trigger it. Then, use magic bullets. He muttered casually, then raised his hand and a magic beam shot straight toward a trap not far away. With a loud bang, it exploded instantly. The water kept falling onto the ground as the black-eyed boy watched calmly, standing a step away. But what surprised him was that there was less water than he had expected. At this moment, another trap was triggered. A hatch was opened and a foul smell quickly assailed his nose. He sighed and muttered, Yep, it's really a kid's smell. He couldn't help but cover his nose with his hand. Seeing this, the students couldn't believe their eyes and exclaimed, What the? He already found out. Priscilla immediately turned to question Anon. What's going on? You said you would absolutely not be discovered. How did it turn out like this so soon? Anon shook his head and said it was just a coincidence. Hearing this, Priscilla immediately snorted coldly. Is it just a coincidence? He nodded aggressively. That's right, I was a bit too gentle at the start and got caught. And just wait, the trap will definitely fall. Those people hesitated for a moment before nodding, deciding to trust A for now, but Priscilla suddenly looked at Anne, feeling a bit uneasy inside. At the same time, outside, Den casually bypassed the 2 traps and slowly moved forward. He sighed softly. The second one was also clumsy. Should I just destroy it now? After a moment of silence, Den silently decides to act, then immediately rushes forward, weaving through boxing gloves, and soon comes to a safe stop. But it's not over yet, as sticks suddenly appear stabbing towards him. It turned out the same as before, he avoided all of them. Seeing this, the observing students couldn't believe their eyes and exclaimed, It really is the Soger's noble family. I heard that his instructions also included a very memorable debut. Another student doubted, I think he can predict everything that will happen. Did Anot really try to hide that simply? Clenching his teeth fiercely, Anot retorted, It's too early to give up. He can't avoid the final trap. Priscilla was surprised and asked, What is the final trap? And An smiled softly and confidently said, You'll see. As expected, at this moment, a giant monster suddenly appeared in the corridor attacking the temple, but it wasn't alone. Another group had appeared. This time it's the summoned beasts. Seeing them, Dean immediately pouted in disdain. Prepared a few strong ones, but something seems a bit strange, huh? He furrowed his brow as he observed their bodies for a long time, then suddenly realized something strange. Their bodies were not real. He smirked slightly, so it was an illusion. Only hearing my voice, Henry seemed to be hit quite hard. If you are an ordinary student, you would have run away, but he's different. There's no need to dodge or retreat. All he needs to do is interrupt the flow of the young mana to stop it. Thinking that, his eyes became determined, and a strong flow of magic appeared in his hand. Seeing this, a student suspiciously asked, "Is that kid not running away? On the contrary, he looks quite calm, doesn't he?" Another person said, "It seems he's trying to gather his magic power." A's face immediately turned grim. Could it be that in just a brief moment he realized it was an illusion? I can't believe it. How could this happen? Priscilla saw his face and let out a helpless sigh. Oh my God, outside the corridor, the dark magic is spreading through the air. The magic flows onto the summoned creatures, instantly knocking them back. They quickly disintegrated under the power of the magic. Seeing this, Black slightly smiled and said, "They're gone. Do you want to see who set the trap?" At this moment, a scream suddenly burst out from a room, and Urk rushed out. "Get out of the way, why is he here?" "And On, you bastard, do something." Anon's people run out, with Irk chasing after them. They ran away in fear at its roar. Black slowly approached, squinting at them, then softly said, "So you all were hiding here?" Upon hearing the sound, they immediately turned around, and Anhan exclaimed in surprise. "The new student seems to have realized something." Anon quickly spoke. "If it belongs to you, then do something. We're sorry. Please take it back." Dark also didn't want to scare them, but the magic power in his hand appeared again. Immediately after, the magic power swirled around Irk. In no time, its body gradually disappeared. Seeing this scene, Anne's group immediately panicked. Is that also an illusion? After the crisis, the group of students finally returned to normal. A student sighed softly. The introduction had failed. Then he stepped forward and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Droyan Valentine, a fourth-year alchemy student and the only direct descendant of Marquis Ballantin." Droy Ian raised an eyebrow and complimented, "You have a good figure and are very handsome. Since all the girls are beautiful, it's only natural, right?" He extended his hand to shake his, politely saying, "Hello, what is this name even supposed to mean?" He continued to praise him. "You're really good at avoiding traps. I heard you majored in free studies, so that's why Anne's traps don't work on you. I will be very disappointed. I also want to tell you that a knot is the heir of the famous Duat Hunter family. He is the one who designed all these traps." Hearing this, Lien immediately looked towards Anne. So it turns out she was the one behind the plan. Droy Yan glanced at everyone and spoke. "You should also come and say hello." He pointed to the only girl and introduced her. "This is Priscilla, a fourth-year neuroscience student. Better stay away. She's a dreamer of becoming a priestess, but she was cut off before she could finish her sentence. Kind and beautiful. I am Priscilla Nelliel, the abandoned child of the noble family. If you've entered the neuroscience department, you can't dream of getting married." Black nodded and smiled, saying, "Yes. Please help me more." The moment he shook hands with him, Priscilla was so shocked her eyes widened. She couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Why is the magic power so strong? This isn't the kind of magic power someone our age should have. The level is unbelievable." Hearing this, Droyan asked suspiciously, "Is it really that amazing?" Priscilla nodded slightly. "That's right." Even Anne could tell, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Using strong magic to make it stand out? At this moment, another male student approached and said with a smile, "Hi Den, I'm Squaw, a second-year student in the martial arts department. Unlike those disgusting kids in the gym club, so don't misunderstand." Hearing this, Den immediately remembered the big guys who blocked his face earlier. Squaw continues speaking. "Muscles are important, but martial arts are not for showing off muscles. If you're interested, just tell me, and I'll show you what true honesty really is." Den refused to comment, glancing at the boy standing on the other side. Now, only one person left. S looked over there and said, "Hey, introduce yourself, it's your strength." Aoi pouted and said, "Are you angry? Is it just because of those traps? That's petty." And bit his lip fiercely, hesitated for a long time, then approached Den and greeted him, "I'm Anne." You also nodded politely and said, "I am Dino Gress, please help me more." Maybe he was upset that all the traps had been destroyed, so you spoke up. "Indeed, those are good traps. It seems you know the mechanisms and triggers very well, but the most prominent issue is sun." Hearing this, Ao's face immediately showed surprise. Black slowly explained, "Next time, instead of 6 breaks, mix in 3 silvers. With 6 breaks at a ratio of 46, it should be better. This level of brightness makes it less noticeable." Ano thought for a moment and then nodded, saying, "That makes sense." Then continued, "Besides that, anyone could easily fall into your trap. Who are you to tell how to set traps? It's unfair. They just didn't care much, so everyone led you to see the room." They walked slowly down the corridor, chatting happily and watching them from behind. I quietly sighed. Indeed, they are interesting people. Anyway, I'm in a good mood because I have good friends, and things will probably get even more interesting later. The next morning, Den went to meet Lila. After learning that she had to attend 6 specialized courses this semester, she angrily shouted. But Black explained to her that there were only 3 majors, and each one only required 2 classes. Lila is still very upset, and there's also a general education course. What should I do? There's no time to sleep at all. Usually first-year students only have 4 classes, so think about it. Maybe I can skip the first session. He silently stared at her, sighed, and said, "Is that even possible?" That's why military studies were added to 2 general education classes. Hearing this, Lalonde said, "You're really insensitive. I'm very afraid of military studies. My first semester exam grades dropped a lot because of military training." She said she'd see me later in the swordsmanship class, where she has to listen to the general education lecture. Then he asked softly, "What is the general education course about?" With knowledge of cosmetics and skin, Lala winked and smiled. Dean sighed helplessly and said, "That's just how girls are." "I understand. See you later." After he left, he went to the lecture hall to listen, and as soon as the students saw him, they started talking. Hearing all of this, he couldn't help but sigh and say, "You heard everything, but you don't really care, just quietly flipping through your book. Today in class, you are learning about general military science. Based on what you read yesterday, some of the content you know, but some completely contradicts reality. That's right, if theory and practice always matched, no country would ever lose in war. But the reason military theory is taught is because fundamental principles are very important." As you were thinking, the professor entered the classroom and everyone stood up to greet him. A professor on the podium waved his hand and signaled, "Sit down." Then he slowly spoke. "Hello everyone, I am Francisco Gabius and I will be teaching military theory. Just call me Professor Gabius." He then took attendance and started the class. Black squinted at him for a long time, lost in thought, looking like someone with extensive battlefield experience. I slightly smirked and said, "I really am looking forward to it." At this point, Professor Gabius has started teaching, and it is necessary to deeply understand military theory to be effective on the battlefield. Soldiers are reckless, and commanders must always weigh victory against the lives of their troops. After a long moment, he looked back at the students and asked, "I wonder how many talented students here will become elites. What do you think is the most important thing in war?" A group of students with only one arm raised. Professor Gabius glanced over and spoke slowly. "Please raise your hand if you are a student." The person who raised their hand is Den, confidently replying, "It's the supply." Professor Gabius was a bit surprised, but quickly regained his composure. He nodded slightly, exactly. He slowly explained, "Success, victory, improvement. All of this can only be achieved if the supply chain is secure." He found it very interesting. Someone already answered correctly from the start. He squinted at Den and continued, "Do you know the 3 most important things in supply?" Den calmly replied, "The first is strict management of supply from the center to the front lines. If just one person has malicious intent, corruption can easily occur. This will soon lead to a shortage of supplies. Based on your experience, most supply issues are caused by inappropriate intermediaries." Although the shipment was initially transported safely, seeing your silence, Professor Gabius spoke up again. "Exactly. What's next?" "It is about standardizing the supply chain." Black calmly speaks, saying that if mass production can be implemented, it would greatly help in quick delivery, allowing frontline units to maintain their strategy without losses. Your words threw the students here into chaos because what you said wasn't in the book. Even Professor Gabius was a bit surprised. "What is this?" After hesitating for a while, he finally spoke. This time, that's also the correct answer. "In the end, what is it?" Knight calmly replied. "It is produced on site. As the war drags on, both of these will become harder to follow, and the quality of supplies will decline, forcing soldiers on the front lines to find ways to sustain themselves with minimal self-sufficiency. Although the quantity and quality are quite low, it still provides enough emergency supplies. All of this is something you have witnessed and experienced firsthand on the battlefield." Immediately, the lecture hall fell into silence. Everyone was so stunned they couldn't speak. Gabi, after regaining her composure, also praised him. "Well done, that was an excellent answer." "What year are you in?" Knight calmly replied, "I'm in my first year." His eyes widened in amazement as he exclaimed in disbelief, "So you're only a first-year student? How does a newcomer know this much?" After overcoming his surprise, Professor Gabius slowly spoke. "Strict military management, standardized supply, and ultimately local production for self-sufficiency." That answer reflects the practical experience of soldiers and officers on the battlefield. He is inexperienced and wanted to ask how he knew about this. Den frowned slightly in hesitation before finally speaking. "My father often told me these stories." Professor Gabius again asked suspiciously, "What's your name?" Black Sogress replied calmly, "Black Sogress." He couldn't help but be stunned. Professor Gabius exclaimed in amazement, "You're the son of the Blue Cyclone." "So, that explains it. If you're from the Stress family, then you're the student who passed the elective major. No wonder his skills are different from other first-year students." Thinking of that, he finally calmed down a bit. "Do you understand clearly? The theoretical military knowledge we will learn is exactly what the Stress student just answered. Applying the appropriate theory to real-life situations based on textbook principles is the ultimate goal of military training. It's been a long time since we've had such an outstanding student like Den. Professor Gabius couldn't help but watch him a little longer. After observing for a while, he finally spoke. Let's move on to the next part. Soon after, the final class bell rang. Dane hurriedly ran out of the lecture hall as if someone was chasing him. He let out a sigh of relief, almost at the entrance of the academy. Before leaving, Professor Gabius called him back and even tried to persuade the new student to join the Imperial Academy. It seems the professor is a bit impatient, but Klee told him to refuse anyone who advises joining the Imperial Academy, though it looks like he won't give up easily. That night, he couldn't help but sigh. His current task was to find his way. He still hadn't adapted to the Academy's map. It was just too vast. The meeting place with Lala is at the central fountain square. The boy looked at the map for a while before finding the way. Crossing the Foggy Garden is the fastest way. The Foggy Garden is an area where, even on cloudy days, visibility is limited as if there is fog, making it easy to get lost. And this is also a large garden shrouded in fog, so everyone avoids it, and there are rumors of ghosts appearing at night. Night has already fallen into the Foggy Garden. After looking around for a while, he slightly smiled, but this place doesn't seem to match what the eldest sister said. The weather was good, so you arrived here so quickly. Just then, a sudden scream pierced the air. Help! Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Please help me. Heyo gently frowned in surprise. Is someone there? He slowly walks toward the nearby garden and whispers, the sound coming from inside. He hesitated for a moment before running forward, because his mother had taught him to help immediately if someone was in danger. There was still enough time before the next class, so I could save him and get out. I ran into the treehouse with an excited mood. After a while, he managed to rescue a male student. He was sitting on the ground, panting heavily, and gratefully said, "Thank you. I thought I would be trapped inside forever." He nodded gently and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm a bit tired, but I'm fine." The student smiled and replied, "I am Ernest Dian, a first-year explorer," Din asked with some surprise. "Studying exploration but getting lost?" Ernest looked a bit embarrassed. It was because I was too excited and wandered off unconsciously. "If it's Lord D, then it's a family from the west, right? The emblem is probably a ship and sailors." He happily replied, "You know, my family has explored the seas and distant lands for generations." Hearing this, I couldn't help but smile silently, feeling a sense of pride. But for him, it seemed a bit difficult. Ernest suspiciously asked, "What is your name?" "I'm surprised you know my family." Din also honestly revealed his name. Ernest was immediately stunned. "Are you the new student who switched majors after 50 years? Din nodded slightly and replied, "It's me." He immediately cheered up and said, "I've wanted to meet you even once." The boy refused to comment and looked at him. He said there were no injuries, but what about that birthmark? And there's a scar, too, which is very different from a wound scar from an exploration. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became, frowning in deep thought. After a moment, he asked suspiciously, "Are you exploring this garden?" Niz nodded softly, saying, "Exploration excites me. Actually, for me, not only the garden, but everything new I encounter is an adventure." He took out his bag to show him, revealing many items inside, and exclaimed in amazement, "Are all of these exploration tools?" My goal is to explore every part of the academy. This foggy garden is definitely one of them. There must be something here. With so many clouds and thick fog, isn't that quite plausible? Den stared at him in surprise. "That's right. Have you figured it out yet?" "Not yet." Ernest shook his head. "I am sure there is some power within this garden." Black then asked suspiciously, "But isn't it true that no one can clarify it?" Eris continued, "Yes. But if there is a reason that no one has thought of clarifying or has tried and still can't clarify, then what?" Hearing this, Denis couldn't help but furrow his brow. "Are there reasons why it can't be clarified?" Ernest said seriously, "Yes, right now we can't know. But what if it's a power created by unknown factors or objects, like the remnants of an ancient kingdom that has disappeared, or monsters summoned beyond the horizon?" After a moment of thought, N. Knight finally spoke. "If it's the legacy of an ancient kingdom, that's really interesting." Like finding a friend, Ernest was very happy. "You think so too, right?" "I really want to uncover that secret, but right now, Dian has shattered his happiness." "That's right, I'm on my way to the lecture." Unfortunately, before I could leave, it suddenly started to rain. And soon the rain grew heavier and heavier, Ernest exclaimed in panic. "It's a big problem. I heard that here, when it rains, the bones get thicker." Dee, frowning, asked, "So it's really hard to go outside then?" Ernest nodded softly. "That's right. We will lose our sense of direction." He took out the compass to check, but the needle kept spinning and he couldn't find a direction, his face growing even more panicked. He shouted in fear, "So the compass isn't working either. We can't move like this." Den looked at him and asked, "Can't you solve this with your exploration abilities?" Nis shook his head slightly, the unknown force trapping him and making his body feel heavier. "What should I do?" Black's face quickly changed expression. Iz looked at Black nervously, realizing something serious was happening. Black ignored him and glanced at the surrounding fog, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He, on the other hand, felt a strange surge of strength. Ernest didn't know what he was thinking, and was still sitting on the ground in panic. This is serious. If things continue like this, Den will be in danger. But at this moment, a surge of magic power suddenly struck, causing both eyes to widen in horror. A powerful surge of magic radiated around Den at this moment. Even the fog began to dissipate. Nis raised his hand to shield against the approaching magic. Trembling and biting his lip, the magic was truly terrifying. At this moment, the fog is dispersing from the darkness. You panic and shout, "Darkness, what is really happening?" Den also didn't answer, calmly saying, "Arist, let's go." "I think I know the way out now," Ernest exclaimed in surprise. "Really? How did you figure that out?" The two looked at each other, but their expressions were completely opposite. Facing Ernest's panic, Dee, on the other hand, smirked smugly. "Maybe you can actually uncover the secret of this place. The rain is still falling, but it's no longer a hindrance for Den." As Den passes through, the fog gradually clears. Ernest, behind him, is at a loss for words. This is the mysterious fog that many mages have yet to uncover, but he can pass through it as if nothing happened. Moreover, the fog dissipates wherever he goes, and his vision becomes clearer. "You truly are a miraculous boy." As he was thinking, Black spoke up. "We're almost there." "Eris." He flinched slightly and asked suspiciously, "Really? Did you find the way?" It wasn't long before they stopped, and Eris's face showed a hint of surprise because the place they stopped was the center of the misty garden. Ernest looked up at what was in front of him, exclaiming in disbelief, "This is a magic fountain." Then he asked doubtfully, "Is there anything special about it?" He hurriedly explained. "The students entered the foggy garden for this reason." Then he glanced at you and asked, "Do you not know the legend of this place?" Your eyes were filled with confusion as you asked, "A legend? Is there really such a thing?" Nis nodded softly. "The legend says that if you come here before the bones vanish, you'll reunite with the person you want to meet." Just a typical romantic story. Hearing this, Den continued to ask, "How does the magic of the fountain still work? It's already difficult to get here, so how does it operate?" Your words make Aiz stunned and say, "You're right." Dion gazes at the magic fountain for a moment before speaking again. "If no one continuously pours magic into it, there might be a source of power even stronger, so maybe it's better that way." "A source of power?" Nis furrowed his brow in thought. "In that case, the garden itself could be a giant body." He then spoke in a deep voice. "The layout of this garden doesn't need to be so complicated and tangled." Maybe that's right. If the garden is a large mechanism, then this magic fountain could be an ancient relic, and the bone curtain might be related to it. Thinking this, he immediately raised his hand and placed it on the fountain. A sudden feeling washed over me. This must be the right feeling. Something inside you is reacting, as if you've met an old friend. After a moment, you suddenly open your eyes and your gaze becomes clear. This is ancient magic. Sure enough, after a while, a line of text appeared. Ernester looked on in amazement and exclaimed, "Wait, this is the secret language of the great." Da frowned and asked him, "Secret language?" Ernest explained slowly. "I wasn't sure because I couldn't see clearly, but now that I touch it, I'm certain. That is the language used in the ancient lost country. Secret." You're amazed and ask, "You knew about this too?" Ayas confidently said, "Of course I am, from the D family. Studying ancient languages is very important for explorers. It would be frustrating to reach the ruins and not be able to read what is written there." Of course he hasn't mastered all the languages yet, but he was taught this language since he was a child. Then he suggested I try to decode it myself. I couldn't help but chuckle softly, my explorer's instinct truly awakening. Not knowing what you were thinking, Ernest was still very excited to explore that writing to see if this word meant qualification, and if the next word was this world. Immediately afterward, he started writing it down. The more he wrote, the more his expression darkened, but the rustling sounds on the paper continued. A moment later, he immediately looked happy. "I've decoded it." Dane furrowed his brow and asked him what he was saying. Ernest quickly replied, saying that those who are qualified will prove their strength. Den was a bit surprised. "What does it mean to be eligible and prove yourself?" "Being eligible means it's about ancient magic, right? Somehow, the closer you get to the center, the more familiar it feels." Ness happily said, "That's interesting. Being eligible means ancient techniques. No way someone like that could exist." Black nodded gratefully and said, "Thank you." Ernest was so shocked his eyes widened because a stream of magic power appeared around his hand. Seeing this, I exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing?" Din didn't answer either. People say that ancient languages contain power through their form. You narrow your eyes in thought, pondering for a long time. If you use this bracelet, it might react to those lines of writing. Sure enough, the bracelet in your hand keeps emanating magic. Not long after, strange symbols appeared on the bracelet. Seeing this, Black subtly smirked. Then you reach out your hand toward the fountain. The two streams of magic quickly collide, and strange characters keep appearing, growing more and more numerous. After a while, the fountain suddenly started to shake violently, causing everyone to cry out in shock. What on earth is happening? Under the astonished eyes of the two, an object slowly rises, resembling a large gemstone. Ernest suspiciously asks, "Den, exactly what did you do?" The fountain sank into the ground. At this moment, Dian was also very happy because his answer was correct. Immediately after, he continued pouring his magic into it. Ernest was startled to find that the bone layer had also disappeared. Activating ancient relics is that easy. Den's bracelet keeps emanating magic, and it turns out the one qualified is Den. Before long, a sudden light burst forth. Den hurriedly looked to see if something was shining at the center. The light gradually appeared and the two of them watched it intently. After a moment, the object became clearer. Nis suddenly exclaimed, "That's so beautiful, like jade. It must be the source of the power operating this fountain." Dee gently nodded and replied, "Maybe it's the cause behind all the strange phenomena in this garden." Having said that, he glanced back at the central platform. Now it's time to check out the ancient technique. Thinking then, he stepped into the central area and placed his hand on what was there. The moment he touched it, he was startled. This power is ancient magic, just like his own. But at this moment, you realize that something has appeared there, with a few strange characters on it. Akana once existed and was destroyed. This is its legacy. This is amazing. You can now understand the ancient language you once couldn't read. This truly is the legacy of the Akana Magic Kingdom. Now that you've absorbed this power, the more you do, the more your heart aches. You bite your lip fiercely, cold sweat covering your forehead, as something flows into your heart. A powerful surge of magic, and a strange presence push inside, making your heart feel like it's about to jump out. And then a strange circle appears. Plunging into the circle, their roles are opposite, making it very difficult to have both. Due to its poor effectiveness and harm to the body, magic sword masters often have to live with heart problems. So, you don't want to create a circle that can only be used with magic. But is it really necessary for you to do that? While you were thinking, Ernest suddenly spoke, "Are you okay? Your face hasn't looked good all this time." Ernest, startled out of his thoughts, chuckled softly and replied, "Don't worry, I just have something to think about." Ernest, not knowing what to say, changed the subject. "You have no idea how surprised I was, but that power you just absorbed." "Ah, fog, writing too, seems to be related to you." Hearing this, Dee didn't know how to respond. Anis is definitely very curious because he witnessed everything firsthand, but it would be better for both of them if they didn't know each other. Then he thought for a moment before softly saying, "I just followed the way you showed me. I don't know the details either." Ernest didn't doubt and nodded in agreement. "If you find out later, you must tell me. I'm really excited today. I kept talking to Den about this, but he didn't say a word." A moment later, Ernest glanced at Red and asked, "Aren't you supposed to have a class now?" Only then did Den suddenly remember, "Oh right, you have a meeting with Lila." Then he patted his shoulder and said, "Sorry, I'm leaving now, see you later." After saying that, he lifted his leg and ran off. Nis couldn't help but smile. He watched the back of the boy walking away, truly an interesting friend. Exploring together could lead to great discoveries. How exciting. On this side, using magic power to run straight ahead, it just feels a bit strange. You feel more comfortable when moving. He slightly furrowed his brow and fell into contemplation. The circle and the core coexist, but there's no feeling of separation. Normally, the magic power of the core would be hindered by the circle, making it very ineffective. But now, no matter how much magic energy I generate, it feels completely normal. Your magic power hasn't decreased at all. You slightly smile, actually, that's more accurate. It feels like the magic power is circulating through the circle and gathering into the core, and the magic power concentrated in the core is even purer than before. He ran off happily, and it was truly miraculous. You whisper to yourself that you need to contact the eldest sister. A little later, in Hangston District, Din and Layla are walking around here, and Layla is happily chatting non-stop. "So this is Hangston District everyone talks about. Look over there, the entrance is that way." Dien gently startles and looks in the direction of her hand. Lala slowly explains, pointing to the famous magic barrier there. "Are you talking about the magic curtain?" Lala nodded slightly. "It was created by Huston, a legendary mage from the academy, and is opened once a year for new students with magical talent. If you pass through here, different colors will appear depending on the quality and level of magic power. It was originally a device to detect secret dark mages infiltrating the academy. It seems that after the dark mages were wiped out, it changed for this purpose." Now Dean suspiciously asks what color corresponds to each level. Lala slowly replied, "If you lack talent, it won't change. If you're average, you'll be yellow, relatively talented, you'll be green, and at the overwhelming level, you'll be red." Den looked at her in amazement and said, "It seems you've done a lot of research." She nodded slightly and said, "I want to know everything about the academy. She told you that your sisters are all red." Then she suggested that I go in first. As soon as she finished speaking, she lifted her foot and stepped inside. Immediately, a blazing red color appeared inside. Lala cheerfully exclaimed, "Red!" Diane also nodded in approval. "Great. Hearing that I get excited too, I should be at this level as well. Then I have to try too." Diane excitedly spoke up, then took a step forward. He thought he would also turn red, but suddenly remembered something and froze in place. He had absorbed more ancient magic, so he might be stronger than usual. When he entered, the door turned green again. Diane was stunned. Why was it green? Layla also exclaimed in surprise, "What just happened? The rank doesn't have a green color." At this point, she couldn't help but feel dissatisfied and reproach him. "Why is it that you're always different from others?" Black chuckled softly. "Well, that makes sense, but why does it have to be like that?" After a while, the murmurs and whispers continued in the magic classroom. Did you see his badge? He came from the finance department. Why would someone studying money come to this class? Maybe he just came to listen to the first session and then left? Amidst the murmurs, a pair of slender legs suddenly appeared. Seeing the other person, someone asked suspiciously, "Senior Atho, why are you here?" The person named Atho calmly replied, "I stopped by because I had some errands after class." He looked around and then suspiciously asked, "But he still hasn't arrived?" The student from Dendenso Gress, a male student slightly startled. "He said he would join this class, but I haven't seen him around." He nodded understandingly. "I see. He's probably on his way. Let me know when he arrives so I can meet him. As Arabella's younger brother, I have to pay special attention to him." Then he turned to leave, but as he did, he saw a man and a woman approaching. It's Den and Lala, and everyone continued to talk. Lala also heard and winked with a playful smile. "I like this, the outstanding student. Wherever you go, you're always the topic of conversation." On the contrary, Atho looked very happy to see Den finally arriving. He approached Den and greeted him. "I'm glad to meet you, Den Stress. I saw you on the opening day. You stood out a lot." Den frowned and looked at him. "Who is this guy?" "He seems to be a senior student, but why does he act so familiar?" "So," he asked in a low voice, "but who are you? Does the magic department not teach basic manners? If he has something to say to you, at least tell him who you are." Your words make Atho grind his teeth in anger and mutter under his breath, "This arrogant bastard. Even the outsiders are stunned and didn't expect you to talk to a senior like that." Atho said angrily, "I came here personally because you are the younger brother of an elder I respect very much, but you act so arrogant. Have you ever thought that your attitude could affect the reputation of the family?" He calmly replied, "I've never really thought about it, and in my opinion, isn't it you who's being rude?" Biting his lip fiercely, Atho angrily said, "You don't know who you're standing in front of." After saying that, he fell into deep thought, realizing that ignoring this could harm his reputation. He believes Arab will understand. Thinking of that, he snorted coldly, "You need to be taught a lesson." He narrowed his eyes angrily at the mana flowing from his hand, frowning, but he was extremely confident that he would defeat him. But at this moment, a deep voice suddenly sounded. "What's going on? Is something wrong?" Atho immediately turned around and explained, "Yes, I was just stopping by to say hello to the first-year juniors. The person here is the head of the magic department, Denabo." He asked coldly, "So what? If you want to socialize, do it after class." Atho glances ahead, muttering irritably, "I'll let you go this time." Then he turns and walks away. Lala watched his back and quietly warned, "Be careful, that guy looks really unpleasant." Before leaving, Atho leaned in close to the person next to him and whispered, "Take him to that place." But the other person hesitated and said, "He's the younger brother of Senior Araba, is it okay to do that?" He didn't care and coldly replied, "I'll explain to Senior Araba, just take him there." At this moment, Professor Denabo was standing at the podium, beginning his lecture. Since today was just an introduction to the subject, we'll keep it simple and end class here. Since this is a practical combat class, we need to measure your mana as well. With that, he placed his hand on the device in front of him and explained slowly, "If you place your hand on the device and channel mana into it." Immediately, a flow of mana appeared around the device. He looked at everyone and asked, "Do you know how many rings of magic you have?" Seeing the magic circles appear behind him, the students immediately gasped in amazement. 6 magic circles indeed, mean the professor. Ignoring their reactions, Denabo continued. Of course, the number of circles is the same, but the higher the level, the darker the color. Sometimes the magic circles don't appear, but that doesn't mean you lack talent, so don't worry. That's right, you're not wrong. Some haven't even created their magic circles yet, Din continued. Therefore, I don't rely solely on the magic circle test because they have chosen this subject, and at least they need to know the basic spells. He will use this sphere to accurately assess their mana. Seeing this, Dian looked a bit surprised. What do these spheres mean? Just then, Dinabo began to control the floating spheres in the air and slowly said, "Use basic magic sachokinesis. Show your ability to control these spheres. Like this." After saying that, Denabo raised his hand and a flow of magic power swept through the surrounding spheres. The students watched this scene in amazement, but quickly started to exclaim in awe, "Amazing. The spells are perfectly cast and the movements are so precise." But Lala was a bit surprised by everyone's reactions and whispered softly, "It's nothing special." Black explained slowly, "The strength and accuracy of basic magic also depend on the caster, who must channel mana into each sphere and move them. With our current abilities, 3 is already the limit." Lala was impressed, thinking maybe he could control more. He refused to comment, still not knowing why she was so confident. Just then, Professor Denabo suddenly called out, "Atho, you're just listening in, but could you demonstrate for the juniors?" "Yes, sir." Atho did not refuse. He was determined to make Den see his face. Den also glanced at him. "I also want to see where that arrogance of his comes from." Immediately after, Atho stepped onto the podium and placed his hand on the device. The 4 magic circles instantly appeared. The students below immediately cheered. As expected from Senior Atho, he has reached level 4 and his magic circles are very well formed. Din nodded in praise. You've improved again. He was praised, but still humbly bowed his head politely. It's all thanks to the teacher's guidance. Din chuckled softly and said, usually after graduation you only reach level 4, but your senior has already done it. That is truly an exceptional talent. He wants them to learn. Maybe his advice can help them. The students below immediately fell silent, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked up at Atho on the stage. Atho cast her gaze back at Black, her brow raised in defiance, surprised that it was so soon. So Sess will show him the difference between them. Black also did not back down and met her gaze, showing no fear. Immediately after, Atho began to use magic to control the floating orbs in the air. Seeing this, the students were instantly amazed. Senior brother is so skilled at controlling the orbs. At this moment, he was controlling so many spheres that they couldn't be counted at once. Cold sweat was covering his forehead, and he had given his all. He wanted to see how far he could go. The students below stared in disbelief. After a moment, Denabo spoke again. Let's begin. Line up in order, starting from the front row. As he finished speaking, the students began lining up to step onto the stage, while Lala at the back muttered in dissatisfaction, calling this an orientation, but in reality, just exposing everyone's abilities in front of the class. Din also thought so, and nodded reluctantly. Yes, that is exactly what the Academy aims for. Time kept passing, with students stepping up one after another to place their hands on the device. Some cheered when a magic circle appeared, while others looked disappointed when nothing happened. When someone can control the sphere and someone cannot Atho outside watches this scene with contempt in his eyes, it's truly a mess. At this moment, the woman beside him suddenly spoke up. Hey, it's that guy's turn now. It's his turn to be tested on the stage. Atho narrowed her eyes at him, watching how far his arrogance could go. She was already reaching out to activate the device. Honestly, I was also very curious because after absorbing the ancient magic, there must have been some change. In an instant, a series of magical energies appeared in the air. Din also has high hopes for you. During the entrance exam, you solved his test perfectly. He was eager to see how many magic circles you would possess, but before long, the students' faces suddenly turned in shock. The magic power of the students listening in was so overwhelming that even he was taken aback by the scene. The magic infusion device reached its limit and issued a warning that it could no longer measure. Dien frowned slightly, wondering why that was. Although Lala was used to the miracles he created, he still couldn't help but gape, while Atho looked extremely grim. Denabo was also stunned. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. The students started to discuss. Is the machine broken? If he doesn't have the circle, then he doesn't have it. But how can it be unmeasurable? They basically don't even know the reason. You think it's because of the magic necklace? The more Denabo thinks about it, the more confusing it gets. This machine is 100% accurate and can detect anyone deliberately faking their rank, but now it says it can't measure? After hesitating for a while, he finally spoke. It's probably overloaded. At least finish Den's sphere test first. Atho below immediately sneered proudly. I knew it. Nothing surprising about that. Tanbin poured his magic power and then Den approached the spheres again. So it can't be measured. That's a real pity. But let's try this method and see if it works properly. Thinking quickly, he took a deep breath and once again summoned a stream of magic power from his hand. They began to dance in the air, and in an instant, all the spheres were under his control. The students immediately fell into shock. He actually managed to lift all the spheres? No way. The highest achievement so far has only reached 5 balls. Even Atho's people can't believe it and exclaim how all the spheres. Is that guy crazy? Atho's face now had turned pale. How can this be happening? Lala on this side let out a helpless sigh. He's doing it again. Now I'm not even surprised anymore. I never thought he could lift all of them up. He's even more incredible than she thought. It seems that after absorbing that ancient demon energy, he's become even stronger. Now Dana's hands begin to manipulate the magic power. He smirks slightly and says, all right, let's make this even more impressive. As he finished speaking, a powerful surge of magic spread through the air, and at this moment, a cold sweat covered Dinabo's forehead. What are you seeing now? Are you arranging the spheres precisely to create a picture? You guessed right, you really want this. Before long, they formed the shape. Seeing this scene, the students exclaimed in amazement. It was a lion and a snake, the crest of the Sess family. Dinabo looked more and more incredulous. Even Arabella couldn't do this. Den was also very happy that he had truly succeeded. Layla muttered somewhat dissatisfied below, it's my turn now. Stay calm. After a moment, Denabo finally regained his composure. He praised him. Well done, Denogress. Even Siren, who has never taken a disciple, would be proud to call you her student. Denogress gently bowed and said, thank you, Professor. The Professor Denabo's words caused the crowd below to stir once again. Are you a disciple of the former Archmage of the Tower? Now I understand why he switched to advanced magic. Over here, the guy next to Atho nervously shouted, what should we do now? That guy is not normal. Atho angrily shouted, shut up, I'm thinking. Biting his lip fiercely, he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, the Stress family is so terrifying. Why are they all monsters? With that level, they need to change their plans." This made him very annoyed, but if he caused trouble and was weaker in ability, it would be embarrassing. If he can't defeat you with skill, he'll have to win you over in another way. After careful thought, he finally spoke slowly. "We need to bring you into the student council. Ever since he set foot on that council, it would be easier to control him if he came under my command. But he's only a first-year student, and even we haven't considered joining it." Atho slowly explained, "This is an unprecedented case of a first-year student entering the student council, but who cares? Laws are meant to be broken, after all." This statement left the two people beside him speechless with shock. "Trust me, thanks to him, our magic department's reputation will be known, and of course both his fame and career will also rise." At this moment, Dinabo praised perfectly and happily said, "If I had known about this earlier, I would have questioned the other professors to ensure your participation in the magic department." The knight calmly replied, "I will do my best even if I am in a different faculty." Hearing this, he looked down at the students below and reminded them, "Do you hear that? The top students in the magic department should be more cautious." Then he patted their shoulders. The teacher sincerely advised, "If you have free time, come see me." "Yes, Professor." He nodded without hesitation and replied. The next class then ended. Lala went outside and kept asking suspiciously, "How are you able to do that? Why do you keep doing unbelievable things like that?" Din gently shook his head and said with a smile, "I honestly don't know either." Seeing his attitude, Lala immediately snorted in dissatisfaction. "Do you think you're that special?" Denying any opinion, he calmly said, "But you did manage to make 5 orbs float up. Hearing that compliment from you, I don't feel happy at all. Sometimes I wonder if you're pouting like a kid." At this moment, Atho approached with someone and said, "I have already admired your skills. The last time we met, he acted a bit differently. Didn't he say you two could talk privately for a bit? Does this guy change his attitude completely after seeing your skills?" Immediately after, Atho shared her plan with Den, and he was so stunned he exclaimed, "The student council?" He nodded slightly in response. "The student council of the Royal Academy is responsible for managing the Academy's treasury, and all students have a renowned reputation, including special privileges. For example, the council can impose disciplinary actions on students or approve events for different departments." Dean frowned thoughtfully. He had already heard this from his sister. "It's a very powerful club, and only a select few students get the chance to join." Seeing that you didn't respond, Atho spoke up again. "What do you think? I'm planning to recommend you for that council. You have exceeded the initial requirements, no need for further checks. If you become a member of the student council, you will automatically become part of the inner circle." Knight calmly looked at him and said, "I am already in there." Atho pouted and shrugged, saying, "Well, that's true. But who knows if you'll be able to stay in there forever, and not only that, but also the right to be exempt from many other things." Hearing this, Ding felt a bit helpless. How much authority do they really have? Do they truly hold that much power? Seeing your hesitation, Atho continued to ask, "Do you want to join the council?" But you shook your head and said no. Atho's face immediately darkened as he cursed Black's ancestors for 18 generations in his mind. But regardless of his reaction, Black calmly said, "I would only be interested in joining if I earned it myself." Being granted privileges usually comes at a high cost, and upon hearing this, the two people following behind, Atho, immediately panicked, thinking, "He's so perceptive. He always figures out Atho's intentions." "Atho doesn't give up," he said in a deep voice. "Do you realize what you just missed out on? Getting into the student council is the dream of many people. You will soon realize how incredible this offer really is. He wants you to reconsider how rare that kind of offer truly is." Layla looked at his face and thought to herself, "Why does this guy look so angry?" Then she reached out and took Den's hand, saying, "If we're late, the snacks will be gone." "Hurry up." Den let her pull him along, laughing as he spoke. "That's right, I almost forgot." Seeing this scene, Atho asked in annoyance, "Where are you guys going?" "We're in the middle of a conversation. I have something more important to do, so please forgive me." Actually, deep down, you are very grateful to Lala. She timed everything perfectly. Yet Atho still doesn't give up. Watching their figures, he shouts loudly, "Den, I haven't given up yet. I will convince you." Finally, Lala left, muttering discontentedly as he walked away, saying he was a troublemaker who wanted to drag you into the student council, and accepting his offer would be a great step for him to turn you into a pawn. Den glanced at her and gratefully said, "Thanks for helping me escape from him." Lala didn't pay attention to me, looking a bit angry, but more importantly, does he not see me at all? He didn't even bother to ask me. Hearing this, Dee couldn't help but be stunned, helplessly laughing as he said, "So that's why you're angry?" Lala snorted coldly, "Probably because your talents are all those silly, cheesy things. The test today has proven everything." The two of them walk and talk happily. Lala is very eager to visit the bakery shop in the Royal Academy. Meanwhile, in another room within the academy, a conversation is taking place. Dinabo sat across from Ao and cheerfully asked, "Have you arrived yet? Maybe compared to Arabella, she's the one who has the upper hand." Atho gently furrowed her brow and asked, "Is he really at that level?" He nodded and replied, "Magic is a vague field that's hard to define. but when it comes to innate magical talent, it's not impossible. Hearing this, Atho furrowed her brows fiercely. Does he mean Den's talent surpasses even the senior he admires? Denabo then continued. Atho just pretend to ignore Den and try to recruit him well so he can join the magic class. Everyone is like that, they are all overwhelmed by Den's talent. Your performance that day was truly amazing. After thinking for a while, Atho finally said, I actually met him privately after class and suggested he join the student council, but he refused. Din was stunned after hearing this. He suspiciously asked, could it be that he heard something from Arabella's place? His talent is too extraordinary. We can't let him slip away. Professor, about the letter from earlier, Denabo knew what he was asking about, so he quickly interrupted. It seems things haven't gone smoothly. He told him not to rush, he still has 2 years, and someone like him will be recommended to the Magic Tower before graduation. Hearing these words, Atho felt a bit angry. He said the same thing last year. If you take away a part of the Magic Tower now, it means losing a student who might still be joking around, right? I heard that he was the one who cut down the 2 Magic Towers you liked. At this moment, Atho suggested, I will persuade him myself. Dam Mac nodded. Denabo calmly said, all right, I'll leave everything to you. Atho was a bit dissatisfied. His future was completely in his hands now. Whether he liked it or not, he had no choice but to obey. He glared at him, unable to hold back a curse under his breath. At the same time, Lala and Diane over here were having a great time. Lala was talking as he walked, saying that if a club has too few members or cannot prove its activities, it will be disbanded. Dee gently frowned and said seriously, this is the first time I've participated in so many events. Lala calmly replied, we've already won so many prizes. 20 monostones, 15 lunch vouchers, 5 meal tickets, 8 discount coupons at the convenience store, and even a treasure map. He took out a roll of fabric from his rewards. Lala asked suspiciously, what is this? The senior host said it was bought at an auction in Aner. Hearing this, Lala's eyes immediately lit up. So this must be very valuable, right? Lala nodded slightly. My father also said so before. The Arender auction house collects rare and beautiful items from across the empire, and the most skilled appraisers in the country evaluate everything to ensure only masterpieces are sold. And pointing to the seal, he said, look, it's still intact. It might be a treasure map of the academy. Lillet thought for a moment before speaking. I heard that this academy has many secret and mysterious places. At this point, he suddenly remembered he would be very happy to see it. The next day, in the lecture hall where most classes are held, today, there is a history class that you're attending. Thanks to the butler guiding me beforehand, I felt much more at ease. At this moment, someone from the opposite side approached and called out, I'm seeing you again. You glance at him and ask suspiciously, are you in this class too? Ernest nodded slightly and replied, everyone in first year has to take this class. I didn't know if you were coming to school, so I was just looking around for you. Finally meeting you, how have you been all this time? I can't help but smile happily and say, nothing much has changed. It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Ernest nodded slightly in agreement, remembering he had something to tell him, and hurriedly said, I have something to tell you. As they walked and talked, a group of students suddenly blocked their way. The leader raised his eyebrows and laughed loudly. Arist, isn't it? His face immediately turned grim upon seeing us, showing a hint of surprise. What's wrong? His face suddenly changed and his whole body trembled violently, looking very frightened. The leader raised his eyebrows and looked at you with a clearly malicious tone. I'm really glad to see you here. It's been a while. His body is trembling fiercely right now, clearly terrified. His eyes darken as he takes everything in, his brows furrowing tightly. He looks like a soldier suffering from psychological trauma. After a moment, Ernest finally stammers, Braun, hello. That Braun guy snorted coldly and said, if you're going to the academy, you should have told me. I enrolled first. He walks over, ruffles your hair, and says with a sneer, so the biggest rat, how did you get in? I thought you had failed. You used to be so timid back then, didn't you? Black watched everything from behind, a hint of doubt on his face. Braun ignored you and kept squeezing Ernest's head, smiling as he said, just in time, I was too lazy to go to the cafeteria, and since you're here, go buy me a sandwich. Ernest was slightly startled. What now? Braun coldly asked, do you not want to? Nice tremblingly replied, I'm with a friend, so it's a bit awkward. Hearing this, he finally noticed the person behind. He suspiciously asked, do you also have friends? You look tough. The guy raised an eyebrow at you, his tone full of mockery. What department are you in? Hanging out with someone like Iz probably means you're no good either. Black squinted at him, silently pondering. He didn't know which family he belonged to, but his arrogant attitude reminded him of the mice on the Ingay battlefield. Seeing that he didn't reply, Braun's contempt only grew. Hey, you useless trash. Did a cat swallow your tongue? At that moment, someone from the academy shouted loudly, what are you guys doing? Class is about to start, hurry up. We're leaving now, see you after class. I still have a lot to say. Ernest immediately became terrified, his body trembling uncontrollably. Immediately after, Braun left with his group, laughing loudly with a triumphant tone, making school life even more interesting. Hay glanced at them silently, trembling intensely instead. You hurried over to help him and asked worriedly, are you okay? He apologized, saying, "Sorry, it's my fault you didn't think so." You suspiciously asked, "Who are those guys? It seems like you know them." "They belong to a noble family from my hometown. When I was there, they bullied me all the time. I know they also study here, but this academy is so vast and with so many departments, I thought I wouldn't run into them, yet I ended up involving you. Don't worry, I'm fine. Let's go to class first." His face was pale now. How badly had they tortured him? Thinking that, he spoke again to reassure him, "Don't worry, I will go with you." Ernest flinched slightly and quickly shook his head. "I don't need help, I can handle it myself." Den frowned and asked, "You mean you want to endure the insults from those bastards alone? If you keep doing that, they'll just bully you even more. What are you still worried about?" Ernest remembered the past, and indeed, he was very strong. But he still didn't want to drag you into this. No matter what, Den remained very determined as he spoke up. "All right then, let's go together." So, after class, Den went with Eris. Braun said coldly, so peaceful, "Does this place hold any memories?" Black stared at them. "Are you really his friend? Why drag him here just to cause trouble?" Braun said coldly, "Who the hell are you? Is it bothering you to follow behind? I also want to ask you that." You also didn't back down and spoke coldly. This made Braun furious. "Does this Dan guy think he's all that just because he got into the academy? Have you ever heard of the family behind him? He is the heir of the most powerful family in the Western Empire." Hearing this, Den immediately turned his head and scoffed coldly in disdain. "Really? You've never heard of it before?" Ernest looked at you in shock, a bit panicked. Even Braun's people started to fear and began to curse. Braun's face was grim at this moment as he coldly ordered, "Take him down." His subordinates immediately grinned excitedly, then moved forward to mock him. "Needs to choose a friend who can help you. Maybe I need to fight twice as hard to remember the smell." Ernest saw this and trembled in fear. "Stop. While there's still time, let's run away. No matter how strong you are, they're too dangerous. Especially Braun, who has been called a swordsmanship genius since he was a child." He snorted coldly and coldly said, "A swordsmanship genius? Sounds interesting. I'll wait for a guy and take him down." Nese exclaimed in surprise. "Me?" He nodded calmly. "Trust me, are you really planning to keep hesitating for them forever?" Ernest watched intently, impressed by how unpredictable you are. But before he could think carefully, his face suddenly darkened. Because at this moment, someone rushed towards Den. He sneered and said, "You look so confident, you're definitely going to die." After saying this, his eyes filled with malice. He threw a punch at you, but you didn't dodge, letting him hit you. Ernest nervously shouted, "Are you serious?" The other guy raised an eyebrow and challenged him. "So, what now, you dog? Are you awake yet?" Seeing this, Braun grinned smugly. "You're not done with me yet." He huffed coldly again and then threw another punch, but this time he was blocked. "I guess I was lucky to hit you first." The other guy hadn't even had time to understand what was happening when he heard you continue. "It means everything that happens from now on will be self-defense." Hearing this, the boy immediately shouted in anger, "What are you talking about, you bastard?" Immediately after, he swung his fist again, but unfortunately, he bent down to dodge. He then delivered a punch to his waist, causing him to groan softly in pain. But before he could react, you took a step back and struck across his body without saying a word. He immediately fell to the ground. Den squinted at him with no trace of compassion in his eyes. Seeing his companion fall, the other one rushed forward, but before he could do anything, he was struck hard in the chin. This punch made him step back several paces. At this moment, a powerful flow of magic appeared in Yen's hand. He said nothing and charged at the group of boys. A surge of magic quickly overwhelmed them, and they couldn't resist, involuntarily retreating before crashing hard onto the ground. The pain hit quickly, leaving them unable to move, so I just stood there, watching. My face was a bit speechless, and I muttered, "Damn it, that strike was stronger than I thought." Was it ancient magic? At the same time, Ernest was also speechless with shock, and Braun's face looked like he'd eaten something foul as he muttered in disbelief. What's going on? He never dreamed he could so easily defeat his own subordinates. Furious, he scolded, "Idiots!" The group of male students lying on the ground quickly spoke up when they heard this. "Braun, this guy is not ordinary." But he didn't want to listen. He snorted in dissatisfaction and said, "You're just talk, fighting a top guy and ending up so miserable. Are you guys easy to take down?" Lian glanced at the guy and asked, "So you still want to continue? Talk all you want, but you're not worth anything." "What? What did you just say?" Gran clenched his teeth, ready to charge out, but the person beside him stepped in to stop him. "Stop, that guy is strong. Just look at how he fires his magic bullets." Unfortunately, he didn't listen at all. Pushed the boy aside, sneered contemptuously, "You coward, humiliating yourself in front of these kids. Step aside, I'll handle this." As he finished speaking, a large amount of magic power appeared in his hand. Before long, a space-time portal appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Din was a bit surprised, but looked panicked and muttered, "Don't tell me that from inside that space-time portal." He drew a sword. At this moment, the magic power keeps dancing around the sword. Braun smirks with pride. "There's no one around in this remote place, so it should be fine. You've made a mistake. You made me draw my sword." He calmly looks at the sword in his hand and comments, "That sword looks impressive. Meanwhile, the person next to him is extremely scared and trembling, saying, "It's not good. Braun has drawn his sword. It's really not looking good now. I've never looked down on someone this much before. He's just an impulsive fool, so he doesn't care about the Academy's rules." Braun basically didn't care, and coldly said, "You know, when the sky is cloudy, thick fog will roll in, and no one can find the missing person." The boy next to him hesitated and asked, "What if we get expelled?" Hearing this, Braun glared at him in annoyance. "Stop talking nonsense. Go fight that idiot over there and bring him here." "All right." After some hesitation, the boy still agreed to run forward with Braun. Eris became even more frightened. "What should I do now?" "If you fight Braun, then I will. I just haven't finished speaking," so I interrupted to reassure him. "Don't worry, those guys are nothing. You can win," Ernest asked back in disbelief. "Really?" Day nodded without hesitation. "That's right, you've explored a lot, so your lower body should be in great shape. So just try your best and hit hard." Hearing this, he instinctively frowned in disbelief. This is the first time someone has judged him like that. On this side, Braun and his men have arrived. The male student pursed his lips and snorted coldly, saying, "They are definitely doomed." As soon as he finished speaking, Den moved, but he took a different direction. Seeing this, Braun was a bit surprised and exclaimed, "So you won't let me get close? Turns out you also have real combat experience." Den smirked slightly, his tone full of provocation, while Ernest was still struggling with his own inner conflict. That's right. He can't keep living like this forever. At this moment, Braun's subordinate slowly stepped forward in front of Ernest. He snorted coldly and said, "What are you holding your fists so tight for? Your eyes also look fierce? Friends really are important, huh?" He cracked his fingers, smirked, and said, "Looks like you're feeling confident because you're standing next to him. Just take a few hits and then leave. I'll hit you gently." Eris squinted at him, trying to keep herself calm. "Don't panic. Think carefully. What would Den do in a situation like this?" He remembers the previous fight with that male student, and while he's thinking, that guy coldly sneers, first taking a few hits. Then he threw a punch, but in that moment, his fist was already in front of Eris. I tried to duck to avoid it, but my speed was too slow, and I took a punch to the head. But I didn't give up. I stepped back and said in a low voice, "The person you knew, my brother from the past, is no longer here." His words stunned him for a moment, and in that instant, Ernest took the opportunity to punch him in the face, leaving a bruise on one of his cheeks. This punch served as a way for Ernest to release his tension. He was very satisfied with his action. Ernest finally lowered his hand, panting heavily. The opponent's face was swollen and looked just like a pig's head lying on the ground. Ernest's legs are still trembling, and his whole body is shaking, but it's not fear, it's excitement. He cheerfully shouted, "I really did it." At the same time, on this side, the match between Den and Braun was still ongoing. "It looks like your last teammate has fallen." "That's impossible." But he really saw his teammate lying on the ground, and Braun angrily shouted, "Why are you losing to such a pathetic failure now?" While he was busy scolding, Den noticed something. He saw two brooms lying in the distance, and finally found something useful. Immediately after, Den ran over and broke off the broom handle. Seeing the broom head thrown in the distance, Braun couldn't help but speak up. "Do you think you can deal with me with that?" he said with a faint smile. Den calmly replied, "This is enough." That remark made Braun feel humiliated. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "I will crush you today, you bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his leg and charged forward, muttering to himself, "I won't kill you, so don't worry too much." Braun said he would only leave a small scar on his face, so every time he saw it, he would be afraid of him. Then Braun suddenly kneeled down, and the sword in his hand started to swing. Unfortunately, at this speed, Braun looked like a turtle, and he could easily dodge just by lifting his body casually. This made Braun angry. He pursed his lips and said, "You bastard, you're stronger than I thought. You dare to criticize my swordsmanship, huh? Do you think you're the son of Duke Termin or something?" Then he sped up his sword strikes, but they were all blocked by Den's staff. Braun furrowed his brow in thought. Den was channeling magic into his staff, but you won't last much longer. Thinking that, he immediately shouted, "You are just a trapped mouse. What can you do with that stupid stick?" Braun was extremely confident with the sword in his hand, but on the contrary, he was not at all intimidated, and at this moment he started fighting back. The staff in his hand was enveloped by an extremely powerful energy. He kept swinging the stick at Braun, too fast to dodge, and was hit repeatedly. Braun couldn't believe his eyes, just a wooden stick, but with such power. But what does it matter if he doesn't believe? He has already fallen down. From afar, I just managed to catch this scene and was stunned speechless. Great, he defeated Braun with a single strike. Ernest, of course, knows Den is very strong, but he didn't expect it to be this much. Over here, Yen walks up to Braun and coldly demands, "Get up if you drew your sword, you have to watch it until the very end. Dad once said that if you draw your sword for a duel, it means you're ready to see everything come to an end. Who are you?" Black Sogress, the eldest son of the Sogress family and a first-year student in the self-study department. As soon as these words left his mouth, Braun was stunned and shouted in disbelief, "The Sogress family." He remembered the first day of freshman orientation. There is a student who was praised for entering the self-study system after 50 years. The youngest genius son of the Count, surprisingly, is the person standing in front of him right now. Dion narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "It seems I introduced myself a bit too late." Braun didn't answer, still trembling on the ground. Now he understands why Den is so confident, but why would someone like you hang out with a fool like him? At this moment, Den spoke in a deep voice. "What should I do then? You drew your sword and challenged me. Should I take your life right now?" As soon as these words left his mouth, Gron shouted in panic. "What are you talking about?" Dendam Mac said. "Based on my instincts, this isn't really a fair one-on-one fight. But ever since you drew your sword, Den kept talking more and more to make Braun afraid. He felt like you were about to kill him." Thinking of this, Braun immediately fell into a submissive state, quickly teleported away, then knelt before Den and begged. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I never thought you would be a member of the Sess family. I will never do something this stupid again." Hearing this, Black immediately snorted coldly. "You really don't understand, do you?" Gron looked up at Den in confusion. "You're apologizing to the wrong person." Braun only then realized, tears streaming down as he begged at Ernest's feet. "I'm sorry. I truly am sorry. I sincerely apologize for everything I have done to you. Please forgive me." Ernest stood still, listening to him ramble, a look of confusion in his eyes as he wondered what to do next, but this only made Braun more afraid. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he had always beaten Ernest before. In his eyes, Ernest was like a dog, but now Braun was kneeling at Ernest's feet, trembling like a pathetic loser. It's true that life can go from riches to rags unexpectedly. Not knowing what to do, Ernest finally spoke up. "Ernest, you handle it yourself. You can hit him until you're satisfied or accept his apology and just move on. That depends on you." Ernest listened and then pursed his lips, standing there silently. Braun, like he's holding onto a lifeline, tightly grips Issa's arm, trembling as he mutters, "Yes, you can hit me as much as you want. I deserve this." Ernest purses his lips. I want to punch him to feel better, but he doesn't do it. Instead squints and looks at him seriously. "Braun, next time fight me fairly and I will forgive you then." This statement leaves Braun a bit confused, not understanding anything. Ernest also doesn't explain, turning around and walking away. "Then I will let this go." Black nodded in satisfaction. "You did well, Ernest." Ernest gave a gentle smile and said gratefully, "Thank you." At that moment, a female student from afar approached and spoke. "I was waiting for you to shoot, but didn't see you, so I've been looking for you all this time." Black looked up at the other person and smiled softly. Layla looked at his face and asked suspiciously, "What's going on? Are you fighting?" Den replied calmly, "Someone is trying to fight me." Layla frowned and asked, "Who is it?" Black glances back. Layla looked in the direction of his gaze and immediately saw Braun behind him. She smiled and said, "Why does everyone choose you?" At the same time, Braun also saw her, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The Duke Terman's daughter was approaching. "The group over here isn't paying attention to him," Black whispered to Layla. "They say he's in the Central Swordsmanship Department with you. Do you know him?" Layla shook her head slightly and replied, "No, I don't really care." It was only then that she realized there were others here. She asked suspiciously, "But who is this?" Black put his arm around Iz and introduced, "This is Dillian, a first-year student in the Exploration Department." Eris also cheerfully greeted, "Nice to meet you, Miss Tien." Hearing this, Layla slightly complained, "Come on, don't add that miss and look at me, just act like normal friends." The three of them kept walking and talking, with Layla glancing up at the sound. "So, what did you learn during the exploration session?" Hearing this, Layla couldn't help but get excited and exclaimed, "So shouldn't we show him the map we found? He might know something about it." Ernest looked at her confused and asked, "What map is that?" Den slowly spoke up to explain, "We participated in the club event and received a treasure map." Hearing this, Ernest exclaimed in surprise, "So you're the one who got the treasure map?" Layla looked confused and whispered, "He's like a different person." Din also looked uncomfortable and said, probably some kind of obsession with artifacts, but Ernest still remained excited and quickly suggested, "Let's find a quiet place first." "This map looks pretty complicated, doesn't it?" "So it's a treasure map, so it's natural that it can't be understood at a glance. Instead of showing the entire academy, it seems to be pointing to a more specific location." At this moment, suddenly noticing something on the map, Ernest could read the strange lines of text that appeared there, but couldn't make sense of them. Le, standing nearby, frowned and asked, "So what do we do now?" Nis thought for a moment before speaking. "First, we need to find out who created this map first. Knowing who created it will give us a perspective to imagine from." After hearing this, Layla also frowned and muttered, "So decoding it right away will be very difficult, huh? But one thing is certain. The location on this map is within the grounds of this academy. These architectural styles are only used during the construction of the academy." Hearing this, Den immediately exclaimed happily, "So it must be nearby." The problem is this architectural style uses Heston's very mysterious secret magic. Layla was stunned when he heard that name. "Heston, is he the founder and a legendary mage?" Then he continued to ask, "So that magic can no longer be used, right? Heston seems to have no disciples at all." At this moment, Layla sighed and said, "I knew it would be difficult, but not this much." Nee still didn't give up, clutching the map tightly and speaking up. So the only problem is figuring out who made this map. That way we can find clues to decode it. Once we finish decoding, all that's left is to go treasure hunting. Ernest nodded slightly and cheerfully said, I'm in. Lala also agrees. That sounds fun. Before coming to the academy, I only worked for my family, so this is my first time being independent. Seeing their reactions, Den was a bit speechless. You two seem pretty excited. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, but it might take quite some time, so let's just do it gradually. At this moment, he suddenly hands the map to Den. He suspiciously asks, isn't it better for you to hold onto it while decoding? Ernest chuckled softly and said, it's fine. I remember it in my head. This surprised both Den and Lila. No way. How good is your memory? Nis calmly replied, for some reason, I'm really good at remembering maps and codes. Hearing this, Lala couldn't help but laugh. So you're quite talented then? You must find tests really easy, right? Then he didn't say much. He folded the map and slowly said, if you need help, just call us. Mac nodded, and Iz cheerfully said, thank you. This is the first time I've searched for something with someone other than my father, so I'm really happy. Right then, Lala cheerfully suggested, let's go eat now and celebrate forming the team. The knight with Eris also agreed without objection, nodding in approval. The three of them then went out to eat together. By evening at the trainee dormitory, Den was still awake, fussing over organizing his belongings, including books and personal items. Holding an egg, he whispered to himself that he should keep important family items in visible places. But where should I put this egg now? They say living creatures shouldn't be kept in hidden corners. Suddenly, the egg emits energy, startling Den and making him panic. Why now? This has never happened in the past 5 years. Den suspects it's because he transferred to the academy, but he quickly dismisses the idea, since even if the academy is mysterious, the mana distribution here isn't much different from his own room. So it might be due to the ancient mana he absorbed in the moon garden. Hearing this, Denny couldn't help but exclaim in amazement as it immediately triggered a reaction in the egg. All right, pour all your energy into this now. Then you begin summoning your energy to envelop the egg in your hand. In just a moment, the egg was filled with energy, shining across a corner of the dormitory, causing Denny to speak up. It's absorbing my mana so fiercely. I've been pouring mana into this for half a year. Just how much mana is stored inside here? Yet after some time, the energy still hasn't dissipated. Demon exclaims in panic, I can't stay here any longer. Oh, this room is about to collapse. What should we do? This seems like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In Den's eyes, his expression immediately changed, and he probably came up with a plan. A moment later, in G's laboratory, Den brought the egg to her. Seeing the energy it emitted, G exclaimed in amazement. It's reacting very intensely. What did you do? Dien slowly explained. It's still vibrating continuously even though you no longer supply energy. This statement surprised Clack even more. She looked at him in disbelief, but seemed to remember something. She hurriedly said, isn't it time for dorm check-in now? Not checking in might be a bit troublesome. I'm already worried about that, he replied with a calm smile. At the same time, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the dormitory, as a male student wearing glasses led a girl and a boy over. He loudly declared, I am En Bach, the dormitory president. I will now conduct the roll call. So immediately after, everyone gathered outside the dormitory door waiting for the roll call. All dormitories at the Royal Academy follow strict attendance procedures, so everyone is worried because Priscilla still hasn't shown up. Being late for the monthly roll call will result in a penalty point deduction. If you are absent, you will lose 2 points. Being late more than 3 times in a semester will result in immediate disciplinary action and labor punishment. Missing more than twice will result in eviction from the dormitory. At this moment, Anbe shouted loudly, everyone stay silent, no talking. On the 9th floor of the Dante Hall today, you shouldn't expect to be at peace. This statement made Annuo panic. He didn't understand why everyone was so serious today and asked in confusion what I meant. Someone has spoken now. A new surveillance footage shows Priscilla sneaking away. After monitoring, we confirmed that she had completely left the dormitory grounds just 5 minutes ago, but now it shows Priscilla is inside the room. Anne didn't care what the students outside thought and quickly stepped inside. He pushed open a door and entered. Looking around, and Bach spoke again. Usually we don't even check if they're in the room, but from now on, the rules will have to change. As soon as these words were spoken, the students of the Dante Hall felt doomed. A storm of penalty points was about to hit. They watched anxiously as Anba checked each room, moving from one to another. A moment later, Anbe finally spoke. The others generally looked fine. Priscilla will be deducted 2 disciplinary points for being absent without reason. Remember to inform everyone. The students nodded slightly and replied, yes, sir. Just when it seemed Anbeck had given up, he adjusted his glasses and spoke seriously. Finally, Den Ogress, the new student, why isn't he here? Don't tell me he missed the first roll call. As soon as these words were spoken, Droy Ian hurriedly explained that it couldn't be. He was sure she was still inside. It seems he's busy organizing his belongings. Anch snorted coldly at this, then went to Den's room, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. As expected, I saw a figure still inside the room, and I asked with a frown, Den Gress, are you in the room? You didn't realize you were being checked? Hearing the sound, Den immediately turned around and shyly replied, "Sorry, I was so busy tidying up that I forgot." And B was a bit confused, but quickly nodded in understanding. Yeah, I guess so. Today is your first day, so this could happen, but actually it's just an illusion created by the device. At this point, it's in Juor's laboratory, and most people wouldn't recognize it. Your image is being projected from the connection station to this generator. Kree frowned after hearing that. As far as I know, this thing is extremely difficult to use because it's remotely controlled, and the connection can be unstable. Just a small interruption, and it will be exposed. But since she had anticipated that, she checked multiple times. As long as they didn't come too close, it would be fine. After finishing, she became even more confused and sighed, saying, "You really are brave." Forget about that. She looked back at the egg and asked, "So how's the demon's egg?" "It must be reacting to my mana. That means the chances of it hatching are very high, but there are also many cases like this where it still doesn't hatch. Anyway, just having a reaction is already rare, so that's progress." Dian looked up at her, hesitating, and asked, "So what do we do next? Should I keep transferring mana into it?" Ji thought for a long time before replying, "I don't think we should stop here. I just feel this laboratory is the best place for it to hatch. Wasn't it said that a mana barrier is always set up to keep secrets? All right, let's do it, Dean. Your mana is very pure, but I will still install a mana filter just in case." After a while, Den began channeling mana into the egg. The mana being absorbed so rapidly makes him panic. Is it still hungry? It's absorbing a huge amount of mana. What's really inside that egg? At the same time, Clay was quietly observing from outside. This is a spirit beast egg. If you have enough money, anyone can buy one, but whether it hatches is another matter. The exact conditions for hatching are still unknown, but one thing is certain. The mana of the user must match the mana frequency of the spirit beast inside the egg. Whatever it is, it really requires a great deal of luck. How terrifying is Den's innate talent, really? I know he's formidable, but seeing it firsthand leaves me truly speechless. While she was thinking, the eggshells started cracking. Den shouted in panic, "Did you see that?" Geo was startled and quickly replied, "It seems it's about to hatch. Just a little more." Hearing this, Din persisted in channeling mana into the egg. The more the eggshell cracks, the more excited he becomes, exclaiming, "Let's see what kind of creature it is," and then he pours all his energy into the egg. And in an instant, the room is filled with mana, as the egg completely breaks apart. With a loud bang, the mana in the room also exploded, causing Din to be pushed back. Ji is no exception. She was also affected by this large amount of mana. When the mana dissipated, a strange object appeared where the egg was placed. Gray runs over to Den worriedly and asks, "Are you okay?" Den gently shakes his head and replies, "I'm fine, just a little dizzy, but it's more important." "Look over there." The boy points behind, and C glances back to see a beast staring at the two of them with wide eyes. It has a pair of wings on its back with claws on its limbs, although they are still quite small. After a close inspection, G immediately exclaimed, "Wait, is that Wayne?" At this moment, Yuven happily spat fire all over the room, leaving the two people stunned. When they finally reacted, Klee immediately pushed him forward. She urged him to speak, saying, "Stop standing there and come closer to it. The first spirit beast to recognize its owner is your own, so hurry up." Hearing this, he was a bit startled, then finally stepped forward to W. After a while, he spoke again. "Up close, you're pretty adorable too." Wu Ven looked at him in confusion, not understanding anything. Black smiled sincerely and looked at it. "Nice to meet you. I am Black." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out his hand toward Yuvin. A moment later, cheerful laughter echoed through Gray's laboratory. "You've been linked with it now." Lian also excitedly laughed and said, "Yes, this little girl is super adorable. W is standing on your hand right now, making some sound in its mouth." G slowly approached to praise her. "You're amazing. How did you make it look so easy? Show it to me." And then she immediately started observing Wien on Den's hand. She suddenly shouted in panic, "Wait, I hear a sound." And Den looked at her confusedly. Even Wien was staring intently at Klee without taking his eyes off. Claire's face now shows disbelief, then she screams again. It looks like something summoned from outside the world. Hearing this, Den frowns and looks at her suspiciously, asking, "Are you serious?" Klee nodded firmly and replied, "Yes. Only a few summoners can do that. Even you can only summon half-spirits." She never thought that the youngest member of the Stress family could summon something like this. It's enormous. The more I hear, the more scared I get. I worry and ask, so does that mean this isn't a real summoned creature existing in this world? Clay slowly explained, "I know all the summoned creatures that can be called even during their pre-adult stage. But she doesn't know which summoned creature has traits similar to this one. The creature most similar to it might be Wian, but clearly their origins are somewhat different." Hearing this, I immediately looked at the spirit beast in my hand, then smiled after a while and spoke. "It's not that extraordinary." "So no one really knows what this is, right?" Klee said calmly. "We will have to find out from now on. The problem is that there are no records of a summoning object like this." Enan muttered softly. "A new entity, perhaps?" And at this moment, Yuven spat out a flame, and Den silently watched it. "Why did something like this come to you? Could it be related to the ancient magic you absorbed earlier?" Right now, G reminds us to keep the eggshells safe. Some species are born from a condition that causes them to eat their own eggs to ensure nutrition. D nodded slightly and said, I understand. So what should I do then? Cree explained slowly. First, approach it carefully and try to observe everything continuously. Does this little girl like or dislike anything? How long does she sleep, and does she show any signs of aggression? How much does it grow each day like that? Then he sighs reluctantly and says, that's quite a lot, but this is definitely worth it. He gazed intently at wand in his hands, and it also looked at him with shining eyes. Although he didn't know what it was, he started to feel that he had to protect this little girl. While Den was thinking, Clay suspiciously asked, do you plan to keep it by your side? People would be shocked if they saw this creature, so why not keep it out of the laboratory instead? After hearing that, she frowned in thought and after a long pause, nodded and said, that's fine, but we can't hide it forever. Glay naturally understood this, but what she worried about was that Ween would feel trapped if he was stuck in the laboratory forever. After thinking for a long time, Green finally spoke. Then let's use this as an opportunity to create an official mark for myself. Day looked at her with doubt and asked uncertainly, a mark? A summoning mark from before, huh? Damak nodded. G casually replied, yes, you're still a beginner, but your talent is already clear. It will be very difficult to untangle everything, but now that you have a summon, this will be your chance. Den thought this made sense too, murmuring softly, it does seem to be right. Then let's get started. G happily looked at him and said, you registered for the summoning class, right? That's perfect. If you show your talent in class, a special approval will come. Usually it's very hard to meet the requirements, but this time, of course, Koa will have to acknowledge that. But C is definitely going to pass. Hearing this, D furrowed his brow. That special approval sounds interesting. With that, Den glanced at the spirit beast on his shoulder. You don't know what to call this little girl. A while later, Den returned to the dormitory. As soon as he saw you, Royan asked worriedly, where have you been? You weren't in the room during roll call. Den calmly replied, I have an urgent matter to handle. Droyan Yan leaned in close to his ear and asked how he managed to hide during roll call. Priscilla was caught immediately. The Stress family is always full of surprises, isn't it? Hearing this, Din was a bit surprised and exclaimed, my sister too. Droya smiled softly. Of course, your older sisters are legends of the dueling hall. Just grab a student from the dormitory and ask, you'll see the reaction you want. Then he pats him on the shoulder to reassure him, saying, don't worry since he's the only one who knows you sneaked out. Black nodded gratefully. Thank you. The two chatted for a while longer before Droyan Yan left. Only now does Wven dare to peek out and see what's happening. After a restless night, Ding finally returns to his cozy nest. He let out a sigh of relief and said, luckily, we are safe. What was Priscilla thinking? And so, he stepped out like that. At this moment, he suddenly discovered something. One ran around the room excitedly, even spitting fire everywhere, clearly very thrilled, and Denji couldn't help but marvel. This creature truly is extraordinary. Remembering what happened earlier, Den went to the secret gate that Klee mentioned. The entrance was closed, so this was the only way out. Den checked quickly and found the problem. He whispers to himself, they have protected the entire dormitory with a mana shield. How am I supposed to get through it? After pondering for a long time, Den decided that the flowing mana must have a weakness somewhere. Then he placed his hand on the gate in front of him. But at this moment, W suddenly jumps out and breathes fire at the gate. The mana surrounding the gate instantly disappears. The flames continued to break through the defenses, and seeing this, Den was stunned. After a long moment, he finally exclaimed in amazement, how can you do that? Return to reality. Den looked up at the spirit creature flying above him and smiled confidently. Is that a temporary mana control flame? This really is an amazing summoning item. The next day, Den knew Thuanglei went to class, and Isu had a new beast to mare, but just hearing its name, he couldn't help but be stunned. Happy? Are you serious? Dan Mac nodded and calmly replied, I think it's quite friendly and easy to call. Why don't you try coming up with one yourself? Ernest heard this and smiled happily. He observed Veen for a moment before whispering, let's see, it's cute, but the name should carry a bit more weight. Ice is really focused on coming up with a good name for Ween. Seeing his expression, Dee couldn't help but smile. Do we really need to be so serious? At this moment, Ern seems to have come up with something. He hurriedly approached Den and cheerfully said, how about calling him Kana? Hearing this name, Den was pleased. That sounds good. What does it mean? Ernest calmly explains. The mystery, quite fitting, isn't it? Dien bows his head and looks at one in his hand, smiling and saying, perfect. From now on, your name is Kanas. The spirit beast feels that it has a new name, and seems very happy. Its eyes sparkling as it looks at him. A moment later, in the Bermudet Hall, named after the scholar Bermudet as the venue for the summoning class, students began to enter the lecture hall. At this moment, an old enemy of Ding, Dai Tyron, the eldest son of Marquis Mogus, is also present and recognizes that Den is here. You took his summoning beast, and after the Mogut family was humiliated at the banquet, their reputation was completely shattered in front of everyone. The family can only try to maintain their noble status in the city. If they don't meet somewhere else, why are they here to attend summoning class? Daigon felt a bit regretful, wondering why he had to take this class now and not at another time. Thinking about it, he felt he should do his best to avoid anyone from now on. At this moment, a sudden voice from behind startled him. Degron, is this your first time retaking the class? Senior, come on, it's nothing special. Everyone has to retake a class at some point. As the students sat in their seat, a professor entered from outside. He stands at the podium and says seriously, "This lesson will start with the basic theories of summoning. This is extremely important knowledge for those of you just beginning your path as summoners. This theory will appear in the Summoner Certification exam, so study it carefully." Hearing this, the students below immediately felt that their chances in this subject were gone. This professor seemed very strict, and they had also heard that the official Summoner exam was really difficult. Of course, if you meet the requirements, you can pass the special entrance exam. That's right, I knew you would ask that. Tam anticipated this and calmly replied, then gently snapped his fingers, and a mana-formed screen appeared in the air. Then Tamarick slowly explained, first, you must summon 1 million level 5 or higher beast tokens with a blank seal, and second, maintain the summoning for more than 30 minutes. Hearing these words, the crowd immediately erupted. The whispers and murmurs kept spreading. Level 5? Even summoning 1 million basic 7th tier beast tokens with a seal is already difficult enough, and now you have to maintain it for 30 minutes. Hearing the noisy commotion, Tamarick immediately frowned and said seriously, if you want to pass the special recruitment exam, you must demonstrate your unique qualities. Even if you succeed in the first 2 conditions, you will fail if you don't meet the third. Whatever it is, you have to make an impression to be considered special. Once again, these words sparked the students' dissatisfaction. They kept criticizing, only the dean remained calm. So basically, they only pass if they impress. Ignoring the students' dissatisfaction, Tamarick spoke up again. Now you understand why this has been called a special admission period recently, and you also need a letter of recommendation from at least 2 experts in this field to apply. The students continued to be stunned, and seeing their reactions, Tamarick was extremely pleased. I knew they would be speechless and no one would dare to try, but at this moment, Tamarick notices someone below the lecture hall. What if that student is Black, the interdisciplinary student? I heard from Professor Black Paniso about Black's entrance exam, where he was able to create a B-rank summoning link with Eorc. But if he hasn't seen it with his own eyes, Tamarick won't believe that Den can do this. Maybe Den has connections with the Sogress family, so he made up this story to help him pass. I want to verify it myself. With that in mind, Tamarick continued speaking, your first goal is to pass the regular exam, so keep trying. If you can summon, it will be easier to pass, but I don't think first-year students can do it. This statement caused the students below to fall into silence. Even Daigon looked a bit uncomfortable. On the other side, they are quietly pondering, probably because the new students are quite confused since they've only gone through theoretical tests and compatibility checks. Seeing the silence below, Tamarick couldn't help but chuckle. Are there really no first-year students who know how to summon? Are this year's freshmen so disappointing? Den sensed his gaze on her and sighed helplessly, knowing he wanted to test her abilities himself. But how could she let him be disappointed? Really? My major and name are Black Bin, a first-year interdisciplinary student. Everyone has started whispering and gossiping about me. Tamik, hearing my name, pretended to be surprised and said, I've heard about you from the dean. I've heard you have extraordinary talent. Den calmly replied, yes, if that's what the dean thinks of me. This made Tamarick fall silent, watching this kid. Usually, people would either show humility or arrogance. After thinking for a moment, he continued, there are many rumors about you, but that talent is generally quite unreasonable. Just saying, can you show everyone your abilities right here and now? Hearing that, he frowned. Now he's completely serious, but you didn't react, calmly saying, if the teacher wants that, I can do it. No problem. But then Black suddenly paused for a moment before confidently declaring, if I can prove myself, can I ask you to write a recommendation letter for my special admission application? This made Tamarick stiffen in surprise, and the male students below were just as confused. Daigon couldn't help but glance at him with disbelief in his eyes. Once he regained his composure, Tamarick exploded outright. You want to ask for a recommendation letter for the special entrance exam? You understand what that means, right? That means you have to demonstrate your talent well enough right here. I asked what happens if you can't do it. He responded very calmly, I haven't even considered that yet. This only makes Tamarick more confused, and that's way too confident even your sister wouldn't be this bold. Thinking of this, Tamarick couldn't help but sneer. All right then, let's go. He narrowed his eyes at Den and said seriously, if you really meet the requirements, I'd be happy to write a recommendation letter for you, but it's easier said than done. But he's no longer in the summoning major anyway. After all, he's C's younger brother. What exactly is wrong with the Stress family? Ignoring the reactions below, Tamarick continued, saying, but if you fail, you'll have to accept all the consequences. No matter what the consequences are, do you still want to try? The lecture hall below fell silent in shock at these words, but Diane remained calm and replied, yes, I will do it. Erlong nodded. Tam raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, all right, come down. What a coincidence. I also have an empty seal here. Den stepped down without hesitation, walking with great confidence and not a hint of fear. Dion didn't plan to do this right from the first lesson, but oh well, might as well take everything I can get. So thinking, he immediately placed his hand on the seal. Dion quickly channels mana inside, and in an instant, a powerful wave of energy envelops the entire platform. Black responds in a deep voice to my call. As soon as you finished speaking, a spirit beast appeared, a large wolf with fierce eyes. Seeing this, the students below were stunned, and in an instant, the place erupted. Incredible sounds kept ringing out. Oh my god, is that really a 5-star summoning beast? How could a blank seal do that? At the same time, Digron recognized that wolf, it was his Genfu. At this moment, Dion glances at Tamarick and says, Professor, I have already summoned Genfu. Tamarick's face looks a bit grim. How could you do it with just an empty seal? Have you already made an official contract? Or is it something else? Still, Dion has only summoned it. He can't sustain the summon for 30 minutes. After thinking, Tamarick calmed down and spoke slowly. Indeed, it was impressive as described. But the second condition isn't easy to pass, so he calmly replied, Yes, that's right. Maybe I should let the professor see something else. What do you mean? Something else? Tam looked at him in confusion, a big question mark appearing in his mind. He didn't answer, only smiled confidently. Seeing this smile, the students below became even more confused. What is he planning to do next this time? The Stress family is truly terrifying. Degron is also looking forward to it. The third condition is to show something special. In the end, everything depends on the professor's judgment. If that professor is so determined, he probably won't accept it. Are you really planning to do that? At this moment, Tamarick spoke in a deeper voice. Fine. Let's see what you've got. Without saying a word, he approached Blackfoe and patted its head. In an instant, another stream of mana appeared. Seeing this, Tamarick broke out in a sweat, but didn't care. He closed his eyes slightly and began muttering an incantation. Immediately, the Genfu focused its gaze on him. Surrounding it was also a powerful aura of mana. It slightly opened its mouth to reveal sharp teeth, but Genfu did nothing. Its body was lifted into the air by the demon's mana. After a moment, he finally let it down to the ground. The demon is pleased and smiles, recognizing this as truly the power of ancient magic. At this moment, chaos erupted below, and whispers of shock spread throughout the lecture hall. Enhanced summoning beasts? Isn't it supposed to take only 5 years to do that? And he's not even from the summoning faculty at all. Even Digron didn't expect this. Genfu was really enhanced, but the truth proves that Genfu has indeed been empowered. Dion raised an eyebrow and smiled at Tamarick, saying, Is this enough to prove your uniqueness? At the same time, Genfu also slowly approached Tamarick. He really is speechless, oh god, and even managed to perform the link enhancement, so everything they said was true. You have an unbelievable talent. Tamarick really can't believe his eyes. Seeing his expression now, Denis couldn't help but smile. It seems even the professor was shocked, which isn't surprising given how he was feeling too. The classroom was silent as the grave. After a moment, Tamarick finally regained his composure and nodded vigorously. Yes, this is truly special. We will discuss the letter later. Okay, I understand. There's no rush either. He nodded calmly. The students below now saw Din in a different light. It really broadened their horizons. Even Daigon is the same. He sees that you have grown a lot more mature than before. He thought you really are a scary kid. After the commotion, the class continued. Dien could always feel the teacher's gaze on him, but he paid no mind. While everyone else focused on the lesson, Tamarick awkwardly said, Wait, I think I already covered this part earlier. He couldn't help but smile crazily, saying, Sometimes he's also confused like that. I heard he's very strict, so he'll probably enjoy hearing this. This part is over. You're thinking about whether to ask the black professor for the rest of it. The summoner class just continued on. After a while, Tamarick finally spoke. So that's it. Our class ends here today. The first-year students quickly left the lecture hall. Of course, the night was the same, but as I was walking through the campus, someone called me back. I turned to look and observed the person who had just arrived. Then after a moment, I asked suspiciously, Are you Digron Tyron? So, you're the former owner of Genfu. Daigon muttered awkwardly upon hearing this. Do you still remember? Din also didn't react much. He calmly said, So you also study at this academy? Yes, I need to retake the course after failing. Den secretly observes him. Isn't he here for revenge or something? Why are you speaking so gently? At this moment, Drone awkwardly said, I actually saw you before and had intended to ignore you for a long time, but he still thought he had truly done something wrong to Den back then, so he came to apologize. After saying that, Degron bowed his head slightly to Den. Hearing these words, Den was a bit stunned and took a moment before speaking. It's been years ago, don't worry, I'm fine. Really? So I can continue studying here? Din feels a bit confused. What does that mean? While he doesn't understand, Digron continues, I won't cause trouble or get in your way. At this point, Den finally realized that he thought he would accuse him to get him expelled or something. So Den gently grabbed Digron's arm and said slowly, Don't worry, everything is fine now. Digron looked up at him, moved, and said, Thank you, Den. If you need any help, just say the word. At this moment, Den's front chest suddenly swelled up. D furrowed his brow in thought, as if Canis had woken up and started causing trouble again. Sure enough, right after, his shoulder puffed up again. Den couldn't help but chuckle softly. So hungry, huh? Then he looked up at Daigon and asked, "That's right. You're from the summoning department, aren't you?" "Perfect timing. I need to pick up some items from the shop. Can you show me the way?" "Sure." Dagon nodded without hesitation and then began explaining to Den that the place is called Earth and Boden. "I might go there often. It's a place founded by 2 alumni after graduation. It's been over 30 years since then." Hearing him keep rambling, I couldn't help but sigh. It seems he's truly remorseful, so there's no need to act hostile. Thinking, he bowed his head and looked at Canis sticking his head out of his shirt. He quickly reassured him, "Stay calm, Canis." A moment later, Degron led Black to the summoning department, smiling warmly and asking, "What do you need?" "Let me find it for you. Honestly, just tell me your summoning level and I'll handle the rest." Black calmly replied, "I just need to find some food for it." Hearing this, Daigon immediately became happy. "That's my specialty. I used to handle compatible training, so this is a small matter." "What kind of creature do you summon?" Den still calmly replied. That's W. Ven. Canis really does look a lot like Juan, so their food must be similar too." Just your words made Digron panic. "Ven is a level 3 summon, really?" He quickly signaled him to speak softly and quietly say yes, but it's still young, so please keep it a secret. If this gets out, everyone will know who the culprit is. Dron nodded softly and then started thinking about food for the spirit beast. "A Weenven? Then soft food is the best. Even though it's still a young one, Wiv eats a lot. In about a week, it'll be ready to eat meat." Hearing this, Dininghikamkai, truly a professional. In the end, why did this guy fail the exam? Dagon didn't understand what you were thinking and was still focused on searching for something on the shelf. After a while, he handed Den 2 paper bags and said with a smile, "This is made from 17 ingredients, and this is a soft mixture with milk. Take both." Den gratefully took them and said, "Thank you very much. Thanks to you, I was able to buy what I needed. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do." Daigon looked at Den in confusion and asked hesitantly, "Is that all you need? Is there anything else?" Den nodded softly and said, "For now, that's enough." Daigon attentively looked at him and suggested, "But since you're here, you might as well look around some more. There are a lot of useful things here." Den thought for a moment, then finally said, "All right, let's browse a bit more." Then the 2 of them wandered around the shop, which was filled with various items on the shelves. Den stopped at a display of magical artifacts, glanced at them briefly, and then sighed, "This one looks pretty interesting. Wait, this isn't something a beginner can use." They both startled and turn around to see a white-haired person approaching, not wearing the academy uniform, who frowns seriously and speaks. Not fully understanding, they recall that summoning is used to find weapons, so don't get cursed by mana and step back. At this moment, the 2 of them finally read the warning posted on the wall. Daigon glanced at Den and spoke. "That's right, Den. The staff is only for students level 54 and above. Just touching your mana will drain it." But Den thinks it's just overreacting. The more he's told not to touch it, the more he wants to. Seeing that Den wanted to touch it, the other person warned again, "Hey, new student, don't get hurt, don't touch. I already said it's dangerous." Unfortunately, Den didn't notice and had already placed his hand on the staff on the shelf. At that moment, a surge of mana suddenly emanated from the staff. En sneered and smirked, craving mana more than anything, so he let the staff absorb his mana freely. In just a moment, the area around the staff was enveloped by a large amount of mana. Seeing this, the young man was immediately terrified. What the hell is going on? Has the staff absorbed enough mana and stabilized? Even with enough mana, almost no one can control it. After a moment, Dian finally let out a gentle laugh. "This isn't too bad, is it?" Daigon next to him also expressed his admiration. "I know you're talented, but you're really incredible." Just then, the other person arrived and aggressively questioned, "Are you really a first-year student?" "I've never heard of any student like this before," Drone explained awkwardly. "Oh, that. He's Den Ogress, the younger brother of the senior." Hearing this name, the other person was stunned and exclaimed, "An outstanding student of the interdisciplinary department, even CL in his first year couldn't wield this staff." "I underestimated you. If you had told me earlier, I would have advised you." Din was a bit speechless, his attitude changing 180 degrees. At this moment, the young man continued to ask, "Do you plan to buy that staff?" But Den shook his head in denial, causing Dron and the young man to be surprised, and he asked confusedly, "Why? You know how to use it, so why not buy it?" Den calmly replied, seeming to be quite troublesome but not able to withstand much mana. Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise, "That staff is more than enough for a 5-year student with 6 uses." Dean said nothing, feeling as if he was pouring water from a well into a teapot. Then he immediately spoke. "I will buy some food bags. Is this how the children of Count Sress are? Even Clay is the same." Dean asked suspiciously, "How is my second sister?" He immediately thought and said resentfully, "Everyone in the Two family was eager to hold a staff, only she refused, saying she didn't look cool." Hearing that, she chuckled softly and said, "Your sister too." Then Den placed the staff back on the shelf and said, "If needed, I will come back later." The young man still wouldn't give up, hurriedly trying to persuade him, but before he could finish, his voice was cut off coldly. "Let's go, Gron. We'll take this one." Then I slide past him and walk away. He watched your back with a resigned sigh. Why are all geniuses like this? A moment later, after leaving, Den fed food to Canis, who happily stuck his head out to eat. Den watched it eat attentively. The next class is the basic course. Lalau, in 5 minutes it will be over. You need to go back to the dormitory now, but at this moment you suddenly hear something. Inside the alley, sounds of movement could be heard, along with someone throwing objects outside, accompanied by extremely harsh shouting. Kid, lower your head and beat him to a pulp for me. You idiot, just a few punches and you can't even speak anymore. D heard it and sighed resignedly. Another person trying to act tough? Thinking that, he stood up and walked toward the alley. The more he approached, the clearer the shouting became. Immediately, Den recognized that voice as somewhat familiar. Inside the alley, a group of students was blocking a male student. The person being blocked is trembling nonstop as one of them sneers and says, "Did you hear what he just said?" It said it's not afraid, but it's trembling like a dried squid. Ernest quietly pursed his lips, muttering to himself, "These bastards, waiting until he's alone to strike." The alley echoed with continuous curses and insults. Seeing them ready to attack, Ern quickly warned them not to come any closer. His action made them laugh. They mock and sneer contemptuously. Does this loser dare to throw a punch? You think you're invincible just because you got lucky once? A look of panic flashes in his eyes. It's over now. Can you do it this time? Just then, someone appeared in the alley with a deep voice. Is it you guys again? Hearing the sound, the rowdy kids immediately turned their heads back. Seeing the arrival, they immediately panicked. The person coming is, of course, already here. He waved and greeted them. Hello there. In just a moment, it felt like I had come back to life. Den stepped in front of the group of troublemakers, causing them to retreat in fear. Immediately after, the alley was filled with the continuous shouts and complaints of the rowdy kids. But Den paid no mind, standing calmly there. Dean is thinking about how to handle this, and glances around and sees no one nearby, so he decides to flex his muscles a bit. Thinking quickly, Den cast a spell, and in an instant, magical arrows hovered in the air. Seeing this, the rowdy kids became even more frightened. They started to tremble. Does he also know magic? Isn't the Stress family famous for their commerce skills? Even Ice was just as surprised, but Day ignored their thoughts and focused on controlling his magic. He then coldly said, "All right, choose. Stay silent and leave or fight me properly." Hearing that, the faces of those brats turned pale and bloodless. After a while, the alley showed streaks of water on the walls, and even the ground was affected, while the brats lay sprawled on the ground, some in pain. They were beaten so badly, their faces swelled like pigs' heads, but even Black didn't care and left the alleyway with them. Ernest was very grateful, constantly thanking him. "I don't really mind. Let's start training together from now on. You said you wanted to defeat Braun someday." Ernest finally understood and hesitated, not knowing what to say. On the contrary, I am very calm. I raise my eyebrows and smile, saying, "That's why I will help you become stronger." Ernest thinks for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, I'm counting on you." The two of them kept walking and talking. Jin asked with a hint of doubt, "Oh, right. Have you joined any clubs yet?" Ern shook his head and replied, "I haven't joined any exploration or sci-fi clubs yet." Hearing this, Din was a bit surprised and said, "I thought for sure there would be one. But in our department, we have a research society, which is part of the curriculum. It's different from a club." He also checked out a map analysis club. They just use map analysis as an excuse to skip work. That's really disappointing. Hearing that, D couldn't help but frown and mutter, "It seems like most people just want to relax." Mac nodded, and Ernest asked suspiciously, "So why did you suddenly ask about the club? Are you interested?" Black casually replied, "Everyone is very eager to recruit freshmen." Ernest slowly spoke. "They said you have to choose carefully. Once you join a club, you can't switch to another one within 2 years." Hearing this, Black couldn't help but smirk, thinking the rules were stricter than he imagined. If you choose wrong, you'll waste 2 years. At this point, your steps suddenly came to a halt. Black glanced at the proposal and said, "Let's start our own club. A club where we can do whatever we want." Ernest asked suspiciously, "What does that mean?" "I mean like practicing those things, and we can also explore relics together. When we're bored, we just gather to eat and drink, doing whatever we want." Den asked Ernest how he felt, staring at him in shock as if digesting what he just said. But then he quickly, excitedly exclaimed, "I'll join if it's with you. It would definitely be fun. But would such a club be worthwhile?" Knight thought for a moment before replying, "Everything will be fine. I'll handle it." He chuckled softly and said happily, "If you say so, I truly believe it can succeed, but why are you thinking about this?" Den reluctantly said, "These annoying club invitations are a hassle I always have to decline. I'm so tired of it. Since no club interests me, maybe I should just start one myself." After hearing that, Ernest couldn't help but smile. "But will I be able to learn martial arts or swordsmanship if I join?" Black blinked and said with a smile, "Of course you might even discover hidden talents." Ernest was getting more and more excited, the more he listened. "Great, I bet we'll learn a lot from each other, but I heard you need at least 3 people to form a club, is that right?" Mac nodded and calmly replied, "I am quite sure he will join." This was at a loss for words, but Din was very determined. "You suggested, let's go ask her right now." A while later, in Lala's room, the two of them actually came to find her and told her their plans. With her decisive personality, Lala immediately agreed. Sounds simple. Let's fill it out quickly. Black smiled to herself after hearing that. Just like Lala would do, she even gave up joining the Desert Exploration Club to stay with them. She didn't hesitate at all, happily saying, that club regularly gathers to enjoy and critique sweets. If you want, we can do that too. I also like to slap. The two of them didn't need any convincing at all. Lala agreed immediately. No matter which club she joins, she'll get to eat. After a while, Dien finished filling out the form. He quickly spoke up. All right, the application is done. Let's go register. Soon after, the three of them headed to a professor's office. After seeing their application, the professor explained that the rules had changed. Many clubs are now inactive, making management more difficult. She also said that starting this year, the system had shifted from reporting to approval. This statement made the three of them freeze stiff. After hesitating for a long time, I finally asked, what do we need to do for the approval system? The professor calmly replied, you need an official recommendation letter from a professor. Let me give you a sample referral form. Hearing this, Ding sighed helplessly. Everything was complicated from the start, but he still spoke up and suggested, just give it to me first. Soon after, the three of them left the professor's office. Layla sighed and said, how would a first-year student know where to get introduced by Kim Thu? Nis also nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's right, I haven't met any professors yet. Lala looked at Den nervously and spoke. We can't just ask any professor to sign for us. But Den smirked and said, I already have someone in mind. Lala and the other person looked at him in surprise and asked suspiciously, who? Us? We're just freshmen. They will definitely think badly of us. Den, very confident, smirking, said, trust me now. Lala and the other two looked at his expression, a bit unsure of what to say. A moment later, Den went to see Professor Kentis, the head of the Free Major Department. Kentis looked at the person in front of him, secretly cursing in his mind. Damn it, he said he would listen to them, but now what? Is there no way to transfer this to another department? Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Kenta asked in a low voice, so what brings you here today? Dien replied slowly, Professor, actually I am planning to establish a club. As soon as he said that, Kenta was taken aback. He frowned and asked, that club sounds interesting, doesn't it? What kind of club is it? Dien calmly smiled and said, a club for practicing swordsmanship, exploring the academy, and exciting adventures, but now it has shifted to an approval system. And now we need a letter of recommendation from a professor. Kentis became even more suspicious and slowly explained, so you are looking for an excellent professor who can recommend us. Kentis calmly took a sip of tea, but his trembling hand betrayed him. Furious, he clenched his jaw and finally said, so what? This kid, where could you find a better professor than him? Thinking about it, Kentis calmly smiled and said, isn't there already a professor right here? There's no need to look far. I will personally recommend you. Hearing this, Din hesitated and spoke up. Professors are always very busy, so I was worried I might cause trouble. Kentas shook his head and smiled, saying, even if he's busy, at least I can do this. What should I do now, really? Black happily looked at him and said, please sign here, then took out an introduction letter. Kentas signed without hesitation, still smiling as he said, I must support my only student wanting to start a club. Den looked at him kindly, grateful as he said, thank you very much, Professor. So he successfully got the professor's signature and then left his office, handing the referral letter to Lala and the others to see. Lala exclaimed in disbelief, can it really be that we got the referral letter so quickly? Are you familiar with the professor? Den casually said, I just asked about swordsmanship and luck to gain his favor, but no matter what, they have succeeded. Lala immediately asked, so are we really going to establish a club now? Dan Mac nodded. Den casually replied, we just need to submit the application now. Nis cheerfully said, I'm so excited, it will be really fun to see. Layla also nodded in agreement, saying, I thought this would be difficult, but Den made it look easy. Putting that aside, Den spoke seriously again. We need a name to register. What should it be? This statement made Ice startle. He frowned and muttered, the name representing our image is an important issue. Lala also pouted and said, I don't want a name that's too childish or meaningless. So the two of them started thinking of a name for their club. Seeing their expressions, Dai couldn't help but chuckle quietly. These two are really overthinking this issue. At this moment, his sleeve suddenly puffed up. Den immediately panicked. Is Canis safe now? Yes, Canis has woken up. It started crawling along your body and soon reached your chest. You really want to shout, not now Canis, but basically I can't. At the same time, Lila and Ernest are still rambling on about naming. When Lala saw the back of his shirt, she exclaimed in shock, there's a tumor under your shirt. En was a bit panicked. He hadn't even introduced it yet. Seeing Den's expression, Lala and the others grew even more suspicious. They frowned and asked, what are you hiding? Before Den could answer, his shirt suddenly puffed up and the object jumped out, with Kanaz sticking his head out from inside, revealing his body and causing Lala and the others to freeze in shock. Dien felt like the show was over. Sure enough, by the time he regained his composure, Lala immediately started questioning him. What is that? A summoning beast? Why did it crawl out of your shirt? Don't tell me the egg you took from Klee has hatched? He shyly smiled and explained, yes, it was born not long ago, so its name is Canis. When Canis heard his name, his eyes sparkled as he looked at the two of them. Ernst was the first to greet. Hello, Canas. Long time no see. Lala immediately got angry and questioned, do you know too? The three of them continued to make noise in the campus. A while later, in the club registration room, upon seeing their introduction, the professor was confused. The Magic Exploration Club. Summoning and Swordsmanship? That's the name the three of them came up with earlier. The professor asked again, are you really sure you want to use this name? Jan nodded directly. Yes, please accept it. Wait until they got approval. Then, the three of them went outside. Lala said angrily as she walked, Don, please never name anything again. Diane glanced at her skeptically and asked, isn't it supposed to be fine? Lala snorted in dissatisfaction. No, it's definitely not fine. Dee reluctantly chuckled and said, don't worry too much, we can always change the name later. This is from another part of Tamarik's room. Dio arrived here and sat facing Tamarik asking, how have things been lately? There are many talented students, and with so many applicants, I worry the professors will be overwhelmed, especially since I hear some students seem to stand out more than others. Yes, that's right. Tam nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but inside he was panicking. Did the incident in your class spread so quickly? She asked, narrowing her eyes and slowly speaking. I heard your class had something really interesting happen. I don't mean to interfere with your class, I'm just curious. Tam set the teacup down on the table and shook his head in denial. No, of course that's not a problem. You're the head of the department after all, so it's only natural. He said there was a very remarkable student, even more outstanding than Key, which was quite a surprising story. He nodded slightly and replied, probably Dan Ogress. I personally accepted him into the school. So far, she also set down her tea. She raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, I hear you promised to write a recommendation for him. Since the special admission process requires 2 letters, I think I will write the remaining one. Tam was surprised and asked her, did you write it yourself? The dean nodded softly and said, she clearly has that ability. How can I just sit back and do nothing? Tamik, hearing this, angrily muttered to himself, she's a cunning snake, trying to take everything for herself. Thinking of this, his hands clenched into fists on the table. That's right, she's always like that, which made him lower his guard. As Tamarik was thinking, Deo furrowed his brow and asked, do you have something on your mind? This made him startle, and only after reacting did he shake his head to deny it completely. Ao chuckled softly, pouting, and said, so that's it. And when you finish the letter, give it to me to see. After all, we should be honest with each other about this. Clenching his lips fiercely, Tamarik reluctantly nodded. Of course, having achieved his wish, Dio immediately said, I'll take my leave now. Then she stood up and left the room. Watching her figure, Tamarik clenched his teeth in anger. He sat there in silence, beginning to ponder. Did Deo think he would just sit still and let things unfold this way? She is trying to pull him to her side, but this time Tamik will not let that happen. You have to get that genius before her. Outside the academy, I just finished a class. Today, only the founding of the Empire history class remains, and there's still time, so I decide to go get a snack or something. But at this moment, someone behind called out to Dinesh, and Dinesh turned around in surprise to see only a stranger. He furrowed his brow and asked who she was. The girl slowly introduced herself, saying, I am the messenger from Professor Del Pineso's academy, the head of the summoning department, calling for you. Dinesh frowned at the person in front of him, a hint of suspicion rising in his heart. Isn't that Professor Tamorik? Thinking for a moment, he doubted and asked, what is the reason? The girl gently shook her head and replied, he only said it was about the referral letter, and he asked you to come immediately. Shall we go? After listening, he frowned in deep thought, sensing that something was off. The Royal Academy, the cradle of the brightest talents for the nation, where countless academic passions flourish, is known for its fierce competition beyond imagination. In particular, the power struggle among the professors is intense, with each department's influence determining funding and facilities, and the top 3 departments, swordsmanship, summoning magic, and alchemy, receiving the most funding. Naturally, a professor's reputation and evaluation also change accordingly, affecting their core responsibilities. In the office of the head of the summoning department, Den is contemplating this issue. I can't keep staying in 3rd place forever. I can't keep losing to those guys forever. If Den joins, the summoning department can easily surpass the magic department. The issue lies with Professor Kentas in the interdisciplinary research, but they also have Black's sister Claire, so he won't refuse immediately. Black thinks she might be able to make him interested in summoning, giving her a chance. While she was thinking, there was a knocking on the door outside, accompanied by a clear voice. Professor, I've brought Dengress. The girl delivering the message entered. Den immediately responded, please come in. Den quickly entered the room, took a sip of tea, and then spoke. Student life must be busy, right? I still have a lot to learn, so I'm approaching everything with the mindset of a new student. Hearing this, Deo couldn't help but smile softly. You're too modest. A desire to learn is a commendable attitude. Are you interested in any particular field? Dion calmly replied, I find it hard to choose one right now. I want to excel at everything. Deo narrowed his eyes and spoke cautiously. Want to do everything well? Of course, that was just the beginning. I heard that in Professor Tamarek's class, you summoned Genfu and even performed a bond enhancement. With such skills and as the head of the department, how could she stay still with Den's talent? You should take the special exam, so she said that she and Tamarek had agreed to write a recommendation letter for you. After hearing this, Dee nodded politely, thanking them for the favor. Ignoring his cold attitude, Deo continued to smile and say, I wrote a recommendation letter for an external summoner student. This is my first time doing that. Your talent is truly rare. I don't want to rush to answer. I feel she's about to get to the main point. Sure enough, she then suggested, why not take this opportunity to learn more as in summoner? I want to personally teach you more. En fell silent upon hearing this, thinking that if the head of the department spoke so directly, their side must be in a rush. As En was pondering, Deo spoke up again. So do you participate in any clubs yet? If you're interested, join the summoning department. But she hadn't finished speaking when Den shyly interrupted. Regarding the club, I already started one with your friend, sorry. What? The rules have changed already. Setting one up isn't easy. He chuckled softly and said casually, yes, it's not easy, but luckily our advisor, Professor Kentis, helped introduce us. This made Dell's face look even more displeased. That person who never attends faculty meetings? What's wrong with him? Thinking about that, Deo clenched his fists in anger. She got played by him. She had directed Den into a summoning club. Deo took a deep breath, pursed her lips, and said, well then, congratulations on establishing your club, and when you're free, come visit my place. There are many interesting things there. Now she's starting to set the bait. She even said there is a very rare spirit beast egg that hasn't hatched yet. This made Den's eyes look at her a little more. Thinking the fish had bitten the hook, Deo happily smiled and said, an unhatched spirit beast egg is worth as much as a castle. It's so rare. So come take a look. But she didn't know that Den was already raising one. Seeing that you didn't reply, Deo continued, don't worry about the letter of recommendation. I and Professor Tamorik will officially announce it. If you have any questions about the testing process, just ask. The guest politely nodded and said, thank you for your kindness. Professor Ware said nothing, took a piece of cake from the table, and then suggested, let's chat while enjoying the treat. The snack you brought looks really tasty. She said that, took a bite of the cake, but was secretly planning something inside. Tamarek might try to outdo her, so she has to write a new letter quickly. I wonder how far their jaws will drop when they see it. The next day, at the dormitory, Klee came to find Den and told him that Do had contacted her. Den was stunned after hearing it. Klee calmly explained that after sending the letter, the Summoners Association contacted her today and are sending someone to the academy immediately. Den was even more surprised after hearing this. Damn, this is basically public knowledge about you. While you were thinking, Klee suspiciously asked, Professor Del Pineso seems to value you a lot. What did you do? Knight calmly shook her head. Who knows? Maybe it's because you're top student. G didn't seem to believe it much, but she continued saying, anyway, you'll probably take the test soon. Back then, Sister A and I had to summon 3 spirit beasts at once, maintain them, and then strengthen the bonds. Hearing this, Den exclaimed in shock, 3 at once. That's really difficult. Did your older sister really pass the special exam at age 16? She nodded, but this time she didn't know what the test would be. They didn't give any prior notice. Just being recommended by Professor Del Pineso already exceeded the standard. But there is also power struggle within the association, so it's a power struggle. G slowly explains that Professor Del Pineso has a history of refusing summoning requests, so they won't give her any advantage. After hearing that, he immediately imagined what was going on and continued to ask. So the test might be more difficult because of that. GE nodded slightly in response. That could be the case. I suppose so. She took Den's hand and calmly said with a smile, but she wasn't worried about me. Honestly, I'm just worried you might get hurt in the adults' fight. When Dian heard this, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. He hurriedly reassured her, don't worry, it won't happen. He didn't mean to set them up. 2 days later, at a castle of the academy, a group arrived and directly came out to greet them. The leader is the president of the Summoner Association, Elga Poten. He asked in a deep voice, so how outstanding is this student that you have to work so hard? Du sighed and replied, sorry, Chairman. His talent is too extraordinary. I have no other choice. Elga frowned after hearing that. So you should have accepted the seat when the guild offered and handled it quickly. Dee pursed her lips and replied, if I take a position in the association, I won't be able to focus on the academy anymore. Does he think I don't realize he's trying to pull me to his side to gain influence? Because of the guild's greed, Du nearly died multiple times from risky missions. Hiding his disgust in his eyes, Elga cheerfully spoke up. Then follow me, let's talk as we go. The letter has been sent, so we might as well go along with it. But Elga doesn't like this kid at all, not even a little. He asked as he walked away. So, Dino Gress, I heard that you summoned a 5th rank Genfu, and even successfully performed a bond enhancement. And during the interdepartmental exam, you also linked with many of her reincarnations. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Elga continued. The ability of that person is extraordinary. It has caused a stir in the association. I didn't expect my younger sibling to surpass the older ones. Isn't it true that it made him on par with Gadarin? Hearing this, Deo hesitated before speaking. I'm not sure if he's on par with Gadarin, but you'll see once you witness it firsthand. Elga narrowed her eyes at her and said in a low voice, "We will continue to evaluate the special selection process strictly as we always have." "Yes, I understand," Deo nodded casually. At that moment, their group entered the academy, and the students who saw them immediately panicked. Whispers of gossip immediately spread. "What's going on? The guild is coming here? Why is that? What are you doing?" Ignoring the whispers, the group from the association went inside. After a moment, Du excitedly said, "This is where the test will be held." Elga looked up upon hearing this, facing the grand building. After a long pause, he finally said in a deep voice, "Excellent, let's go in." Inside the building is a large training arena, already waiting inside. "I am the youngest son of Count Srez, the lord of the southern region and head of the Srez family. It is a pleasure to meet you." This makes Elga can't help but marvel. Truly impressive. It's hard to believe he's only 14 and already has such a spirit. Now he understands why they hurriedly sent the urgent letter. Thinking about it, he also spoke up to introduce himself. "I am Elga Poten, president of the Summoners Association. I have heard about you. You are highly praised, but this test will not be easy." Danmak nodded and calmly replied, "Yes, I am ready. You realize Elga is just pretending to be friendly, but he doesn't look very happy." At this moment, Elga glanced at her subordinate and ordered, "Let's not waste time. Start immediately and get ready." Hearing this, Deo hesitated and asked, "I wonder what the chairman has prepared for us." Unfortunately, Elga didn't care and stepped in front of Den to say, "The decision about whether Mr. Du acts alone will be made by me, and any form of cheating will not be tolerated during the exam. Remember that." "Yes, I understand." Den nodded calmly, then Elga narrowed her eyes and spoke sternly. "All right, then I look forward to seeing your unique point. Let the test begin." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to the sky. His subordinates outside began forming a magic array, and in an instant, this place was enveloped by powerful mana streams. Seeing this, Dien fell into deep thought. The mana continued to grow, but they showed no signs of stopping. They continued to absorb mana until this place was surrounded by a new magic circle, and then stopped. Only then did they realize it. The expression on this side also turned serious. They activated a magic circle to protect the hall, which means there's no way. At this moment, Elga steps into a magic circle beneath her feet, and a powerful surge of mana begins to erupt. He kept muttering the incantation under his breath. When he felt the mana was enough, Elga suddenly shouted, "Respond to the call!" As soon as he finished speaking, mana suddenly erupted into the sky. When the light gradually faded, a gigantic body appeared in this place. A beast with thick fur appeared, and, due to the surge of mana, stepped back a few paces, unable to hide his amazement. Indeed, the chairman's mana is truly overwhelming. I never expected the test to be on such a scale. But what surprised Den even more was the terrifying beast before him now. With its massive body, fierce, cloudy eyes, sharp claws on all four limbs, and surrounded by a shield of mana. Outside, Deo saw the fierce beast and exclaimed in shock, "No way, that's a level 3 Antares summon." Her eyes were now filled with disbelief. She never imagined that Elga would summon this savage creature to test the temple. Inside the magic circle, there are 3 people and 1 beast. They have to face the beast directly. Black squints at it. Now he understands why Klee was so worried. Right now, Elga spoke in a low voice, saying, "Because you're a genius, this level should match your caliber, right? Don't you think so?" He said you can use any weapon you're comfortable with and to control Antares by any means necessary. This is the mission for the special entrance exam. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger and said, "That old man clearly wants you to fail. He totally wants to humiliate you." Elgrad, of course, doesn't care about her thoughts and keeps speaking, but with his incredible talent, there's definitely nothing to worry about, right? Of course, if you're scared, you can still retreat now. However, Black replied indifferently, "I will take the test as planned." He quickly summoned his own space and reached inside for something suitable for this moment. He quickly drew out a weapon and was very pleased with it. "This is what your father gave you for your 7th birthday. Since the magical beast in front of you is large, it will have many openings, so I plan to strike quickly and then retreat." Seeing what was in your hand, Elga couldn't help but marvel. "Is that a spear?" As expected from the Sogres noble family. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed something and saw Tamarick had appeared on the 2nd floor, looking grim as he shouted, "What is this? Is it really too much to make him fight a level 3 spirit beast?" Eoninge also stammered in shock. "It seems Professor Tamarick has arrived. He might object." Elga said calmly, "It's okay. It looks like he's already prepared." Then he looked ahead intently and suddenly shouted out an order. "Antares, destroy the enemy before you." Antares growled before charging forward, its teeth clenched and eyes blazing red as it accepted the command. Then he stood there without any fear, calmly, with determination on his face, and said, "All right, go ahead and charge." It wasn't until the beast appeared before him that he finally acted, summoning a surge of mana that danced wildly in the air. Darkness swiftly streaked across Antares' massive, sluggish body. Its speed was too slow. It couldn't keep up with him at all. Outside, seeing this scene, Elga's face darkened like a burnt bottom. Even Deo found it hard to believe what he was witnessing. Tamik is no exception. He was worried just now, but now stands frozen in place. The students who just arrived are also stiff as statues there. Until he reacted, a sigh of amazement began to sound. What was that move just now? But Den paid little attention, still gripping his spear tightly and shifting his weight onto his right leg to adopt a highly defensive stance. Den was very pleased with his recent move. It seems the special training has been effective. At the same time, the antris facing him appeared to be angered. It opened its mouth with sharp teeth, aimed at Den as if to threaten him. Then Antares charged forward. Its clawed hand also started swinging toward Den. He squinted, not daring to slack off for a second. In an instant, Antares threw a punch, but Den quickly dodged, causing its furious red eyes to flash with anger. It swung another punch, but this time Den also managed to dodge. Antares kept attacking wildly, forcing Den to retreat step by step with its overwhelming momentum. Now you understand why it's a level 3. With that size and moving at this speed, it's truly remarkable. While Den was thinking, Antares struck again. This time, a spell appeared in its hand, a blazing flame in midair. Then it charged forward without hesitation. Den, seeing this, remains unfazed and begins to summon his own mana. At the same time, Antares' flames grow ever larger. The blazing flames engulf his entire body. Seeing this, Elga shouted in panic. He took a direct hit. Elga secretly feels pleased. Even facing Antares with the power-enhanced mana is completely insane. The check was quick and seems predictable, but inside that blazing fire, Den still hasn't fallen, ignoring the heat engulfing his body. Den clenched the flame in his hand and then began to spin it in a circle. Before long, the fire started to weaken. Seizing the opportunity, Den also rushed forward and in the blink of an eye, closed the distance to stand right in front of Antares. All right, it's time to end this. With that thought, Den once again summoned mana into the flame. Very quickly, a surge of mana appeared around him. Without a word of warning, he dashed forward like a gust of wind. Den plunged the spear forward without hesitation, just as Antares' claws also raised. It immediately struck down on Den, but he used his spear to block it. In the final blow, Den will use what his father once showed him. Focusing mana into the spear to create an explosion, a single point burst. At that moment, Den charged forward. Your spear pierced Antares' belly, unleashing powerful mana that tore through the beast's stomach, causing it to cry out in pain and throw back its head. But Den also didn't let go, still holding tightly to the spear tip, trying to pierce deeper into Antares' body. At this moment, the mana on the spear tip was growing larger and larger. Before long, a mana explosion erupted, causing Antares to lose a large chunk of its body. Seeing this, Den was extremely pleased and smiled, but Antares did not fall. At this moment, 2 large flames appeared in its hands. Antares tilts its head back and roars in fury, while Tamik outside watches this scene with a grim expression. Elga was no exception. He didn't expect to hold out for so long. Watching Den's truly cinematic display, the initial students were a bit stunned, but they quickly started whispering among themselves. Amazing, the beast's attack almost missed. And what was that mana? At this moment, the flames in Antares' hand grew larger and quickly engulfed its entire body, with Antares now raging wildly, eyes burning with fury. It bares its sharp teeth and growls at Black, then begins to attack. Faced with Antares' fierce momentum, Black can only dodge, leaving destruction in his wake wherever he goes. The dust and debris flew everywhere, but Antares didn't stop, relentlessly attacking with flames. It seems it's really angry now. Den doesn't dare to slack off and focuses on countering Antares' attacks. At this moment, a shocking event occurred, and your teacher was lost. At the same time, outside the building where the survey was held, Kentis was frantically running here, muttering nonstop, "Could it be that he's late?" He didn't understand why they chose such a remote place to hold the competition. And then Kentis pushed the door and stepped inside. The scene before him left him stunned. He saw the barrier in the competition area, his eyes involuntarily narrowing, and Kentis whispered in horror, "What are they summoning?" By the time he got closer, he saw the beast raising its head and howling. Immediately, he recognized it. He muttered in disbelief, "Oh my god, it's a 3-star Antares." Inside the barrier, the Spear of Darkness was knocked away by Antares. Although Antares still had wounds on its waist, they weren't serious. Den squinted at it, unable to help but feel admiration. It's taken hits but remains unharmed, so ordinary weapons can't hurt it anymore. With this in mind, Black let out a long sigh, honestly apologizing to his father, but in the end he had no choice but to use the sword. Immediately, a sword appeared in his hand. Black raised an eyebrow at Antares and said with a smile, "Let's start the second round." Seeing the sword in your hand, Elga couldn't help but be surprised. "So you're using a sword again?" He looked at him awkwardly and stammered, but still said, "Well, this is a special test, so a little difference is normal." Elga only nodded slightly without saying anything. What surprised him was that Den remained so calm. He had no intention of dodging the attacks. That stance looked like he had been through countless battles. Deo also narrowed his eyes at Den, now truly seeing his true strength. At the same time, Antares charged at Den once again. Its claws also erupted with blazing flames. Den was unafraid, calmly swinging his sword to fight back. Your quick reflexes are hard to see with the naked eye. In just a moment, Den revealed the true skill of a swordsman. He stepped back 2 paces to gather his strength, then charged forward to face Antares head-on, but he realized Antares was not so bad either. In just a few moves, it shifted from power to speed, reacting precisely to every strike from the opponent. Moreover, both of Antares' hands were engulfed in flames. Den's sword energy was hard to penetrate, but of course he didn't lose heart. He kept planting his attacks while thinking of a way to respond. At this moment, Antares threw a punch. D was quick to react, using mana immediately. His speed was very fast, and he quickly launched several attacks. Den wanted to crush Antares with ancient magic, but too many people were watching and it wouldn't give him any time, so he charged forward recklessly. Thinking of that, Denny couldn't help but sneer, so that was the only way left. At the same time, outside, Elga and Do were still watching the battle. Do's face grew more serious, and she hurriedly said, "President, this is too dangerous. If students get hurt, everyone will face punishment." Elga heard but did not reply, and Deo became even more anxious. She pursed her lips tightly and said, "I will immediately enforce the withdrawal." Then magic appeared in her hand, but at this moment a sudden scream rang out. "Wait a moment, just keep observing." Elga turned around in surprise and, seeing the visitor, exclaimed in panic, "Professor Kentas, when did you arrive?" Kentas didn't answer, only calmly said, "I understand your worries, but it seems Black has found a way to deal with it." At the same time, inside the barrier, Den was rushing like the wind, his sword swinging non-stop. Suddenly, a surge of magic appeared before him, and in an instant, a magic circle manifested. Then, wielding the energy-encased sword and the magic circle, he charged forward, swiftly passing by Antares and leaving several cuts on its body, especially on its legs. Antares cried out in pain, tilting its head back as it collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably and unable to move anymore. Seeing this, Elga exclaimed in horror. Did he combine swordsmanship and magic in the blink of an eye? Kentas beside him teased. "Maybe you should summon something stronger." Hearing this, Elga clenched her fists in anger. A level 3 spirit beast should have been enough to make Den miss, but he surpassed all expectations. Below, after staggering to his feet, Antares continued to summon flames to attack Dean, but he sneered with a smirk. "A final struggle, huh? Truly stubborn until the very end." Thinking it through, a streak of magic appeared in his hand, though he actually didn't want to use it. At this very moment, a series of magic arrows suddenly appeared above his head, and he smirked confidently. "It's time to end this now." Antares on the opposite side, unaware of the danger approaching, continues to frantically summon flames. Then without hesitation, it launched an attack with fire, but at this moment, a beam of magic suddenly pierced straight through Antares' body. Along with a barrage of arrows, they struck without warning, causing a furious pain that made Antares suffer. By the time the magic dissipated, several large holes had appeared on its body, and the flames around it had quickly disappeared. Antares was simply knocked away, its eyes showing a look of unwillingness. No matter what, the winner of this battle is already decided. He retracted the mana in his hand and smirked with satisfaction. At the same time, outside, Du couldn't help but speak up watching this scene. "Chairman, this exam is a bit too much." "Too much? How do you say that?" "Iga, despite his talent, you really think it's reasonable for a first-year student to control a third-rank summoning beast?" Hearing this, Iga could only force a smile and brush it off. "But isn't the outcome pretty good?" Deo's dissatisfaction grew even more, and she shouted angrily, "That's truly a great result, so great it will be recorded in the Empire's history." A first-year student used a blade, a sword, magic, and even a forced link to subdue a third-tier summoned beast. While everyone was marveling, he calmly sheathed his weapon and stored it in his space. And that final part really shocked everyone. Both Elga and Kentas saw it very clearly. When Antares fell, he acted very calmly and decisively. He formed a link with the defeated Antares and then proceeded to connect with it. Establish a forced connection to prevent hostility. With both strategy and outcome, it was a perfect ending scene for the demon. At this point, Daewoo complained uncomfortably that if today's incident got out, people would say it was an unfair test designed to sabotage him. Hearing this, Elga immediately retorted, "Professor Del Pineso, I have established clear safety measures." Elga sneered and replied, "So you still sat idly by when facing it directly. As a professor, you can't turn a blind eye to this." This comment made Elga's face turn as black as a pot, and she started cursing inside. "Damn it, how did it come to this? The entire plan is ruined." Kentas stood beside them, listening to their argument without saying a word. He is watching intently from afar. Although he knows you're a genius, this level of talent still surprises him. From the very beginning, you've looked more like a seasoned knight than a student. Kentas decided to take you on as his apprentice. At the same time, Do also had this intention. She had to seize this genius for herself. After the commotion, Elga had no choice but to bring a gold badge to Den and Dog. "You have passed the special exam. We officially bestow upon you the title of Summoner along with this badge." Although reluctant, he still followed the procedure, hoping you would continue to develop your talent as the Empire's Summoner. "Take it, then reach out and accept the badge," politely nodding. "Thank you." Seeing the badge in my hand, I couldn't help but smile. This golden badge is only given to those who pass the special exam. That's really cool. Immediately, he clenched it in his hand and began channeling mana inside. Den suddenly shouted, "Respond to my call." As soon as he finished speaking, the gold badge suddenly shone brightly, and mana spread across the entire corner of the arena. This is the summoning magic circle that Den just created. In an instant, a creature appeared from within the circle. Seeing this scene, everyone outside immediately widened their eyes in amazement. Even Kentis was no exception. He muttered in horror, "What is that?" Inside the light of the magic circle, a pair of long ears appeared, and below it a short, stubby foot. It's a rabbit named Anterma, a level 4 enhanced summoning beast with the ability to greatly boost the physical strength of the summoner. Seeing it, her eyes lit up and she happily praised it. "So cute, right?" He smiled at it and nodded in greeting. "Nice to see you again, Anne." The atmosphere instantly fell silent. She shot a glance at Kentis behind her. Everyone was stunned. Thinking of this, she looked back towards Den, who was on the field below. With so many witnesses, the entire academy would definitely be in chaos. Sure enough, a few days later, rumors about Black spread everywhere in the academy. "Lila, I just don't understand. Can this really be happening?" Layla pouted and said, "Don't try to understand, just accept it and you'll get used to it." Ernest could only sigh after hearing that, then suddenly remembered something and quickly spoke up. "That's right, I'm close to decoding the map." Den immediately said, "Let's have our first club meeting once I finish decoding." Hearing this, Lala and Ernest both became excited. Seeing their reactions, Den also gently smiled. "Actually, you are also very curious about it?" The three of them continued talking for a while as they walked, then they said goodbye to the two of them. "Professor Kentis has called me. I'm heading over now." A moment later, when Den arrived at Kentis's training room, he had already begun to reflect. Antares is a terrifying summon beast. Once, a summoner from the Rank Empire called out two of them, and it was a true nightmare. Just those two managed to defeat 3 knights and dozens of soldiers. Hearing this, he suddenly remembered something. "I heard that Professor Kentis was also present at that battle." Seeing that you didn't answer, Kentis continued, "So you managed to defeat that creature without a scratch." He gazed at him intently, shook his head, and replied, "I was just lucky." Hearing this, Kentis began to lecture. "Sometimes being too modest can be a double-edged sword. Right now, I think your swordsmanship is the decisive move, isn't it?" Suddenly, Den looked at Kentis with a quiet admiration in his heart. He was not an ordinary person. As he was lost in thought, Kentis suddenly lifted his foot and walked away. He walked and talked at the same time, only 14 years old, but his skill and composure in swordsmanship far exceeded his age. Suddenly, he paused, then continued after a long moment. "So, I want to ask you this. Do you want to officially learn swordsmanship from me?" After saying that, he looked at the boy intently, waiting for his answer. Den was a bit surprised and didn't know how to react. After that day, Den wrote a letter to his parents. "In the letter, your loving parents, I hope you are both well. The hot summer is coming soon, and today is no different. Your youngest child is still busy with life at the academy. I said I have completed Professor Kennis's swordsmanship class I mentioned before, so I have learned a lot of theory." That made him think that going to the academy was indeed a great choice. He said he was now able to wield swordsmanship much more skillfully. Black thought it might be time to forge a sword at the blacksmith's. As he wrote this, he paused for a moment, then remembered something and continued writing. Ernest finally deciphered the map. He even discovered that the main designer was So Hangston. The far east side of the academy below the St. Ima Hall is now abandoned. It's said that something extraordinary is hidden in the saint's tomb. Black suddenly hesitated for a moment, wondering if this was too detailed to write. After some hesitation, Black decided it was better not to include too many details. "So you crossed out some parts anyway. After all, it's a forbidden area, and the bigger issue is the appearance of the immortals." Lee and Eris were very scared when they learned about it, and Dee also considered giving up, but luckily they received help from Priscilla, a student from the Holy Department. "After hearing your proposal," Priscilla exclaimed in shock, "are you crazy? Listen carefully. Immortality will disappear if you destroy its core, but first, you must receive my baptism." Her suggestion made Layla and Ernest tremble with fear, but then the four of them still went in there together to fight. As expected, Priscilla's holy power is truly terrifying. Thanks to her baptism, they were able to deal with the immortals easily. Not to mention, Lala's swordsmanship has also improved greatly, and the four of them worked together very harmoniously, with some even leading the charge. After overcoming the darkness, they reached the underground tomb, and finally, they found the treasure. Lala, walking in amazement, exclaimed, "Is it really from 3 years ago?" En nodded slightly. "Yes, the treasure is here. The treasure that the Emperor desperately longed for but couldn't open or take was naturally very exciting when they entered inside. Both Lou and Eris are the same. After a battle, the reward is finally here. That treasure is a gem with a dazzling red glow, and Den steps forward to pick it up. This is your club's first achievement, and it brought great joy. Everyone is very excited." They kept shouting in the dungeon until it was so dark they couldn't sleep, causing chaos throughout the academy, and Den said he thought he should stay quiet for a while. As I write this, Den falls silent for a moment, contemplating the true nature of the gem. Everyone would be surprised to learn that it is actually an ancient magic core. And perhaps Black doesn't need to mention that the gem has added another layer of magic to himself. By the time he finished writing, he had put down his pen. Den said he would tell me in person when the opportunity arose. Then he sighed and muttered to himself that from now on he would only rely on his sister. Just then, a loud scream came from outside. Den, what are you doing? We have to leave now. There's no more time to tidy up the clubroom. Hearing this, Den suddenly stood up in surprise. He quickly grabbed his bag and ran out the door. And after that day, Priscilla also joined the club, so now Den's club has 4 members. Seeing you run out, the 3 of Priscilla scolded together. Den, let's go quickly. How dare you make the senior wait? Den awkwardly scratched his head, smiled, and said, Sorry, I have some cleaning to do, let's hurry up. So the 4 of them cleaned up the club together, but they kept criticizing the club's name for sounding really silly. So they decided to abbreviate it as Nanman. Early the next morning, inside the magic department of the academy, a renowned difficult exam was taking place. The 24-hour exam requires enduring a day without eating or sleeping. As long as no one else is brought along, all types of open materials are allowed. This is a notorious exam for its harshness, but head of the magic department, Denabo, said he passed it very easily. You fully understand his intention, not only being good at solving problems, but also having an extraordinary ability to analyze the surrounding environment. Denabo couldn't help but feel emotional, saying, I feel sorry for the other students, but this is the first time I've ever longed for a student from another faculty so much. Then he looked at the person beside him and asked, So how is the mission I assigned going? Atho hesitated for a moment, then replied cautiously, He keeps refusing the invitation to join the student council. If he joins, he won't just hold a position, but could even reach a key role that influences the future policies of the academy. Din sighed helplessly upon hearing this, saying, That's how it is. Even after I sent a 5th-year student like you, it still didn't work. After saying that, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, he's truly an unpredictable child with no vanity or arrogance typical of his age. All predictions are completely wrong, but he is certain that the boy won't escape from his grasp. Din Nabo smirked and thought he would definitely hold on to the temple. Meanwhile, in Arabella's laboratory, upon hearing the recent events, she couldn't help but ask, Are the members of the student council still following me? Black nodded slightly and said, Yeah, it's a bit troublesome. Hearing that, Arabella muttered in annoyance, that teacher still hasn't changed at all. Your time was the same, so I asked suspiciously if he had done the same to you. Arabella nodded slightly and said he even said he would make you the student council president or something. Hearing that, he couldn't help but be amazed and said, The student council president sounds impressive too. Arabella snorted coldly in disdain. That professor likes to lure talented kids to turn them into his pawns. Those with abilities but humble backgrounds and unclear career paths are easily caught in traps. Hearing this, Den finally understood why Atho kept following Professor Denabo. So then, my refusal must be the right choice, right? Arabella nodded softly and replied, Of course. That professor is very dangerous, not only skilled but also a master at manipulating others to join his side. She said if you get involved, you'll become an obedient puppet under his control. So you have to be careful, no matter what he offers, just to refuse immediately. Upon hearing that, she nodded slightly and replied, I understand, I will be careful. At that moment, the laboratory door suddenly swung open, startling Arabella. What is that? The 3 Lila hurried in, with Lila still holding a sphere. Hurry up and say it, so you're here. Look, I found something really terrifying. Ernest brought this back from the Forbidden Zone. Could you take a look for me? Arabella exclaimed in shock upon hearing this. What? The restricted area? Did you really go into the forbidden area? Den here helplessly sighs, clearly having told everyone to stay quiet for a while. After a moment, he looks at Irene and anxiously says, I'm sure since visiting the Holy Temple, the guards have become stricter. It's just that you haven't finished speaking, Ernest interrupted. Don't worry, as an explorer, I have to overcome such challenges. Hearing this, Den couldn't help but frown, and after a long pause, he sighed and said, Yes, that's definitely your specialty, but isn't it still too dangerous? Ernest calmly replied, I understand your concern, Den, but the explorer's blood in me is boiling. I can't sit still. This surprised Den, and since arriving at the Ama Temple, Ernest has become much more proactive. That's understandable. For Hangston, the only one believed to have reached the Nine Chains realm after the fall of the Eric Demon Kingdom, a place created by such a genius, every explorer's eyes would shine brightly. So Lala, what is she holding? Did you put something into the magic wave detector? The one Lala is holding is indeed a strange-looking sphere. Well, here's the thing. Last night I couldn't sleep, so I took a walk into the restricted area. I was in So Hangston's laboratory within the restricted zone when I started hearing strange sounds, like machinery operating or something being manufactured. It makes Eris nervous, but it keeps ringing in his ears, mixed with human voices. Hearing that, he frowns and asks, So what? Even in the restricted area, guards have to go in and out, so hearing people is not strange. It's not just the guards, I'm sure of it. Ernest shook his head slightly and replied, And the most suspicious thing is that the backup magic wave detector he left behind has detected magic. That made Den gasp in shock. What? No way. After So Hangston's death, all the items in the laboratory were moved to the memorial house, so nothing in the laboratory could be emitting a magnetic wave. Ernest recalled that night when he picked up the sphere, but hearing the strange sound, he hurried outside, and that meant there was definitely something inside. So Hangston's laboratory that was still unknown, so his face grew more and more anxious. What is this mysterious energy wave after all? A moment later, after tinkering inside the laboratory, Arabella finally exclaimed, "I was right, there's really something in there." Ernest, surprised, asked, "Really? Senior Arabella?" Arabella nodded slightly and replied, "That's right, and it's not something ordinary. Look at the data I have analyzed." Then she threw the data onto the table for them to see. Pick it up and frown as you scan through it. Arabella slowly explains, "These oscillations are very similar to the pattern I collected. Of course, not everything matches if you exclude the vague ones." Hearing that, he frowned and asked again, "What is your conclusion?" Arab smiled and said that there must be something enormous inside that building. As soon as she finished, the three Eris people shouted in panic, "A giant thing?" Arabella nodded softly and said, "Yes, this kind of vibration usually comes from objects containing immense magical power. You said it was very difficult for you to detect the fluctuations, right?" She guessed that it meant something was blocking the leakage of the waves. Ernest was confused to hear that. Arabella continued, "The one hiding the magic waves, whether it's Hangston or someone else, we don't know yet." Black also nodded in agreement. The only certainty is that whatever it is, it's reaching a level that requires hiding its magic waves. In short, that's how it is. And as far as I know, Lingard never even set foot in Saw Hangston's laboratory. The three of them, Lala included, were all shocked by this statement. Really? Even Knight was a bit surprised, but no one could resist the allure of So Hangston. Indeed, she was a young mage. Arabella didn't respond when questioned by them, but spoke seriously. If it's related to So Hangston, it would be an earth-shattering discovery, possibly containing the magic of Saw Hangston, or even more powerful. Eris exclaimed excitedly upon hearing this. If that's the case, then it's wonderful. Lala, on the other hand, slightly doubted and asked, "But why would it be in an empty laboratory?" Arabella didn't reply, but praised Ernest. "You're truly extraordinary. I found this entirely by instinct." Ernest happily smiled and said, "Thank you. Senior, you've helped me a lot." Arabella chuckled softly and then asked, "What is this kid planning to do with something like this?" Handin chose not to join their conversation because he was busy thinking. It's likely not a real magic core because he didn't sense it when he entered. If it were real, he would have recognized it immediately upon entering the restricted area. So what exactly is inside there? You can't figure it out. As he kept thinking, he stared intently at the ball on the table. While pondering, Lala asked, "What should we do now? Is this wave worth investigating? Even if you don't go, Ernest will go no matter what." Black frowned slightly and remained silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "We can avoid surveillance somehow, but no one knows what might appear in the laboratory. Are you all really confident?" Layla didn't hesitate and winked with a smile. "Of course, our club is very strong." Ernest also nodded in agreement. "That's right, and he's even staying with us." Priscilla also cheerfully said, "I won't give up." Black sighed helplessly. Even Layla is the same. Now even Priscilla just said that. And I looked over at my sister. Arabella muttered awkwardly, "We really can't stop them now." "All right, if you won't listen, at least take this with you." Arab slowly explained, "This is a teleportation spell. You know how to use it. Right, if you encounter danger, don't hesitate. Tear it immediately, it will instantly teleport them back here. Forcing a teleportation might shock their bodies and magic a bit. But it's better than dying." Lala exclaimed happily, "Do you really give us these 3 precious scrolls?" "Thank you, Arabella." Arabella, on the other hand, looked very serious and continued to remind them, "Remember well, you often forget that entering the forbidden area will get you suspended, and being suspended twice will definitely get you expelled. Do you understand?" The 3 of you, Lala and the others, although very worried, still nodded and replied yes. "Don't just say that, okay?" "All right, then go back safely and tell me what you discovered." The 4 Black members immediately nodded and then left the laboratory. Back in the room, Black laid the map out on the table. Ernest glanced over the map, then pointed to a spot and said, "The entrance. From here, there will be a blind spot in your line of sight when moving towards this building. We will use that gap to advance. They will start their operation in 2 days and have distributed exploration gear according to the number of people, along with detailed infiltration route checks." Ernest then advised everyone, "From now on, we must scatter tracking powder when moving. When we arrive, to dissolve the dense magic barrier without leaving traces, we will need Black's fire." Hearing this, Black nodded and said, "All right, I'll get ready." Priscilla also chimed in, "We should also prepare a plan B for emergencies. Instead of tearing the scroll blindly, we should assume the direction of action for each case." Black also thinks it makes sense. After thinking for a long time, he finally suggested, "We will arrange the combat formation like this. I will be responsible for detecting magic in the front. La and Annis will be at the back, with Priscilla standing in the middle." "All right, got it." Priscilla nodded without hesitation and responded. Hearing her answer, Anne again looked at Eason and advised, "Use a short bow this time instead of a staff. You've trained a lot, so just shoot with the mindset of supporting." Ernest nodded slightly and said, "Okay, leave it to me." After giving instructions, he reminded them once more to remember that the top priority was not to be detected. We don't know what might be hidden inside. I'm so excited. I look over at the three of them and ask, are you all ready? The three of them immediately nodded. Then he excitedly exclaimed again. So, the Nam-Man Club is going to cause trouble now? Inside the restricted area, soldiers are still on guard late at night, and someone can't help but sigh, this is so annoying. If every day is like this, I'll die. Which fool would dare sneak into the restricted area like this? They keep chatting away without noticing someone watching them quietly from afar. Seeing so many people, Lala's group shouted in fear. Why are there so many guards? Ernest whispered. I heard they doubled their patrols recently. Turns out it's true. Even so, the four of them quietly moved in. Lala whispered, what should we do now? Ernest calmly replied, now everyone is tired. There will be an opening. I know where the guards are weakest. Let's go that way. Another top guard is heading towards the restricted area. The leader spoke up, saying it was time for the shift change. The guards who had been on duty all night looked a bit dissatisfied, muttering that they were exhausted and almost falling asleep. Why are you so late? While they were talking, Den's group took the opportunity to run in. Suddenly, they disappeared. Some soldiers heard the noise and turned around abruptly. Seeing that, the person next to him suspiciously asked, what's going on? The other hesitated and asked back, did you hear anything? The person next to him shook his head and replied, it's probably just the wind. Not finding any suspicious signs, the initial patrol turned around and left. At the same time, inside the restricted area, the four people had successfully entered. Den whispered, good, so we have successfully infiltrated. Then they continued along the planned route deeper inside, with Black constantly reminding them to be careful. It wasn't long before they reached the basement door, and Priscilla, seeing this, expressed her admiration. Thanks to this, we entered quite easily and let him lead the way. Definitely a wise choice. But at this moment, Den suddenly seemed to realize something and exclaimed in shock, wait, there's a magic barrier here. The closer we get to the center, the stronger it becomes. So Hankston is indeed cautious about intruders, but soon after, Black noticed a different problem. He whispered that this barrier didn't feel like Hankston's magic. It was completely different. He kept staring into the barrier, his eyes full of thought. Really? How could you tell? En slowly replied. So Hankston has been alive for a very long time. This barrier looks quite new. Ernest frowned and guessed that someone had entered before us and set up a new barrier to hide something inside. That's also what I think. The boy nodded slightly in agreement. And you also think that there might be something very dangerous hidden inside? Priscilla asked anxiously. So what do we do now? Go back? Lee didn't agree and rebutted. We've come this far, so how can we turn back now? Maybe an academy official has already set up defenses and left. Now Black speaks up again. I think differently. This seems more like the work of an outsider infiltrator. If the academy discovered a new artifact of So Hankston, they wouldn't have any reason to hide it so secretly. Lala angrily exclaimed, so there are others besides us also after this treasure. Priscilla, speechless, replied, we're here to explore, not to steal the treasure easily. I also agree with Priscilla's words and seriously said, yes, they are different from us. I think those people deliberately set up a barrier to hide something, and whatever it is, if we encounter them, it will be troublesome. Hearing this, Lala also felt the danger and sighed softly, muttering that if they harbored malicious intent, it would be hard to stop them. Dan Mack nodded and calmly said, yes, this place may have become much more dangerous, but I believe in the strength of the Cam Club. We are strongest when we're together, right? That sounds reasonable, but honestly, you're just dying to know. It's just a bunch of people, yet they believe it's real and are moved to tears. Layla also excitedly exclaimed, that's rare for anyone to beat Den. Priscilla didn't agree immediately. She seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. After a long moment, she finally spoke slowly. If I let you go, there will definitely be trouble, so I have to go too. There's no other way. Hearing this, Eris and Layla's eyes immediately lit up. Dian also smiled and said, everyone agrees, right? Good, then let's go all the way. Although a bit hesitant and afraid, they still decided to move forward. Black did a great job breaking the magic barrier. That barrier couldn't withstand your flames. When the four of them opened the door and stepped in, they faced an endless corridor filled with traps and had to fight. After overcoming countless traps, they finally arrived. Looking at the room ahead, Eris and the others couldn't help but marvel and say, what is this place? I didn't expect there to be such a large room underground. After checking around, Priscilla exclaimed, look at all this food, someone must have been living here. Now everyone fell silent, sensing signs of life, as if they had been here for quite a while. Lou hesitated and asked, could it be that the academy came to investigate? Priscilla shook her head gently and replied, that's unlikely. Look carefully. She glanced at a corner of the room and then continued. If it really was the investigation academy, they would have provided equipment. The items here are all different from many places. If it was truly the academy, they wouldn't keep it a secret like this. Black also nodded in agreement. Priscilla is right. Clearly this was done by someone else, not the academy. After hearing their conversation, Ise's face looked a bit panicked, but he quickly hid it. Then he told everyone to check around because they didn't know when the owner of this place would return. So everyone started to disperse and search every corner. Lei looked for traces among the objects placed on the floor. Priscilla is searching on the wall to see if there are any other mechanisms, while Den is looking for clues on the ground. As expected, when he placed his hand on the ground, he felt a massive flow of magic. Just then, someone called him over to come see. Hearing that, he glanced over and asked suspiciously, "Did you find anything?" Ernest nodded and said, "There's a staircase leading down behind this wall." Hearing this, Dee couldn't help but shout out, "So that means we might be able to see firsthand the source of the magic power we sensed from the ground?" But they followed that staircase down, with torches hanging on the walls to see clearly ahead. The deeper they went, the more the magic power became apparent, until they reached a giant stone placed there. Everyone was shocked and exclaimed in disbelief, "I've never seen such a large demon stone. Is this thing hidden deep underground?" Even Den is surprised to see it and recognizes this as Saw Hangston's aura. It is emanating an overwhelming demonic energy, and there are intricate magic formations carved around it. What are they ultimately planning to do with this? Who is it, and for what purpose? While everyone was admiring the magic stone, Ernest suddenly shouted in horror, "It's over, everyone. Someone is coming this way." He said the security device around is alerting. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. The expression on the demon's face suddenly darkened, and his eyes were filled with seriousness. Meanwhile, outside the restricted area, another group is quietly approaching, with their leader urging them to move faster. The rest of the group nodded in agreement and then broke down the door, rushing inside. The captain shouted as he ran, "Focus only on extracting the magic from Shangston's essence. Glory will be ours." They moved with skill and kept running. They run down the stairs and into the underground room, and upon seeing what's in front of him, his face lights up with joy. He spoke calmly, saying, "We are safely inside now." Then, the captain waved his hand and ordered, "Go clean up the room and report immediately if anything unusual happens." The two behind received the order and quickly left, one sighing in relief as he said, "At last, we can rest for a bit." The person next to him asked suspiciously, "Are we going to stay here for 2 months?" He sighed and replied, "It might take even longer, but at least the supplies are enough, so that's not an issue." They suddenly halted after a short walk, their feet hitting a thin wire. Suddenly, sharp blades emerged from nowhere, flying straight toward them. The sudden turn of events left them panicked. Screams suddenly erupted as they were caught in the trap and thrown out. The team leader, hearing the commotion, shouted in panic, "What's going on?" But there was no response, only sounds coming from the door, and before they could react, a blast of gas rushed into the room. The situation is getting more and more chaotic, and one of them couldn't hold back and shouted, "Captain, this is the team leader. Quickly retreat, it's a trap." Unfortunately, he was enveloped in the gas, making him suffocate and his body tremble uncontrollably. The one who set this trap was none other than the black-clad group. After the black-clad group fainted, they tied them up and began checking their bodies. Ernest found a notebook. Lei found some gold coins and various trinkets, along with something in his back pocket. Black silently watched the black-clad group from behind. You are wondering who these people really are. Clearly they are targeting So Hangston's magic stones. And you're suspecting that these black-clad people are from the academy? While Den was thinking, Rosila suddenly approached and said, "Look at this record. It seems important, doesn't it?" Black nodded slightly, then began flipping through the notebook and reading. Inside, it said that during the essence extraction process, 2 extraction devices should always be maintained when the progress reaches 60%. Add one more thing. If the magic circle is damaged, stop immediately and go check the diagram attached with the nails. After reading, Den frowned and muttered, "Extract the essence?" Priscilla nervously said, "That sounds really dangerous." You nod and reply, "Yes, extremely dangerous." At that moment, Ernest exclaims, "Not only that, they also have a continent map." Black frowned and asked, "The Empire strictly controls such maps and would never allow them to be taken out." Ernest also knew about it and hesitated, wondering if they might be a rebel group. His expression was now somewhat serious as there were too many suspicious points. At that moment, his eyes involuntarily narrowed as he saw something in the captain's mouth. Knight hurried over and opened his mouth wide. After seeing that, just as he thought, the thing in the captain's mouth was a self-administered poison, which he remembered learning from his mother. This substance is used by assassin groups or secret organizations to silence members. To prevent the secret from being exposed in an emergency, they are brainwashed to say goodbye and go to the other world, then given poison. What kind of organization would do something like this? While you were thinking, Priscilla suddenly shouted. Everyone looked at this. There was a rule written here. Hearing this, the 3 Dali members were all stunned with wide eyes and took that from her hand. Inside it says that for a new world, Law 1, security must always come first, more important than life itself. Law 2, we always act to change the world. Law 3 states that we must not investigate the identities of other members. We are one, but also individual beings, and there are many other rules. Priscilla looks at the end of the notebook and mutters seriously. This part is the most suspicious, as it contains coordinates. She can't specify the exact location, but it's near the academy. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw some numbers at the bottom corner of the old book. They exclaimed in surprise, "Where is 3458? Eris furrowed his brow in thought. After a moment, he finally exclaimed, "Wait a minute, if it's that location." Black suspiciously asked, "Do you know that place?" Eris nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, that is the supply route near the back gate." So they entered from there. Black nodded slightly and said, "Probably yes. There must be someone in the academy helping them." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. The four of them fell into silence. A secret organization trying to extract the essence of So Hangston. What are they ultimately planning to do with that essence? So the four of them decided to leave quickly. Maybe it would be a shame to return empty-handed like this. Hearing this, the three Ernie immediately exclaimed in confusion, "What do you mean?" Black narrowed his eyes at the demon crystal for a moment before slowly speaking. "Let's take this demon crystal with us. If we leave it, it will just fall into their hands. Instead of letting unknown people use it for some scheme, it's better they carry it away themselves." A moment later, in the dark cellar, a sudden scream shattered the silence. "Captain, wake up quickly. It's bad, Captain." The noise woke the captain up and he muttered confusedly, "What's going on with this noise in my head? What? What nonsense are you talking about?" But when the captain turned around, he indeed couldn't see any magic inside the magic stone, which made him grind his teeth in anger and curse. Damn it, it must have been the trap team that did it. He didn't have time to care about this because soldiers had already appeared inside the underground chamber. Guard captain shouted angrily, "Stand still! Anyone who dares to invade this sacred academy, we won't let you go anywhere." The group in black immediately panicked and exclaimed, "Why did the guards get here so quickly?" The black team leader's face now looked extremely serious. They have been captured by the guards, and he suspects that the organization abandoned them. Early the next morning, the guard captain came out from inside the restricted area, angrily scolding. After decades of peace, is this forbidden zone causing trouble again? Then he looked at his subordinates and asked irritably, "Did the intruders say anything?" One of the black-clad soldiers shook his head and replied, "I report nothing. Perhaps I need stronger measures." The black-clad group was terrified upon hearing this, but said nothing. The guard captain ordered, "So then beat them until they come to their senses, and after a preliminary investigation, transfer them to the interrogation room. This incident is very serious. Even with doubled security, 5 intruders still got in, which makes him very unhappy, and he is sure to be punished and may even lose his position." At that moment, someone approached and called out, "Captain, the Magic Department's investigation team has arrived." As soon as the words left his mouth, the guard captain exclaimed in panic, "Why are they here already?" His face grew darker and darker as he cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I didn't expect that lazy old professor would come here himself. But there's no other way. The guard captain still has to find a way to report properly." So after hearing that, Din frowned and asked, "So you heard a noise inside this building? Discovered the mana barrier was gone, and then saw someone break in?" Strange. Saw Hangston's mana barrier isn't easy to break. If the black-clad group was capable of doing that, why did they let themselves get caught so easily? The captain of the guards also shook his head in confusion. "I just can't understand." Then he took out something and handed it to Denabo, explaining, "By the way, we found this among their belongings. Would you like to take a look?" Din looked at what he was holding and frowned in surprise. "A book?" After hesitating for a long time, he still took it, and only after opening and reading it did Denabo's face suddenly turn grim. After a long pause, he finally spoke. It was sealed with a magic spell. Only authorized people could open it, but someone had forcibly broken the seal. The captain of the guard shouted in alarm, "What? How is that possible?" Din didn't think much and put the book away, speaking in a low voice. "I will investigate further. There might be other hidden spells on it." The guard captain nodded softly and replied, "Yeah, of course. I only glanced at it briefly, but it seems they belong to some secret organization." Din frowned and asked again, "A secret organization?" The captain added that they also found a huge mana stone in the basement, taller than an adult man. Din muttered in confusion, "A giant mana stone in the Forbidden Zone? But the basement should be resistant." The captain shook his head softly and said vaguely, "We also find it strange why there is a huge mana stone in the Forbidden area." Din thought for a moment and then suggested taking me there. I wanted to see it for myself. As a result, the matter in the Forbidden Zone was handed over to the Academy to handle. In the following days, the Academy was once again filled with rumors about the Forbidden Zone, and everywhere on campus you could hear discussions about it. Priscilla overheard the whispers and couldn't help but sigh. "Oh my, it's been chaotic there since yesterday because of the disturbance." Day doesn't pay attention either. He asked suspiciously, "Priscilla, have you found anything yet?" Priscilla nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, I heard that the demon magic team caught them and even Professor Denabo came in person." Ernest muttered anxiously, "If the professor himself comes, this case must be serious." Priscilla sighed and said, "This news has already been in the Academy's daily paper. Do you want to see it?" Ernest was stunned and exclaimed, "Wow, she's so fast that really is cutting it close." The report clearly states that the restricted area was breached and 5 strangers are being interrogated by the Demon Magic Division. I, the head of the guard team, accept full responsibility. After reviewing the information, he fell into deep thought. realizing that if Professor Denabo had personally appeared, they would surely understand how serious the situation was. Then he spoke again, saying, "But if the magic department is handling it, it should be fine." Priscilla nodded slightly and replied, "Yes. They are notorious for their cruelty. They will use all kinds of magic to interrogate." The four of them stood in a quiet corner of the yard, discussing. Lala timid and nervous as he asked, "But did they find us?" Ernest said to reassure. "Come on, stay calm. We've erased all the traces." Priscilla nodded in agreement. "Actually, the Academy should be grateful to us. Without us, those infiltrators wouldn't have been caught." Day also spoke to comfort them. "Don't worry, they fell into the trap without knowing we were there. Now just stay hidden for a while." "Ernest, have you brought their belongings yet?" Ernest nodded slightly in response. "Oh, here it is." Then he placed a large bag on the ground and spoke again. "This is the analysis result. Who knows, maybe by following the trail of those black-clad people, they might discover another treasure like the essence of So Hangston." A few days later, the Academy fell into chaos again, this time because of the Royal Investigation Team's arrival. Many Royal soldiers are advancing into the Academy. Compared to the Academy's troops, they are on a completely different level. The royal family rarely visits the Academy, yet today they arrived with dozens of people, banners flying. This has never happened before at the Academy. A moment later, in the restricted area, a tall figure was standing in front of the gate observing. "This person is the commander of the Royal Knights, Delphin," he muttered with pursed lips. "That's strange. Ama Church has an intruder who left no trace. Now we find strangers hiding in Saw Hangston's laboratory." Professor Denabo is also present. He nodded in agreement and said, "This is really strange. We've been tracking the traces but still haven't found clear results." Delph glanced at him and asked suspiciously, "What about the barrier?" Another girl replied slowly, "Yes, we are still investigating, but so far there are no clear signs." DF sighed and reflected, "This mess is really complicated, especially since this is one of Saw Hangston's designs." Then he glanced behind and asked, "What do you think about this?" "Your Highness, there is a young man with red hair behind you. This is the third prince, Edward Dan Tog." Edward was suddenly called by name, and he muttered awkwardly, "I haven't figured it out yet." "I understand, sir." Delph sighed helplessly as Din was startled and horrified upon seeing the young man. "Wait a minute, is it really the third prince himself coming? Why would he come in person?" Edward currently says nothing, only standing there in silence, staring fixedly at the door in front of him. Edward noticed the traces of the barrier melting. Hard to spot, but the surface looked unusual, as if it had been dissolved and reassembled. Edward couldn't help but secretly admire that someone was truly impressive to break it. Saw Hangston's barrier was created to last for centuries. No one has ever broken it before. Now Delph spoke again. "The barrier of Saw Hangston is a perfect steel fortress, never pierced, but now it has been shattered." Edward nodded softly, muttering seriously, "That means even the royal barrier can be breached." But as soon as he finished speaking, a look of panic appeared on his face, and his eyes involuntarily narrowed. Watch's body was shattered by an overwhelming force. The pain like his body was being torn apart. Sweat broke out on his forehead in an instant. Edward clenched his fist, trying to endure the pain. Seeing his face look unwell, Edu asked worriedly, "Your Highness? Where does it hurt?" Edward gently bit his lip, shook his head, and replied, "It's nothing. Just a normal ache." But Delph was still very worried and hurriedly said, "Please, if you feel any discomfort, tell us and we will turn back immediately. The investigation is important, but your health is more so." However, Edward shook his head firmly and said, "I am here because of my own will." He said there's no need to worry, his hand is still fine. At the same time, Dinabo was silently lost in thought. Are the prince and the knight commander appearing together? Maybe this time he really needs to be careful. Seeing that Edward was unwell, Delph suggested, "Maybe you should go outside and rest for a while. If things get worse, please inform us." Edward nodded softly and replied, "Yes, I will do that." Then he left the restricted area. Delphon couldn't help but sigh. What a pitiful person. Branded as a useless prince, now even his hand disobeys. He thought it would be so much better if Edward had been born with a healthy body. Edward just stood outside, doing nothing. He looked at his hand, cursing silently. Damn it, there's always something blocking his way. But now is not the time to hesitate. Edward needs more clues, he has to find them himself. They told him to stay still, but sorry, he couldn't. So in the blink of an eye, Edward was gone. Over here, Delph is still assessing the situation, frowning as he mutters, "No signs at all? You said around 5 a.m.? Ding nodded in agreement. Yes, it happened just before sunrise. After hearing that, Delph sighed helplessly, completely overwhelmed, and before he could finish speaking, a soldier ran over shouting loudly. "The captain has bad news. Your Highness has disappeared." He shouted in panic. "What do you mean? No way, he was just here." The soldiers hurriedly explained. The incident happened when the soldiers momentarily let their guard down. Delph, upon hearing this, angrily scolded, "Idiots!" Then he shouted loudly to stop all other activities, halt the investigation, and immediately search for the prince. Understood. The soldiers shouted in unison and then ran off to search. Delph was extremely worried now. Edward's body was already weak, so where could he be going? On this side, Edward runs into the forest. He must push forward with this investigation at all costs. Edward hopes his father will notice him. Even if he has no talent, he will prove himself through effort and can no longer remain a useless prince. A while later, Edward arrived at a mountain area behind the academy. This is Bonia Forest, with dense, lush trees, and it's quite peaceful because few people pass through. But the three of them are here now. Ernest is practicing archery. Lou is constantly explaining beside him. Ernest, that stance isn't stable. Try again. Den is watching them nearby and can't help but smile. It seems Eris has started to get used to training here. Layla also helped him a lot, allowing him to focus more on controlling his mana. Now you've completed 2 cycles of mana and even successfully planted a 4-layer code structure. Ancient magic is truly astonishing. But then you discovered a problem. Every time you focus on the 4-layer spell, you see it more clearly. The mana flow moving through the human body, clearly visible in Ernest and Lila's mana at this moment, is truly extraordinary. I wonder what Black will see next time. Thinking this, Black focused his mana to create a sphere and launched it. Ernest saw this and exclaimed in amazement. Wind? Layla also asked in surprise, what kind of spell is that? Then he calmly replied, a wind bomb, a large compressed air attack. Ernest marveled, that's amazing. I've never seen such a huge mana explosion before. Lala muttered in doubt. It must be because it's a 4-tier magic spell. Truly formidable power. Then he squinted at them, smiled softly, and said, well then just throw it gently. With that, he waved his hand again, creating a compressed air projectile, which then shot forward. It flew for a few dozen meters before exploding, but it seemed to hit the person directly. The 3 of them were stunned and panicked for a moment. They didn't think there was anyone in this forest, and now they were also caught in the explosion caused by Den. Den's air projectile created a small blast. The trees fell to the ground and the earth and rocks exploded. The 3 N people stood there in shock, waiting. Lala asked nervously, Den, you hear it too, right? Someone is there. Yes, I can hear it clearly. Dia nodded slightly, thinking they were the only ones here. So he suggested going to check it out. A few minutes earlier, Edward also ran to the Bonia Forest. He muttered to himself as he walked, so there's a big forest inside the academy after all. Then Edward couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The students here must be very happy studying and playing with friends. I really envy them. If he weren't born a prince, could he attend the academy like them? Just thinking about it, Edward's heart was pounding faster. As he was lost in thought, the rustling wind woke him up. Edward keeps moving forward. No, I must stop dreaming and focus on finding the intruder's trail. He hadn't gone far before he stopped, frowning in suspicion as he muttered, what was that sound? Is someone in the forest? Then Edward followed the sound deeper into the woods and saw 3 people training in an open area. He recognized their uniforms and thought they were training. Lala over there was asking Den for guidance. Den, can you review my sword technique? This move feels a bit stiff. Den also did not hesitate to speak up, stepping back half a step with his foot while Edward watched them train from nearby. But quickly, he was stunned with wide eyes. Lala wasn't just calling Den Sao, it was Dengress indeed. The new student was causing a stir across the academy. It was definitely him. Densgress, a name even the royal family knows. He was accepted into the elite research department in 4 different fields. And Edward, who can't even handle small tasks, is still diligently training like the geniuses called geniuses. He suddenly thought that if he could get into the academy, he might have met friends, learned enough, and laughed and played like them. While Edward was lost in thought, something was flying towards him at a wind-breaking speed. His eyes involuntarily narrowed as he muttered in panic. That thing flying this way was definitely a compressed air bullet from Den's. And at that moment, an explosion occurred. The trees nearby were knocked down in all directions, and Edward was also thrown away by the blast. He spun a few times in the air before falling down, and the screams of panic echoed accordingly. Soon after, the 3 Den ran towards Edward. Seeing him lying on the ground, Ernst asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Den also apologized, saying, "I thought no one was here." Edward then staggered to his feet. Wait a minute. That uniform, it looks like the Royal Investigation Team's uniform. So, you are a member of the Royal Investigation Team? On the contrary, it seems they have recognized who the person in front of them really is. Yes, that is the Royal Investigation Team uniform, and that red hair, the symbol of the royal family, Ernest exclaimed in disbelief. Are you really a member of the royal family? Layla glanced at Black as if waiting for an answer. Black nodded in confirmation, and Edward, furious from being hit, shouted, "You fools, you haven't even finished insulting me before kneeling and paying respects. I am SES, the eldest son of Marquis SES. I respectfully greet your highness the prince. You also said you're sorry for committing a serious crime." Ernest and Ella quickly followed suit. God is Ernest Den, the eldest son of Lord D. Lilithman, the eldest daughter of Duke Thmyon, a first-year swordsmanship student. Seeing their sincerity, Edward also didn't pursue the matter, shook his head with a smile and said, "It's okay. I wasn't hurt, just a little surprised. More importantly, he said he was very happy to meet them like this, and spent the whole night hearing about your reputation." Then Edward looked at Iz and spoke, saying, "Dion House is famous in exploration. You will probably become a great explorer, and the daughter of Thermi. You are the one who won the cup, right? I watched the final match that year and then unexpectedly met someone in the forest. Edward had all three of them stand up. Ernest finally let out a sigh of relief. I was truly relieved to hear you weren't hurt, but why did His Highness come to such a remote place? Edward hesitated for a moment before speaking. Actually, I came with the Royal Investigation Team to check on the Academy, but I went for a walk alone and got lost. Did he ask if they knew about the strange incidents happening in So Hangston's estate? The Royal Investigation Team is looking into it but hasn't found any clues yet. Hearing that, he asked suspiciously, "Are you here to investigate? The gods also found some strange things, but it's hard to be certain." So then, they figured something out? An ordinary person probably wouldn't notice, but they don't seem very confident about it. So it seems that the strange phenomenon was actually discovered by His Highness himself. Hearing this, his face suddenly showed panic. He whispered to Lila, "Damn it, everything is connected to us." Lila also nervously said, "If we get caught, everything will be ruined. Staying here is the only way to keep calm." He secretly observed Edward, realizing he was different from the two eldest princes. The youngest prince, the third prince, who was the same age as them, so he heard Edward as just an ordinary person with no special abilities. It's strange. They carefully dismantled the tracking around here, yet he still found out and even noticed the unusual phenomena others couldn't. Edward can't be an ordinary person. I suspect he is hiding a special ability. While I was thinking, Edward was still talking to the two of them. Actually, we just got lost and ended up here. Hearing that, Ernest hesitated and said, "The investigation team is probably searching everywhere for you. Since Edward made the suggestion, while we're still here, I want to hear you tell us a bit about life at the Academy." As soon as these words were spoken, Ernest and Layla exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the story of the gods?" Then I understand why Edward made this suggestion. Even though he is a prince, he is still just a teenager who has been confined in the palace for too long, so it's understandable that he is curious about normal life. Thus, in that vast forest, Edward heard many stories from Ernest and Layla. Maybe it's better to stay cautious and say nothing, because I feel Edward is very strange. He makes me feel suffocated, as if a stream of mana is tightening around me. Can mana flow like this? Maybe I should observe more carefully. At the same time, inside the Academy, the Royal Investigation Team was still tirelessly searching for Edward's whereabouts, causing chaos throughout the Academy and making students suspicious and gossiping. It looks like they're searching for something, right? Have they caught the culprit? The murmurs of everyone kept echoing, creating a tense atmosphere while DF was also desperately searching. He ran back to his room to check, but there was no one there. Del frowned with concern. "Damn it, I can't find it here either. Where could it be?" They don't even know who is involved or what power is behind this. Edward, with his hand still injured, will be in trouble if he goes alone. If he gets dismissed, it's no big deal, but if something happens to him, we're doomed. Just then, a soldier ran in to report. "Really? Take that person there immediately." After confirming the information, he quickly ran outside to give the order. The entire team headed towards the forest outside the Academy, prioritizing the safety of the prince, and quickly rushed in that direction. It's just that Delph is a bit confusing. I don't know why Edward would go to a place like that. Don't tell me he discovered something about the Academy? While the royal family searches inside the Bonya forest, Edward reflects on the lives of the three. Truly enviable. I wish I hadn't been born into the royal family. Maybe I could have lived an ordinary life. Now I suddenly speak up. "Your Highness, if I may, I have a question," Edward asked attentively. "What is it?" "Jan S., go ahead." Black glanced at his hand for a long moment before speaking. "Are you in a lot of pain?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Edward's face darkened. "How could you possibly know that?" Lala asked with a hint of confusion. "Why is His Highness's hand like that?" But before she could finish speaking, Edward hid his hand behind his cloak and shook his head in denial, saying, "You must be mistaken." "I don't think so," he continued. "But from what I saw before you even finished speaking, Lala already looked upset and reproachful." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Edward, on the other hand, did not reply, standing silently and watching him closely, and when he saw the guilty reaction on his face, he sighed. I reluctantly said, "If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I plan to forget everything I saw and heard today." The more Edward listened, the more confusion appeared on his face. Could it be that Black really recognized the condition of his hand? Layla doesn't know anything and quickly explains on behalf of Den. "This guy sometimes says strange things. Please forgive him, Your Highness." It was just after a moment of silence that Edward suddenly spoke. No, he was right. This statement left Layla and Ernest stunned with wide eyes. After Edward finished speaking, he remained silent for a moment before finally raising his hand. Bithuang said softly, "My right hand is no different from a crippled hand." Says Black, "How could you tell?" Black slowly explained, "To be precise, I don't see the condition of the hand, but I see the mana flow towards Edward's hand being blocked." Edward was surprised and exclaimed, "What? Can you see the flow of mana with your eyes?" Black nodded slightly and replied, "That is a ability I gained after a lucky relic merged with my body. Actually, it's due to ancient mana, but I can't tell the truth." Edward believes what I say and can't help but feel amazed. It's an incredible ability. "So you can actually identify the real cause?" Black gently shook his head in denial. No, I cannot see the root cause, but at least I can understand why you feel pain. You said that the mana flow that should go down to your hand is blocked at the wrist and surges back up. A hand that mana cannot reach is gradually dying. Then he looked intently at Edward and asked, Your Highness, may I ask what happened? Edward's face kept changing from pale to white, looking extremely unwell. He hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. Starting from when I was about 1 year old. I was fine when I was born, but at some point it became like this. Edward could only hold tools when he was 7 and started riding only after he was over 10. He couldn't learn swordsmanship, horseback riding, or any of the things a prince should learn. He couldn't use magic, and his right hand kept trembling. And Edward has lived like that until now. At this point, he couldn't help but let out a sorrowful sigh, a prince too ashamed to let others know. After hearing this, he couldn't help but feel moved. So Edward has had this problem since he was very young, which is why he is not as famous as the other princes. On the contrary, Lee and Ernest are now extremely worried. Both covering their ears, they hesitantly ask, But Your Highness, is it okay for us to listen to that story? Are you really going to tell such a big secret? Edward gently smiles and shakes his head, saying, I trust you will keep the secret, and besides today, I am in a good mood. Even if all the royal doctors and professors try to find the cause, they won't succeed. But I have finally discovered it. Black narrows his eyes at him and suddenly asks, Do you believe me? Do you believe me? A member of the Stress noble family wouldn't lie to me. If I said I could, then I must be a great deceiver daring to fool a prince. Hearing this, Den couldn't help but be speechless. What kind of joke is this? But Edward paid no attention and continued, You see, my strength is gradually slipping from my hands. I knew from the start this hand would be more than useless. Then he looked at Den, hoping to ask, So can you heal it? Black fell silent upon hearing that, while Lala and the others looked at him as if asking, Can you really do it? In everyone's anticipation, Den hesitated for a moment, then after a long pause, finally spoke. Sorry, Your Highness, I'm not a healer. Edward sighed with a hint of disappointment. Yes, this is definitely not an easy task, but before he could finish speaking, Den cut him off. But if Your Highness wishes, I can try. For a moment, Edward was stunned, wide-eyed, watching Den with a smile full of trust. In the morning light of that forest, a new turning point in life was about to unfold. Edward happily looked at Den and said, Really? Then let's do it now. If you can heal my hand, I will do anything. Really? Black lightly furrowed his brow and smiled softly, then calmly said, If that is your wish, I will try to change the flow of mana, but if I fail, you may die. His words made Edward Warder stiffen and freeze up, but he still continued to speak. If this attempt failed and harmed the prince, I would surely be executed for attempting to assassinate the royal family. But you said you still have many years to live and many things you want to do. En hit his eyes at Edward, his tone turning serious as he asked, So if I succeed in healing that person's hand, how will you reward me? This question left Edward stunned, unsure how to respond. But Elle and Ernest are both very panicked. His words are also quite bold. After a long moment, Edward finally spoke. Do you want to make a deal with me now? Black calmly replied, Yes, I don't accept vague risks, but if a tempting large reward is offered, it would be different. Seeing this confident look of yours, Edward couldn't help but feel quite pleased because the one who proposed the deal with him was the first to do so. He only saw princes seeking favors for sponsorship, but you're different. Thinking of this, Edward smiled and said, Very well. Den also didn't react, watching him intently. At this moment, Edward smiled again and said, Black Stress, if you can heal my hand, I will grant any request you make. Hearing that, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Really? Your Highness? Edward nodded lightly. He extended his right hand, pouting as he spoke. Yeah, my hand will lose its function eventually. At worst, failing just makes it happen sooner. Then just try. Even if you fail, at least you'll leave a will saying you're innocent. Hearing this joke, the 3 black men were speechless. But Edward's hand was now resting on a few coins, as if placing his trust in you. So Den nodded and said with a smile, All right, I'll try. Hearing this, Edward happily responded, All right, thank you. This could be the biggest event of my life. And Black here also feels this is an important event. If successful, it will be a great victory. If it fails, it will be a disaster. So, you must succeed at all costs. With that in mind, Black seriously suggested, Your Highness, please sit and relax for a moment. Edward nodded slightly and said, All right then. He then found a spot and sat down. Den, who has been practicing mana control since childhood, is very confident and also possesses ancient mana. Edward, after sitting down, looks very worried with a face full of sweat. Seeing that, Den went over and took his hand, carefully checking the flow of mana inside. After a long moment, he finally spoke softly. Then let's begin. Edward nodded softly, then closed his eyes to let Den do whatever he wanted. At that moment, a flow of mana appeared around their hands. Black is focusing on sensing their flow. Before long, that flow suddenly erupts in an explosion. On another front, in a different corner of the forest, which is usually deserted, today it is unusually crowded. It's the royal search team. After searching for a while, the soldiers hurriedly report, Captain, there are many forks ahead. Delph, hearing this, anxiously said, I don't have enough forces to split up here. But as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly shifted to the distant horizon. From deep within the forest, Delph sensed something and quickly raised his hand high before giving the order. Everyone hide. As he finished speaking, he placed his hand on his sword, ready to draw it. The soldiers behind him also drew their swords simultaneously, their eyes filled with suspicion. Delph slowly gave the order to move quietly. They nodded in response and then ran off immediately. They moved quite quickly but made no sound at all. Soon after, they stopped, quite close to Den's group. Den dang kim tracho Edvard ni hitai dong tin ti kwai do lai, haingoi lelabayar nis kung li mutton himsim. Delphine strode forward fiercely, her voice full of murderous intent. You bastards, how dare you do this to the prince? Delphine's face was terrifying at this moment, and Leon's eyes were extremely frightened by the situation. They shouted in fear. The knights surrounding us are getting closer, so we're very worried. They're closing in. You need to explain. Thinking quickly, a flow of mana appeared in your hand, but Delph charged forward aggressively and shouted loudly, How dare you touch the prince? His sword strikes like lightning, making Den panic. He's too fast. If this continues, you'll be defeated. At this moment, Edward ran forward to block in front of Den and shouted loudly, Stop, Delph! His action made Delph startled and widen his eyes. Edward also refused to back down, meeting his gaze with unwavering determination. At this moment, Delphire finally retracted his sword and asked anxiously, Are you okay, Your Highness? Do you know how worried we were? Edward shook his head gently and said, Don't worry, I'm fine, but Delphion still wasn't reassured and continued to ask, How did the prince get so deep into this area? And who are they? Edward replied slowly. I was just wandering while investigating and got lost here. I will explain about them on the way back. He could feel that his hand was different now, probably having made progress, so Edward was very happy. He smiled and looked at Den as he spoke. I'm leaving now, thank you. Black's rest. I only did what I could. Your Highness, it is my honor. A little while later, on the way back to the academy, Delph asked hesitantly, So he's the son of Count Sess? Yes, he is my benefactor. Edward calmly replied, He has done something very valuable for me, so tell me what gift I should give them in return. Delph asked, somewhat confused. What is Your Highness's gift? They may be noble, but you just met them today. Edward frowned in thought before speaking. I don't think ordinary gifts will satisfy them. I want to give them something truly valuable. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something. Edward quickly asked, So what about that other one? Your Highness, but still. But he hadn't finished speaking when Edward smiled brightly and asked, Do you think it would be appropriate? Delph hesitated for a moment before replying, Is it a bit too much? Edward shook his head with a smile and replied, If what you've done for me isn't too much, send someone to deliver the message to the palace and bring everything here immediately. Seeing his determined look, Delph didn't say anything more and could only reluctantly agree. I understand. They quickly returned afterwards. Edward was singing happily as he walked, looking very cheerful. Delph followed behind, sighing upon seeing this but thinking that it wasn't such a bad thing. They are from the Sogres Count family and the Thman Duke family. As a result, the relationship between the royal family and the major noble houses can become stronger, and it will also be a great support for Edward. A week later, Den's group was invited to the royal palace's reception hall in the annex building. Edward was already waiting there. Seeing them walk in, they smiled and chatted happily. My hand has recovered and there are no side effects. Thank you. Den. Black nodded in response, feeling truly relieved. Your Highness, Edward now gestures for you to sit down. The three quickly sat down and he continued, I have prepared a little to show my gratitude. Take it, this is all I think is worthy of you. As he finished speaking, the servants brought out something that made all three of them gasp in shock. There was still a box on the table, inside which was a finely crafted item. Edward said this is a gift from the royal family. He smiled and explained, It's very simple to use. If you encounter trouble, just present this item and everything will be resolved. Ernest reached out and, still not fully composed, asked, Can we accept this? Edward calmly replied, Of course. On the contrary, they are very happy, and he smiles gratefully. Thank you very much. Your Highness, after presenting the gift, EDW excitedly spoke. We've shown proper etiquette, so today just enjoy yourself. And so, soon after, a variety of delicacies were brought out, and they began to eat and enjoy themselves without restraint. Meeting the prince that day was an unexpected stroke of luck for them, but the identity of the intruders remained a mystery, and no one suspected a thing, including Edward. And the strange incident gradually faded into silence, and then the midterm exams finally arrived. Outside the school grounds, Yenli glanced over at Lala and asked how he was doing. Lala replied nonchalantly, The major exam isn't too hard and the general subjects are probably fine. Priscilla is extremely annoyed and complaining. I just wish this world would burn already. How can the exam be so hard when I memorized the entire capital? Hearing this, N does not hold back a laugh. Turns out even the Holy Research Department isn't that easy. Ernest next to him cheered excitedly. Anyway, it's over now. We're free. Black glanced around and asked, What do you all plan to do during our few days off? Ernest quickly replied, I'm thinking of joining that fitness club, the one focused on building muscle. Priscilla nodded in agreement and said, Looks like you've recognized your weaknesses after a few sessions in the combat room, huh? Ernest raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "That's right, just wait and see the results." Lala eagerly said, "I think I'll go home for a bit. My mother has wanted to see me for a long time. What about you?" Black Den thought for a moment before replying, "I think I will spend time at the library studying more. Actually, you don't really have anything else to do." But then Den quickly thought of something. Lala's words reminded him that when he was 5, the Duke gave him a gift, the Themion Forge badge. Dion was planning to make a new sword, so he might stop by that forge for a bit. Then he thought for a moment before suggesting, "No, Lala, I will go with you." Lala exclaimed in surprise. "To my house?" "All right, but why the sudden change of heart?" Dean scratched his head and smiled, saying, "I just thought I wanted to see what your forge looks like." Lalan scoffs dismissively and says, "You're the only person in the world who could call that a little look-see." But suddenly, out of curiosity, he asked, "Can I go?" The fragrant forge? That was definitely an amazing experience, so that day everyone had their own journey for the holiday. So, right after that, Layla took them home. Ernest muttered as he walked, "The Duke's family of poets, I'm so nervous." Lala calmly advised, "Just don't touch anything. Got it?" Ernest nodded and replied, "Of course, I was just looking." Suddenly, Lala thought of something and said sadly, "It would be more fun if Priscilla could come along." Then she sighed and said, "I guess I have no choice. I heard she was summoned to the temple." Ernest excitedly asked, "How long does it take to get from here to the Thormy domain?" "Less than an hour by carriage." Hearing that, he immediately exclaimed in surprise, "That close? It took me nearly a month to ride here on horseback." "And what about Den?" Den calmly said, "I only took a day to get here. My family built a teleportation gate." Lala exclaimed in amazement, "So you really used a teleportation gate to get here in a day?" Dem calmly admitted, "Yeah, I haven't told you yet. This is the first time I've heard that." Lala pooted but quickly nodded in understanding. "Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe your sisters also use that portal? They helped you a lot with your studies at the academy?" "I'm really jealous. She also doesn't know how her brothers have been lately." Dee frowned as she listened to her talk about her brothers, realizing she had never mentioned her siblings before. So I asked, "What kind of people are your siblings?" Lala thought for a moment before replying, "My eldest brother is really kind. Before he went to the east, he played with me every day. And her older brother really enjoyed teasing her, sometimes making Lala annoyed." Hearing this, Den secretly smiled. It seemed she was loved very much by her brothers. At this point, Ern hesitantly asked, "Do your older brother also live in the mansion?" Lala shook her head slightly and replied, "No, he's the kind of person who is too free." One day, her older brother suddenly left home, and no one knows where he is now. He said he was going out to train, but she didn't quite believe it. Hearing that, she exclaimed in shock, "He left home?" Lala nodded slightly, a clear look of displeasure on her face. "Yeah, ever since he became a knight, he's been living away from home. I really don't understand why he did it." Ernest couldn't help but feel moved. "So he's a young knight? Your family is full of extraordinary people," Lala said with a wink and a smile. "The eldest is diligent, but the second brother is unpredictable." Hearing this nearby, he frowns. Sibling disputes are common among the nobility, but the noble family doesn't seem to be the strict type. Maybe there's a deeper story behind this. Just then, someone arrived. The 3 knights blocked the way, and the one in front hurriedly asked, "Miss, you're here." Lala was surprised to see the person and exclaimed, "Lord Asma." Asma nodded slightly and smiled as he spoke. "It's been a long time since we last met. Are you well? I heard you're coming back soon, so I rushed over immediately." So, right after that, they entered the Thomin family estate. Countess Thomin saw Lala and happily exclaimed, "You're taller than the last time I saw you. How is life at the academy?" Lala smiled and replied, "It's great. I study very hard too. When he sees your report card, he will be surprised to see it." Butte chuckled and said, "I am looking forward to seeing who this is." Black, who had been watching quietly, suddenly hurried over to greet you when your name was called. "It's been a long time since we last met. I'm very pleased to see you again." But watched you for a moment before smiling and saying, "You look much more confident than before." Ernest quickly added, "I am Ernest N. I see, you're the friend Lala often mentions in her letters. My family also has some artifacts discovered by the DN company. Lala, your friend is really talented." When praised, Lala winked and said, "Of course your friend," after a little chat, but then suggested, "Don't stand outside, come in quickly, we've prepared a small party to welcome you. Follow me." Immediately after they went inside. Den quietly asked from behind, "I really liked your family's strawberry cake last time. Can I have some again this time?" Lala kept it to herself. "Okay, I knew that, so I told them to prepare strawberry tart in advance. You'll like it, just wait and see." A little while later, the 3 of them arrived at the family banquet hall dressed in new outfits. Den happily said, "It's been a long time since I last had such a delicious meal." Ernest also nodded in agreement. "Right? Now I understand why Lala was so excited." Lala said while eating with a hint of regret, "It's a pity the senior couldn't make it. Next time, let's all go together." At this moment, Den saw a group of people in the distance. He asked Lala curiously, "Who are those people?" Lala calmly replied, "They are knights of my family. My father invited them to the party. I heard that many others also came when they found out you would be here." Black squinted at the group. "You have a bad feeling about this." Sure enough, not long after, a red-haired man approached and greeted them. Kanta's dag, hello young Master Black. So I also politely responded. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lala has already told us about you. You are the Knights of the Duke's house, right? Cantus nodded in response. Yes, that's right. We've heard a lot about you as well. It is truly an honor to meet you in person. If you don't mind, we would like to have a quick chat, so we hope you won't hesitate to agree. Of course. Lala nodded with a smile. I heard that the Poets' Knight team is one of the strongest in the Empire, and now countless trainee knights are competing to join. Cantus winked and said with a smile, I also heard that the SSS Knight team is very famous, and responded casually. That's right. Our team mainly trains spear techniques, mostly thanks to my father who taught the spear skills on the battlefield, and gradually it developed into a real knightly order. Now it is the only mercenary knight corps in the Empire. Cantus asked suspiciously upon hearing this. We've always been curious about your training methods. The young master must be quite skilled too. She chuckled softly, shook her head and said, It's just okay. But Lala was very proud and boasted about being good at everything. Even if all of you rush in together, you won't be able to defeat him. Cantus was stunned and asked back, Is that true, miss? So after that, Thomine's knights started arguing again, and seeing that, I sighed helplessly. Lala, don't say things like that, and what's meant to be, will be. The group of knights quickly lined up neatly and bowed their heads as they all spoke in unison. Then the young master has arrived. We officially challenge you to a friendly match. Please give us some guidance. Black couldn't help but sigh. Wait a moment, are we fighting here? Why is your bad feeling always right? Unlike Den's hesitation, Lala was very excited and shouted, It'll be fine, just show them what you can do. The Cantus group still stood there waiting for Den's response. After a moment of hesitation, Den could only reply, If you say so, I agree. A moment later, at the Poets' training ground, the group of knights and Den were all present here. They drew their weapons and charged at each other. Alone, Den fights against a group of knights but is not at all overwhelmed, even gaining the upper hand. His eyes during the battle are incredibly determined. Outside, Layla and Irnus had arrived. Even the pen was there to observe. The more they watched, the more horror appeared on his face. At this moment, Black suddenly kicks off and rushes forward, then returns with a long spear in hand, continuously swinging it to attack. The knights couldn't keep up with Black's speed. Before long, all their weapons had been knocked out of their hands. Kantus couldn't help but gape in horror, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. After knocking their weapons to the ground, Den lowered his spear to the ground. Your stance now is truly proud and fearless. Your face full of confidence is dazzling. At this moment, but shouted loudly to declare victory for young Master Den. A truly impressive match. A moment later, at the grand courtyard of the manor, Lala suddenly exclaimed in surprise, What? Did your father give you a gift? Black nodded slightly and replied, Yes, a few books written in an ancient language. Hearing this, Lala couldn't help but nod in understanding. I told you before that you were interested in ancient languages. Maybe he remembers? Upon hearing this, Day responded gratefully, Really? Thanks. The Academy's library is quite restricted. These books will be useful. Layla paid no mind, calmly saying, It's better to let those who truly cherish them read, rather than let them gather dust. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something and asked suspiciously, Where is Maze? Lala slowly explained he went with the butler to the antique warehouse, so hearing that he excitedly exclaimed, Really, I am very curious too. Lala couldn't help but be surprised and asked suspiciously, Are you not tired? Rest for a bit, it's your holiday after all. He calmly replied, I will rest after stopping by the blacksmith tomorrow, and the two of them stood in the yard, talking, until suddenly remembering something. Hesitating, as he muttered, Your father's expression completely changed when he mentioned your second brother. What is going on with that? Lala was silent for a moment, then whispered, That's what really makes me angry. She said that the eldest brother still occasionally contacts her, but the second brother has been completely silent and hasn't explained anything to her. Hearing that, he frowned and thought, No contact? No explanation at all? Just then, the bushes around suddenly rustled. Lala was slightly startled and asked hesitantly, What is going on? Is something moving over there? Black nodded slightly. Yes, I also sensed that the bushes in front seemed to be trembling with mana. Black, without hesitation, summoned his mana and shouted coldly, Come out before I have to come to you myself. As soon as he finished, the bushes fell silent and he grew impatient, ready to act. Just as he was about to do something, a voice came from inside the bushes saying, All right, I'm coming out, no need to hold back anymore. Hearing that voice, Lala was startled and shouted, and at that moment the bushes rustled again. A figure stepped out from inside with a teasing voice saying, I was just watching my sister walk with a stranger. Soon after, a tall young man appeared in front of the two. He looked at Lala, smiled, and said, Long time no see, my little sister. Narrowing his eyes at the person in front of him, he muttered, Don't tell me he's your brother. You are not mistaken. This is W. Thman, the second son of Duke Tomi, and so immediately after, Lala poured out all her frustration from the past years, starting to scold and hit him. Oh my god, my little sister is worried so much for you. How could you be like this? Not once did you contact me. Despite Delgi clutching his head in pain, Lala continued to wildly beat him. I've been waiting for news from you all these years. Even my second brother wrote letters back, but what about you? That hurts so much. You're really strong. It seems you've been training hard. Lala snorted coldly, hitting and scolding him. You've gotten stronger. Let's see if I can handle you today. Seeing this, he hurriedly ran over to stop him. That's enough, Lilac. But before you could run over, Delyu suddenly changed his stance. Then he held Lala tightly in surprise and softly said, I'm sorry, Lala. I've never forgotten our family. I have my own reasons. After hearing that, Lila frowned and remained silent. Dwight continued, I'm sorry for leaving you alone all this time. I will tell everything, so please stay calm. No one expected that today in the campus there would be such a touching reunion. Lala buried her head in her brother's shoulder, sobbing. Really? So it's not because you didn't want to see the whole family? DW nodded and replied, Of course not, Lala. I have never forgotten my family. Even just a second to be by your side and watch this scene, I didn't think I should interfere. The two poet brothers embraced each other for a long while before separating. Lala whispered, So tell me, where have you been and what have you been doing all this time? But before Den could reply, Lala pulled his hand back and firmly said, No, Den will listen with me. He knows how to keep a secret. Don't worry, just tell him. Den looked a bit uncomfortable, glanced at her and said, Layla, it's okay. You are Dinesh, right? I've heard a lot about you. People say a new outstanding student has joined the academy. Turns out that the striking silver-haired person is actually Lala's friend. And their family also has quite a close relationship. After saying that, W sighed reluctantly. All right, I understand. You seem trustworthy. This is a family matter, so don't tell anyone outside. Without hesitation, he made a promise. Yes, I can do so on behalf of my family's honor, immediately after W made a suggestion. All right, then let's move somewhere else. A little while later, the three of them arrived at a more secluded place. Del slowly spoke, revealing that he had been in the Drini Empire all along. Hearing this, they couldn't help but frown in surprise. The Drink Layla Empire also asked suspiciously, What? Why did you come to such a dangerous place? DW pursed his lips and replied, I am looking for a cure for my mother. She has been bedridden for too long. Since he was young, DW has been searching everywhere for clues about that illness, and finally those clues led him to the Rennick Empire. Lu, after hearing that, became even more dissatisfied and blamed him. Still, did he secretly enter enemy territory? She's right, this is quite serious. Lala glared at Del and shouted fiercely, Can't you tell everyone and search together? Why did you have to go alone? D shook his head and said with a smirk, I had no other choice at that time. What do you mean by that? Seeing that, she hurriedly advised him to listen a little more. Lala took a deep breath and finally spoke after a long pause. All right, then why are you only coming back now? Duong finally spoke slowly after a moment. Actually, I found the necessary cure, but those ingredients aren't in the Drynix Empire, so I came back here. Del nodded softly and replied, Yes, I only have a few clues for now, but I will follow each step. I also discovered something in the Rank Empire. What their mother had was not an illness, but a curse. As soon as these words were spoken, both of them and Lala were stunned. Del explained calmly, That's correct. His strength wanes, limbs trembling, dizziness, coughing up blood, and bruises appearing on his back, all perfectly matching the symptoms of a curse. Lala's face turned grim as she heard this. She muttered, Oh my god, is my mother's illness a curse? Del W nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yes, at first I didn't believe it either. The curse didn't appear naturally, which means someone deliberately cursed their mother. Lala was a bit confused and asked suspiciously, Who would do such a thing? Del shook his head and replied, I'm not sure who's resentful towards us. Honestly, my family has quite a few enemies. At this point, he stepped forward, gripping Lala's shoulder and declared fiercely, But Lala, we need to find the mastermind behind this. Breaking the curse is the most important thing now. Lala was stunned and exclaimed, Is there a way? Del nodded slightly and replied, Yes, I have found both the ingredients and the ritual to perform. Most of the ingredients are not hard to find, just red soil, which can still be obtained. Only one thing is a problem. What is Rosina's tear? He calmly replied that it is a legendary material believed to be able to purify most existing curses, and is said to be located in the Haverox mountain range between the two empires. Both Black and Lala were stunned after hearing this, exclaiming in disbelief, The Haverox Mountains? Delyu calmly replied, Yes. Rumors say it is hidden in the ruins guarded by an ancient creature, so once again, silence fell. Ancient ruins? I think there's something suspicious about this. At this moment, Delyu continued, I know it's dangerous, but there's no other way. Lala glared and sternly questioned Delyu. What? You're planning to go alone? And what about Knight Thman? Delyu calmly said, Now he's as strong as someone with 5 cores, and more importantly, if the Knight marches there, it could spark another war between the two empires. Therefore, it's safest for him to go alone, but Lala disagreed and coldly said, Even so, I can't let him go alone. Del smiled reassuringly at her and said, I'm not rushing in head first, I'll prepare. While they were talking, Den, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Someone who understands those things better than anyone else. W looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Who is it?" The Emperor smiled confidently and said, "Looks like this time I need the help of our club." A moment later, in the Thamian family estate's reception room, a meeting between 4 people took place. The person Black mentioned was so amazed after seeing what W described that he exclaimed, revealing an ancient reality and ruins. "If we're lucky, this could be a major discovery. I want to go right away." W sighed helplessly upon hearing that. "You kids aren't afraid at all, huh? I understand you're excited, but this is really dangerous. It's not a child's matter." He calmly said, "Climbing Mount Habaros alone is dangerous too. Sometimes you have to go with a group and not always alone." Lala nodded in agreement. "That's right, the Dawn family is full of explorers. If he goes alone and gets lost, it would be disastrous." W frowned slightly, hesitating as he muttered, "That's true, but I need to watch him carefully. You think he's probably really upset right now. I can't believe how much Delayu has endured. Langbat spent years in enemy territory just to treat his mother, yet he still gathered information and returned safely. He definitely isn't an ordinary warrior." After a moment, Delayu finally nodded and spoke. "All right, we can go together, but we must keep it absolutely secret, before, during, and after the trip." Hearing this, all 3 of them immediately cheered excitedly. Yes, of course. Immediately after, Delrot took out a box and placed it on the table. Lila looked at it with suspicion and asked, "What is this?" He raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Open it." Hearing that, Lila pouted and teased, "You're trying to win me over with a gift? I won't go easy on you." Seeing that, Ernest whispered softly, "So she's really angry now?" Then shook his head and smiled. "Don't say anything more." She was even scarier earlier. Although Lala looked very unhappy, she still reached out to take the box, then slowly opened it. She snorted coldly and said, "If it's just nonsense, I swear." But when she saw what was inside, Lala froze. Inside were 2 dolls, and she widened her eyes, muttering, "This is Mom and little sister." What she said is right. Those 2 dolls look exactly like her and me, with very sincere smiles on their faces. W happily said, "This is when our family was the happiest. I had a craftsman from the Drink Empire make them." He made it thinking of the time when his mother was still healthy. Lala gazed intently at the 2 dolls in front of her, recalling the happy moments spent with her mother, and she couldn't hold back her tears. After a long moment, she muttered, "It's so beautiful." Seeing her reaction, Delayu instantly also felt heartache. "Seeing it makes me feel like Mom is healthy again. Thank you." As she said this, her tears started to fall again, growing more and more. Lou's memories of his mother had long been dormant, but today everything came flooding back. W held her tightly and smiled, saying, "I'm the one who should be grateful. Thank you. I love you more." The 2 siblings kept hugging and crying uncontrollably, while Dan and E stood nearby, also moved to tears. This music box truly brings them joy, a gift that is unexpected, but priceless. Outside the banquet hall, everyone was still eating and drinking happily, only Count Thomien felt suspicious. He frowned and muttered, "Wait, now I wonder where all the main guests have gone? Where did they all disappear to? The person he's looking for? They're at the back gate, about to say goodbye to Del." Lala looked at him carefully and asked doubtfully, "Can't you stay? You should also meet your father." DW hesitated and said, "Sorry, I don't know what will happen next. Next time I will say goodbye properly. Leave your contact code in the crystal. Call any time. I will stay in the Empire a bit longer, and if needed, I will come back immediately." Seeing how determined he was, Lala didn't say anything further and carefully advised him, "All right, but be careful." Del nodded softly and replied, "Of course, I will come back soon. Oh, and this one too." Dua gives her a bag and slowly explains, "Take it. It helps reduce your mother's symptoms. Remember to give her medicine regularly and don't tell your father what I told you." Lala was a bit surprised, but still nodded in agreement. "Okay, I will take good care of Mom." Duam looked at his sister a bit longer, then turned to the 2 people and spoke, "So please watch over his sister for him. When he returns, let's go up the mountain together." He nodded gently and said, "Of course, be careful." After giving his instructions, Delayu quickly ran off. The 3 Lala stood there watching his back. In just a moment, Delayu jumped over the fence and disappeared into the darkness. Lala couldn't hold back her pain and muttered, "He's really gone." Ernest comforted her. "He'll be fine." "Lala, he looks terrifyingly strong, but at the same time, Black seems to sense something, so you quickly spoke up." "Eris, can you calm Lila down for me for a moment?" Ernest asked with some doubt. "Huh? And where are you going?" You calmly reply, "I forgot something in the room, I'll be back right away," and then turn to run off. Ernest nodded and responded, "Go ahead, I'll stay here with Layla." In the end, only Ernest and Layla remained in the courtyard, with the moon high in the sky and the darkness growing deeper. In a small alley not far from the Thomi mansion, W keeps running, cursing inwardly. "These guys are really persistent. I didn't expect them to follow me all the way here." Luckily, they don't know Del was from the Thoam sect. Maybe they've been lurking around here while he was inside the mansion. Delyu thought he was lucky to escape through the secret path just before leaving the Rank Empire. Revealing that he was from the Anthian Empire was a huge mistake, and he didn't know how much longer he could hold on. Thinking of this, Delyu bit his lip fiercely, determined to break his mother's curse at all costs. But he couldn't run for long. Suddenly, his steps halted because he faced a dead end, and a group of black-clad people had blocked his path. The leader coldly said, "You've left too many traces, not only in front of you, but also on the left. There are also a few on the roof nearby, meaning DW is now surrounded by a group of black-clad men with no way to escape." He bit his lip fiercely, muttering in frustration, "Is this really the end?" Dwayne looked around, his face instantly darkening. Among the hundreds of men, all seasoned assassins, if lucky, he might only be able to take down 2. Thinking of that, DW drew his sword. He bit his lip fiercely and thought, "Sorry, Lala, I probably can't keep my promise anymore." At the same time, the leading assassin was also staring intently at DW. Immediately, he shouted an order to kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen assassins disappeared in the blink of an eye and reappeared very close to W, leaving him cornered. If I had apologized to my father before leaving, everything wouldn't have turned out like this. But just as I thought of that excuse, W's eyes suddenly narrowed, because out of nowhere, a barrage of mana bullets flew in, starting to attack the assassins. In an instant, 2 of them fell, and the others behind shouted in fear, "Captain, are those mana bullets? What's going on? Who's helping him? He always acts alone. Who exactly bypassed the trap and made it all the way here?" As they were panicking, a deep voice sounded behind them. A killer shouldn't ask for mercy like that. The 2 guys immediately froze and turned around, and the person approaching was none other than Den. "They don't know you and are demanding answers. Who are you?" Black snorted coldly, pouting and saying, "You don't need to know." As soon as he finished speaking, he acted directly. With Black's support, DW also began to fight back. Before long, they had defeated the assassins. Delu checked and spoke casually, "Surprised by your sudden appearance. I felt something was wrong, so I followed you." Hearing this, Del couldn't help but be surprised and asked, "Still, it's hard to believe. You're only 14 and you've already avoided all the traps and gotten close?" Black chuckled softly and explained, "I learned from my mother. She taught me how to disarm traps and infiltrate." W only then remembered that the Countess of Sogres had once been an assassin. He nodded in understanding. "I see, thank you. Thanks to you, I kept my life." They are the ones who kept tormenting him. Soon after, the 2 of them finished disposing of the bodies of those assassins. "Dwai-chan Thanlentiang, Lei, having a friend like you is truly lucky, so I'll refrain from giving advice." Shaking his head, he said, "It's nothing." Remembering the assassins, Dela was a bit annoyed and angrily scolded them. They had been following him since the border, but somehow they lost his trail. Upon hearing that, Den frowned and remained silent. In situations like this, the target usually has something placed on them. Thinking this through, he began to check Del's mana flow. You check his whole body, and when you reach his ankles, you notice something. Quickly you say, "I think I know the reason now, check his shoe soles." "What do you mean?" Delga couldn't help but feel confused, but he still lifted his leg to check. Immediately afterward, he was stunned and widened his eyes as he saw a mana signal receiver device under the shoe sole, and slowly explained, "This is a tool assassins often use. It's so small you wouldn't notice it, but its tracking ability is very strong. It was probably attached before you crossed the border." After a while, Delabu regained his composure and asked, "How did you notice?" "I didn't recognize it at all, so I didn't rush to answer and just suggested, 'I'll remove it first.'" DW then quickly remembered, carefully taking the device off his shoe and calmly said, "They won't be able to track you anymore, so you can rest assured." W nodded with a smile and said, "That's good. I need to be more careful." Yom stared at him intently, as if something was on his mind. After a long moment, he suddenly asked, "But why are you going alone like this?" This made W unsure of how to respond. Black saw his reaction and continued to ask, "Would it be better to meet the Duke first? You could talk to your older brother and ask for help." Upon hearing this, DW clenched his fists tightly. He pursed his lips and hesitated for a long time before speaking. "Dad probably just thinks I'm useless, but wanted me to become the head of the family, but I left right after graduation. He probably doesn't believe what you're saying, and your older brother's ambitions are even smaller than Delu's. He is in a remote eastern area, busy fighting monsters. Del W really can't ask for help, so he feels it's better to go alone for now. I will gather all the medicinal ingredients for Mom and prove myself to the family. It's not the right time now, so after hearing this, I nodded understandingly. I get it. If that's what you want to do, I respect it." A moment later, Delu finally removed all the mana signal devices, put on his shoes, then smiled and said, "It's done. I've taken everything off. I will definitely repay this kindness." And I didn't hesitate to reply, "Yes. I don't mind taking the lead." Del W hands him a note and explains, "This is my contact code. Call if you need help." Den takes it and jokingly says, "You have to stay alive to pay your debts." "Thank you. I will keep it safe." Now he wants to leave again, but he reminds her and his sister to take care of the girl. Den nods and replies, "I understand." After receiving his answer, Delu felt reassured. There was something about him that made people feel very trustworthy. Then W turned and left. He couldn't tell Lala about what happened tonight. If she heard, she would definitely want to chase after him. The long night just passed by. After settling Delwee's matter, he immediately returned home and quickly went back to his place. She slept soundly until morning. The next morning, when the sun was high, someone from the VIP lounge at Thuongden came early to look for Lala. You care about how your mother is doing? Lala happily replied, she's much better now, and she can eat again today. She also said that my dad was very happy. On the surface, he seemed indifferent, but in fact he was very curious about her brother, so hearing that, he was shocked and suspicious, asking again, did you tell everything to your father? Layla shook her head and replied, not exactly. Just saying he stopped by and left some medicine, but besides that, we have something more important today, remember? Black furrowed his brow and asked uncertainly, is it something important? Lala nodded softly and smiled. Let's go to the Forge of the Fairy Realm. A while later, at Thamion's forge, Lala led Den to this place. Seeing its architecture, Den couldn't help but marvel. This is a forge, isn't it? It's so large it looks like a small town. Lala casually replied, yes, this place is so vast that the area around the forge looks like a small village. Still, only a few blacksmiths actually craft equipment here. Because it's operated by a small group of master blacksmiths, security is very strict. Without a pass, you absolutely cannot enter. Hearing that, Dee asked suspiciously, and what about you? Lala pooted and replied, even as a member of the Tomi family, I can't enter freely. If I don't go with my father. Hearing this, I couldn't help but hesitate and mutter, so you're telling me I have to go alone? That's right, even I haven't been inside, and Ernest chimed in too. I'm so jealous, Black. So in the end, only Black was allowed to enter the Thmion Forge because he was the only one with the token. The scene inside truly left a strong impression. The gate here is incredibly huge. Lamps are scattered everywhere, and many kinds of weapons are hanging around, so I don't know what type of weapon I will receive. But at this moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently, startling him. Black furrowed his brow in suspicion. What is that? The sound like the ground is shaking. It was only when I listened carefully that I realized it was the sound of footsteps. Sure enough, not long after, a giant man appeared in front of me. This is blacksmith Vunbak. He observed you for a while before speaking. So you're the child who received the badge from the forge. I look up at Vac, feeling a bit emotional. Does such a giant really exist? Then he nodded and said, yes, I am Black. I received the token from Lord Thomi when I was young, and I am honored to meet him. After hearing that, Vunbak understood clearly. I have heard a lot about you. Tomien does not casually give the token to just anyone. I understand and humbly seek your guidance, feeling somewhat awkward, and I can't help but admire that he speaks so casually with the Duke. At this moment, Vunbak interjects. Let me say first, your status means nothing here. Here, there are only blacksmiths and non-blacksmiths. The royal family is the same, only Thomien is an exception. Even as a member of the poetry clan, you must have the ability. Hearing this, I couldn't help but be stunned. An expert who isn't afraid of royal authority? Indeed, you are extraordinary. Then you went inside with Vunbak. The deeper you go, the larger and more spacious it becomes inside. Vunbak walks ahead, slowly explaining, it was built to match my size. I am a hybrid, half dwarf and half human. That combination gave me this large body. So don't say anything rude about my appearance. It seems he has seen a lot. After thinking, you nodded and replied, of course not. Hearing your answer, Vunbak glanced at you again and made a suggestion. All right, you have the token. You came here for a reason. What do you want? Black slowly replied. Actually, I haven't decided yet if this will be an important weapon for me, so I need to consider carefully. Hearing this, Vunbak couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yes, very clever, but from what I see, what you want is very clear, so I can't help but frown and ask suspiciously, what do you think I want? Vac slowly spoke. I can smell the metal. It's just a scent that tells me how a weapon was forged and what it looks like. I can smell a good spear and a good dagger on him. So, what you want isn't a spear or a dagger. The more I hear, the more shocking it is. I can't believe it, I shout. Just by smelling it, knowing the weapon is truly impressive and accurate. But Va showed no reaction and simply said, come on, this is my private workshop. Black also hesitated before entering the room with him, where many weapons were kept. Vunbak placed the sword on the table, glanced at him, and asked, so since you already have good daggers and knives, what do you think about a sword? In his eyes, they unconsciously narrowed as Den muttered, a sword? After a moment, he slowly spoke. Yes, it's one of the weapons I excel at. It is the foundation of combat and also the most powerful weapon. Vac heard this and couldn't help but laugh. If my father heard that, he'd probably scold me. Den nonchalantly pouted and said, that's true, but as he sees it, I'm still growing. If I make a sword now, wouldn't it be harder to use when I get bigger later? Vunbak, hearing your concern, casually said, that's not an issue. I can easily craft a sword you can still use, well, even when grown up. That's what makes a true blacksmith a real one. Swords are indeed common weapons, but in my previous life, they were the best weapons to use. If he forges it properly, it will be fine. With that thought, Jan nodded and spoke. All right, I'll choose the sword. Hearing your answer, Vunbak smiled and said, a wise choice. Actually, when I saw you for the first time, a suitable sword design immediately came to mind. With your physique, I can instantly imagine the perfect design. He couldn't help but cheer happily. Really? That's faster then? Vac replied casually. Yes, I will let you choose the type of materials you like. Hearing that, I became even more confused. Seeing his intention, VBC immediately suggested, it's best if I show you in person. Follow me. A moment later, in another room filled with various minerals, I couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing them. Amazing. Are all these used for crafting equipment? Vac calmly explained, you could say every type of mineral in the world is here. So I was hesitant, but I request to look around. He didn't hesitate and replied, all right, feel free to choose. With VBC's approval, he then wandered around observing. Finally, he noticed a mineral stone and said, this one looks extremely rare. Vunback nodded in praise, you have a good eye. Den feels truly impressed, not only by the rare mineral, but also by many other types he's never seen before. There are many interesting things, but I don't know which one to choose. After thinking for a while, Den raised his hand to touch a blue mineral. It's just that I haven't had a chance to touch it yet when Vunback spoke up. That's Terragang, lightweight and durable with reactive properties. It's better suited for armor than weapons, although currently it's not enough to forge a complete suit of armor. Hearing that, he nodded. Then he pointed to another redstone and spoke. I understand, so what about this one? Va slowly explains, Yendaneo don't touch. It's poisonous. You need neutralizing gloves to handle it. D suddenly recoiled. Too dangerous. You can't use this. At that moment, your eyes are drawn to something in the corner. A brown mineral stone. It feels very strange. Black quickly ran over and asked suspiciously what it was called. Vunback hesitated for a moment, but still replied that it was Iconium. Hearing that name, Denlien was startled, but more than that, he was excited. He exclaimed in amazement, don't tell me it's from the ancient magical kingdom. Vunback nodded slightly and replied, yes, it's a metal excavated from the ruins of the royal castle of that ancient kingdom. It is extremely rare, with very little residue left now, and almost nothing from the foundation of the ancient palace. But besides knowing it is a metal, no one can determine its use or structure, because it cannot be melted or analyzed. With current technology, no one can melt or test this mineral, so it is only considered a rare collectible. Hearing this, I felt a bit disappointed. I stood there staring at the mineral, ignoring Vunback's suggestion that was almost useless. You should look at something else. What about the one next to it? That's right. It's just that I can't hear it clearly. Because there's some voice in your ear, as if it's calling you, whispering, choose me. You just stood there staring at it without blinking, until suddenly an invisible disturbance appeared out of nowhere. Black's eyes widened in shock. No way, is it reacting to you? You quickly use your skills to observe the mineral specimen. Before long, Den's eyes suddenly narrowed as a surge of mana radiated from around his body. The mana grew stronger and stronger, causing Va nearby to shout in surprise, hey kid! After regaining his composure, he hurriedly ran to the mineral and exclaimed in shock, what's going on? Is the Icanium reacting again? Black also muttered in confusion, I just looked at it, doesn't that mean it can really be forged? This shocked Vunback. He stared intently at the Icanium for a long time before speaking. That's right, I am sure I smelled metal that wasn't there before. With this situation, the possibility of Ren actually being feasible, even though no one has ever used it before, makes him even more curious about Black. Who are you, really? Black looked at the Icanium with excitement, not knowing what he was thinking. A moment later, Vunback reached out and picked it up. He squinted at Black and asked quietly, you want to create a sword, right? Then let's do it. I will personally forge it. Without hesitation, I nodded. I'm counting on you, Vunback. But that was the only time Icanium reacted. No matter how many times they tried, Icanium refused to melt. As they hesitated, Canas reached out from inside Den, and in Den's terrified gaze, a flame erupted, melting the Icanium in an instant. After a while, outside the forge, Lala and the others waited until Den came out. Lala excitedly asked, so what have you decided to do? So I calmly replied that we sealed Canis's fire inside a magic artifact and Vunba would continue to fight for the sword. Lalan couldn't help but marvel, that's amazing, you got help from Canis again. A sword forged from Icanium would definitely be extremely powerful, and of course, Den was very happy after resolving the weapon issue, so they decided to return quickly and go back to the academy. The short-term break after the exam ended just like that. A week later at the academy, a notice was posted. Everyone gathered around the bulletin board, whispering and gossiping non-stop. So, at last it has begun. That program is only for the most talented students in the academy. This is the annual monster suppression recruitment announcement from the academy. The academy is now accepting applications from all departments for this operation. The only one who probably doesn't know about it is probably N. After hearing everyone talk about it, he muttered nervously about the monster hunt. Ernest nodded slightly and said, the whole academy is in chaos because of it. You say it's not just the reward that makes everyone want to leave a mark. Since this is a royal event, I can't help but chuckle when I hear that. At that moment, Lala suddenly shouted, wait a minute, isn't Team 4 led by the person accompanying the third prince? Over there, Del F is indeed leading his team. Priscilla glanced at Lala and said with a smile, you mentioned Lord Del Fen before, right? Everyone was raving about those gifts. While the four of them were engrossed in their conversation, other students here kept discussing the monster suppression. Has the location of the suppression been announced yet? I overheard a fellow student from the Holy Magic Department say it was an ancient ruin near the Imperial Palace. Ernest accidentally heard the words, ancient ruin, and suddenly became very excited, unable to help but laugh. He changed immediately when he heard the word ruin. Priscilla then slowly spoke, saying that an abandoned ruin for a long time was taken over by monsters. The Holy Magic Department is dispatched automatically, so she has to go. Den asked with concern, are you also going to treat the wounded? It must be hard, right? Priscilla hadn't even had a chance to reply when Den glanced at him and asked, what about you? Den, will you join? Black furrowed his brow and remained silent. Priscilla definitely has to go and is only signed up because of the ruins. Gaining more experience fighting monsters will be very good for Lala, but just one announcement has caused the whole academy to panic. Even Den's group is discussing intensely. After some thought, Den suggests that nothing is better for man than actual combat, so let's register together. Layla agreed without hesitation. Fine. Ernest also happily said, so, our entire club is participating, right? This will be really fun. Black shook his head and warned, don't get too overconfident. Ernest is still a monster and the selection test won't be easy. Ernest sighed and said, I guess so, but I think you'll be fine. Although he's weak in combat, his knowledge and skills about ruins are top, so he'll definitely be chosen. Then Den suggested, let's start special training today, see you after class. All right, this time I will truly show everyone my skills. Everyone was busy preparing, and the entire academy was noisy for several days. A few days later, the Monster Suppression Team selection took place. The annual Monster Hunt was one of the biggest events at the academy. Students try their best to catch the attention of the royal knights and nobles to showcase their abilities, while for the professors, this is a chance to see how much their students have grown. Of course, as a royal knight, Delph is also present. He quietly says, Your Highness, everything is ready. Edward nodded softly and said, Good, let's begin. As soon as he finished, a series of sharp horns sounded. The monster hunting team selection officially begins, and the excited shouts of the students ring out instantly. Immediately afterward, a series of battles took place. Many departments participated in today's selection. From the magic department to the sword and spear department and even the summoning department, they all seemed to be giving their best. The battles unfold rapidly, turning the arena into chaos with dust and debris flying everywhere. After a few hours, the names advancing to the next round appeared. Soon after, in the Royal Auxiliary Conference Room, all the professors were present. They are competing to be the most outstanding in today's selection. Honestly, with your skills, you could get into any of the departments. Hearing everyone's chatter, Edward couldn't help but speak up to stop it. This way, it would never end. Everyone calm down. DF glanced at him and nodded slightly, as if to say he was doing the right thing. The people below also realized the situation and kept quiet. Edward, seeing this, spoke up again. Seeing how everyone is arguing so fiercely, it's clear that he is an outstanding student. Am I right? Lord Aunt Delph replied indifferently. Yes, Your Highness, there has been a student who took exams in 2 departments, but no one has ever scored the highest in all 4 departments in history. Edward nodded in satisfaction, secretly admiring him. Truly remarkable. Thinking quickly, he suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Edward looked around at everyone and declared boldly, but even if he chose himself, this argument wouldn't end. So I came up with a solution. Hearing this, everyone looked at him with suspicion and asked, What is it, Your Highness? Edward smirked and said, The only proper way to use his extraordinary talent is to have him join my private special forces unit. A few days later, the suppression team finally set out, and all the students were present. The team leader then spoke up, saying, The plan is simple. We will stay in the ruins for 2 days to hunt monsters, both to ensure security and to test the students' abilities. Hopefully, no one will get hurt this time, and some families even forbid their children from participating. Natural talent means nothing if you die at the hands of monsters. Everyone looks very tense. Priscilla noticed the atmosphere. She pouted and said, Be careful. Don't get hurt. The medical team can't be everywhere at once, and now they are worried because they will be acting separately. I can't protect everyone, so each person must be extremely careful. While everyone was tense, Priscilla spoke to reassure them, but hearing that, Lala and the others became even more worried, trembling as they muttered, Yes, will it really be okay? Seeing that, Anna spoke up again, saying, Don't push yourself too hard or act alone. If you see danger, retreat immediately. Hearing this, the 3 Layla nodded in agreement. Okay, I understand. At this moment, another squad of knights appears. The leader is Delphon. He looks at the group of students and says, All right, everyone focus, quickly move to your assigned squads from now on, do your best in your roles, and absolutely don't die. That's all. As soon as those words were spoken, the students who had been excited suddenly turned pale. Maybe this was their first real battle like this, and everyone was feeling anxious. At this moment, suddenly shouting, Everyone, let's go too! Lala nodded softly and replied, Yes, see you later. It's been a while since we've had an adventure like this. Let's all return safely. Immediately afterward, the students each headed out with their teams. A while later, at the Rasan mountain range, the royal team was moving, and as they traveled, one of them hesitated and asked, Sir Haron, I have a question. The person you just called the vice commander of the Royal Hilloran Empire Knights. He calmly suggested just speaking openly. So, I quietly said, I heard the original plan was to head towards Rasan. I was told it would only take half a day to reach the camp. You wonder why we're heading east instead of west now. Hearing this, Roy's face shows a hint of discomfort. He hesitated before speaking. Your observation is very sharp. Sess, what I'm about to say must be kept secret from the other students. Sess slightly frowns. You look at the students walking ahead and nod slowly, saying, of course. Royal remains silent for a moment before finally speaking slowly. We detected monster movements. They are to the west of Riwasan, where our initial attack plan confirmed a large herd heading towards the ruins. According to the Riwasan reconnaissance team, at least 300 of them. Hearing this, his face immediately grew serious. Up to 300? After thinking for a long time, he hesitated and said, there's something very strange. Monsters usually have strong individual traits and rarely gather in groups, but this time they gathered and moved toward the same place. Royal praised your intuition. You're really sharp. Based on his experience, in situations like this, it's very likely that the ruins themselves are attracting the monsters, so he couldn't help but be surprised. What kind of ruins could they be? Seeing that you didn't say anything, Royal continued. That's why we went around to the opposite side. But don't worry, no matter how many gather, they will all be burned to ashes by our forces. Although he said that, he still had a bad feeling. An artifact that can attract monsters. If not dealt with promptly, things could get very bad. Just then, someone ran over and said, Deputy Commander, we've arrived at the camp. Royal couldn't help but be surprised and exclaimed, oh, they're here? Good. Inform all units to finish all preparations before sunset. Yes, sir. Everyone immediately received the order and began setting up. By the time the sun started to set, the camp was finally complete. At night, the four of them gather on the cliff to observe below, and Ernest speaks anxiously. No matter how you look at it, this terrain is not suitable. To defend. Below, everyone is on high alert and watching carefully. Den sighed softly and said, I think so too, but with so many people camping like this, there's no other choice. Lala glanced at him and asked, nothing will happen, right? The knight reluctantly replied, it's hard to say, we should arrange the watch carefully, especially towards Riwasan. Just then, something on the other side of the mountain wall was moving. Ernest shivered and muttered softly, I feel a chill coming on. At the same time, Kenneth in Den's chest suddenly moved violently, causing Den to ask in confusion, do you want to go out? Can kept struggling inside your chest, making you confused and calling out, Canas, why are you acting like this all of a sudden? In the end, Canis broke free and spread his wings to block their path. Seeing this, Lala asked anxiously, what's wrong with Den Canis? Black gently shook his head and said, I don't know if it's sensing something. Ernest also nodded in agreement. Surely there is something out there. You can't underestimate a dragon's instincts. Seeing the situation was unstable, Priscilla suggested, Black, we must report to Lord Heron immediately. Black did not answer. He focused intently on Canes in front of him. Canes kept growling towards the distance, looking very alert. After some hesitation, Black turned to everyone and suggested, all right, I will go inform Lord Huderon. While I'm gone, keep an eye on Canis. A while later, at Royal's tent, he was drinking coffee and handling official matters when Den entered and reported everything. Royal asked in surprise, attacked? Yes, we need to strengthen our defenses, deploy magic students to reinforce the barrier and prepare the highest level of countermeasures. But Royal calmly said, stay calm, this is your camp. It seems you were overreacting. Once we finished surveying the mountain slope, we found no issues. What evidence do you have to say that? This made Den fall into silence. You can't really say it was because of Canis' reaction, so you had to make something up. So you just invented a reason, saying we found monster droppings, footprints, and fur. All of it looked very fresh. But Royos was a bit skeptical and calmly said, even if they are new, there are only a few, right? The monsters aren't stupid. They won't attack when they see such a large force. He said, no matter what happens, they can handle it, so just stay calm and go rest. This made Den annoyed, but he didn't listen. You didn't give up either and kept suggesting, but we still need to strengthen our defenses, especially near the mountain slope, so push the guard line forward. It wasn't even finished when Royal coldly cut in. I told you to stop. Then he stood up from his chair, pointed at Den, and scolded him, you Den Sres. No matter how talented you are still just a trainee. My army is the most elite in the Empire, don't interfere anymore, and get out. Den stared at him in shock, unsure how to respond. Then he returned to the cliff to recount everything to the three Leila. After hearing it, Priscilla immediately scolded in dissatisfaction. Why would a deputy commander say such a thing? This crackdown operation was doomed to fail from the start, so what do we do now? But then Den smirked and said, maybe this is for the best. Your words make Priscilla confused and ask again, what do you mean? You slowly explain, we have issued a warning, and that alone is enough grounds to act. They won't be able to deny it later. Are you saying you want us to handle it ourselves? Lei and Eris looked at him in shock, full of doubt, then nodded without hesitation. Yes, that's right. We can't ignore even the smallest possibility, because this involves the lives of the knights and students of the Academy.